To faucets to Behr paint, Masco Corporation is proud to deliver products that enhance the way consumers all over the world experience and enjoy their living spaces. Masco, serving Michigan communities since 1929.
Support also provided by the Cynthia and Edsel Ford Fund for Journalism at Detroit PBS.
DTE Foundation is a proud sponsor of Detroit PBS. Among the state's largest foundations committed to Michigan-focused giving, we support organizations that are doing exceptional work in our state. Learn more at dtefoundation.com.
We help organizations find their voices through what they do and who they impact. We are VVK PR and Creative, a Detroit agency telling the stories of critical issues affecting the big picture and the small moments. Stories at Skyline Heights and on-the-ground influence. We lead with relationships first, solutions always, and with diversity as our compass. VVK PR and Creative.
Nissan Foundation, and viewers like you.
The importance of racial equity in Michigan's population growth is hosted by the W.K. Kellogg Foundation.
A family's ability to dream starts with access to opportunity. For families living in Michigan, ranked 49th in the nation for overall growth, our communities and economy, and the future of our dreams, are in crisis. Michigan residents across wealth and racial divides are in dire need of increased access to opportunity. We can strategize for growth and economic mobility. We can prepare our students, foster innovation, prioritize racial equity, and ultimately position Michigan as an appealing hub where opportunity thrives. Placing racial equity at the forefront of strategy and investment design will prove key in the pursuit of a more prosperous Michigan.
I'm DeLon Andrews. I'm the CEO of Black Leaders Detroit. What we understand at Black Leaders Detroit is that the Black entrepreneurs have never lacked the creativity, the entrepreneurial zeal, the wherewithal, the know-how to get the job done. We set out to establish and give them the one thing that has been missing, and that's equal access to capital. So far, we've supported just over 500 businesses, responsible for about 2,000 jobs, and most of those jobs held by Detroiters, and we've distributed $2.8 million to those businesses. What I'd like to see in the very near future is a Detroit where everyone has an opportunity to thrive.
Positioning racial equity at the heart of Michigan's strategy for growth means inclusive and sustainable development that will impact families, businesses, and Michigan's economy at large. It means creating a space where opportunities are plenty and growth throughout our communities is inevitable. It's time for Michigan's policy, business, and nonprofit leaders to join the conversation and support our families' dreams. Find out how at everychildthrives.com.
Please welcome Director of Michigan Programs for the W.K. Kellogg Foundation, Yazid Moore.
Good morning. My name is Yazid Moore, and I'm the Director of the Michigan Programs at the W.K. Kellogg Foundation. At the W.K. Kellogg Foundation, we are driven by the vision of a world where every child has the opportunity to thrive. Yet systems that affect most young children, food, health, education, and the economy are not working for everyone. This has lifelong consequences for children, families, and communities. With children at the center of everything we do at the Kellogg Foundation, our work supports community-driven solutions as we fund programs, services, and efforts to change systems so they work better for everyone. By listening to communities, developing leaders, and working toward racial equity and racial healing, we join partners to help children and families have the greatest opportunities for success here in our beloved Mitten. And our presence here today in this room is a test case example of our efforts at the Kellogg Foundation to seed and encourage dialogue and action for collaborative opportunities to best position children, families, and communities with equity at the center to make Michigan the best place to live, learn, earn, work, and play for those who are already here and those we want to attract for growth and greater productivity and prosperity. This time last year, right outside on the porch of the Grand, the governor announced the formation of the Growing Michigan Together Council. In that announcement, the governor charged a dynamic mix and cross-section of stakeholders to study and examine ways to grow our state's population, given us being ranked 49th in population growth. For 6 months, this group convened, debated, and engaged thousands of Michiganders across the state on actions and opportunities to reverse the state's fortunes, where we are lagging in median income, educational outcomes and attainment, and have fallen behind faster growing peer states in preparing our people, our greatest resource and strength, for the job of tomorrow, and struggling to maintain the needed infrastructure and community well-being to help us grow and compete. The council set a goal that by 2050, Michigan will be a top 10 state for population growth and released a similar report in December outlining a series of recommendations and strategies to get Michigan back on track to being that place where families and young people, here now or later, businesses, workers, entrepreneurs, call and make our beloved Mitten home because it's a place where equitable opportunities exist and are prioritized for residents to again live, learn, earn, work, and play. This report is just the beginning of a long process, and this session is one of many discussions we'll need to have to ensure we optimize, maximize, leverage, and identify the necessary resources to support the strategies and recommendations in the report to restore Michigan's economic standing as an economic and political engine and destination for families. With us, we have a distinguished panel to discuss where we are today and the opportunities to realize and put in motion the strategies and recommendations highlighted in the report as we ground our time to discuss and explore how prioritizing racial equity and the proposed growth plan will lead to sustainable developments that will benefit families and businesses in the state. At this time, I'd like to ask our panelists to join me on the stage. First up, we have Charity Dean. Charity is the President and Chief Executive Officer of the Michigan Black Business Alliance. The Michigan Black Business Alliance creates programs and advocates for policies that result in thriving Black-owned businesses. Next, we have Hillary Doe, Chief Growth Officer for the state of Michigan. In this role, Hillary leads the state's efforts to grow Michigan's population, economy, and reputation as the best place to live, work, raise a family, and start a business. Hillary works alongside the Growing Michigan Together Council and is a dynamic leader in nonprofits, technology, strategy, and public policy. And finally, we have Dr. Andre Perry. Dr. Perry is a senior fellow at the Brookings Institute, a scholar in residence at American University, a professor of practice of economics at Washington University, and a commentator on race, structural inequality, and education. He is the author of Know Your Price, Valuing Black Lives and Property in America's Black Cities. Dr. Perry's research at Brookings focuses on Black majority cities and assets deserving more investment. Thank you. As a note, there are question cards on the table, so once we get to the Q&A section, please write your questions down, and we'll make sure to kind of get to that as we get to that part of the conversation. So, first question, with you, Hillary. Some would say the Growing Michigan Together Council report was a watershed moment for the state. But can you tell us first, how did we arrive at this moment?
Yeah, well, thank you so much, first of all, for inviting me today. I'm really grateful that you all convened this panel. I think it's such a critical conversation. I'm grateful to everybody who joined us today for this conversation. And I do think it is a watershed moment for the state. Frankly, as many of you here today know, as a result of the work over the last year, this is a challenge that a lot of states are facing. Michigan is not alone in this population trend. We're one of 34% of states that have been seeing population stagnation or decline. And it's not the kind of thing, that popped up in 1 year. Michigan, has fundamentally been struggling with this challenge for many, many years. We've had functionally flat population since, about the year 2000. And it isn't the kind of thing that happens independent, of other things, right? It's inextricably linked from some of our sort of economic challenges. We found, for example, that inextricably linked from median income growth, from post-secondary attainment, from some of our key placemaking, sort of challenges that we've seen here in Michigan. So, I think that what I noticed over the last year was not only those kind of wonky metrics that sort of brought us to that point, but that fundamentally we really have Michiganders to thank for getting us all here today, having this conversation and building the kind of momentum that I truly believe that we have on this issue now. Michigan, even though there are lots of the states in facing a similar challenge, Michigan is absolutely has the first mover advantage on this right now. We're the only state in the nation that has said we're going to take population growth on. We are absolutely out in front in terms of the research on this today. We absolutely have the momentum. And it was because Michiganders in communities across the state said they wanted to get something done. As we've done public engagement in red counties, in blue counties, in the UP, in Detroit, just all over the state, what I've noticed is common everywhere is a rejection of do-nothingness, a real recognition that we've got to get something done here, that these sort of population declines affect our public school enrollment, affect our quality of life, have implications on our ability to continue investing in the kinds of communities that we all want to build together, that folks want their kids and their grandkids to be able to build their futures here. We acknowledge that we love our place and we have so much going for us. We truly, truly do. I would never bet against Michigan, and am more optimistic today than I was when I started. It's because Michiganders are going to ensure, that we win here. So I think for all those reasons, because the metrics brought us here, but most importantly because Michiganders brought us here, that's how we got to this watershed moment.
Charity, in building on this question, what's been your organization's stance, role, and action point in responding to this moment?
Yeah, so first, thank you for having me. I'm happy to be here. 2018, the Kellogg Foundation produced a report entitled The Business Case for Racial Equity. It talked about the racial wealth gap that we have in our state, and that it's costing our state $92 billion. And that if we close that gap by 2050, the state stands to gain that amount of money. So our role at the Black Business Alliance, we really took that report. The report not only stated the facts, but also gave a roadmap to how do we actually do that work. And part of it is access to capital for minority entrepreneurs. It's business development in underserved areas. And so our organization is trying to do that across the state. And I think it's important to understand that if we are a state that wants to grow and develop, then we have to take on head on the racial equity issue. And we have to take on just a different lens and perspective to how we are shoring up opportunity for Black businesses, but small businesses generally. People want to live in a place where it's walkable with thriving commercial corridors, and absolutely how we treat small businesses as a state, how we deal with racial equity will help determine whether or not we get to where we're trying to go.
Thank you. Dr. Perry, similar to with the first question, particularly with your national lens, how are others addressing this moment, and what are you seeing in this work?
Well, first of all, thanks for having me. And this is a great crowd, beautiful crowds, packed, so a lot of excitement. What I tried to do at the national landscape is remind people, particularly during political seasons, that the work to maintain or even grow populations go beyond a political season. That this is establishing a policy agenda that enhances job creation, creates better schools, creates housing opportunities, increasing ownership, business ownership in particular. And when you focus on the agenda, you can then you realize what it will take to maintain population and grow population. Here in Michigan, you have a lot of the building blocks for those things to happen. But like a lot of states, it ebbs and flows with political season. People either build up an agenda that is maintained and the next administration tears it down. What I think is important for this room, and I think what's important for Kellogg, is for the people in this room to understand these are the building blocks that we're going to impress upon whoever is in office, and we're going to maintain this. We're going to hold you to that fire. And so nationally, what I see is what's holding people is, now there's some things that are somewhat beyond our control. Climate, how we deal with climate is more in our control, but climate change is real, and how we are going to deal with that will impact who comes and who goes. The population boom of Texas, people are going to have to leave. People are going to have to leave. Where are they going to go? Right? So are you going to be equipped for those states who aren't handling climate change in the future? Because people just think, the last 5 years we had a population dip. We got to think 25, 50 years down the road. There are going to be significant shifts all across the country. And you need to establish the infrastructure for sustainability for the long haul. So I wanted this to level set there, because oftentimes we think, what can we do now? Right. But remember that the entire country is going through things, and there's going to be shifts. And, Michigan, Pennsylvania, these places that aren't seeing sort of the tropical storms, these droughts of causing fires and things like that, those folks are going to move to places like here. And so you just need to be ready for that. And so, but we're constantly focused on what's happening now and what's in front of us. Think bigger. Think, the agenda for the long haul.
Dr. Perry, you talked about being ready for the moment. And Hillary, I want to come back to you. When you look at the report, there are a number of things in the report in regard to the strategy and recommendations, right? But I guess the chief question is, are we starting from scratch, right, in terms of the suggested strategies to meet the goal of making Michigan this desirable place to get those Texaners here, right?
Yeah. Well, no, I don't think we're starting from scratch. If I can pick up on a couple quick themes, though. First of all, I think, I hope that what folks see, to your point, to pick up on that point about sort of not just being reactive to right now and building short-term strategies. Population growth doesn't happen in 6 weeks or 6 months. It's a long-term game. And so what we did was attempt to build a strategy to get us between here and 2050. We tried to set sort of a long-term time horizon so we can build responsible, healthy, sustainable growth that builds shared prosperity to create a kind of community that we all want to live in together for the long term, right? And to do that takes sort of us all locking arms and committing and not being fickle, I think was another sort of, point that you were sort of getting at there, not to put words in your mouth, but which is really critical. And that means that it can't be any one person's agenda. It really needs to be owned by all of us. We sort of need to lock arms together and say, we want to get this done. That's why I think it's so critical it's owned by Michiganders. It's so critical folks see themselves in the strategy. I want to thank the philanthropic community, because even if the metrics sort of painted the picture that we needed to get something done, again, the philanthropic community is critical because they're consistent. Folks can come together and be consistent and stable and help us, commit to a strategy, and very much did push everyone to say, hey, you got to look at this. So that was, required and will be continued to be required for all of us to keep focus on an issue we have to stay focused on in order for us to see results. But no, I don't think we're starting from scratch. What you'll see in the report is a recognition, for example, that Michigan has a chance to really make up that median income gap that can drive prosperity with investments, for example, in our entrepreneurship and innovation ecosystem. Michigan's already a top 10 state for patents. Michigan already has the preeminent black tech ecosystem in America, arguably, in things like Black Tech Saturdays, for example. But what we see is our entrepreneurs, who we have tons of, folks Michiganders have driven innovation in this country and around the world for a long, long time, unfortunately struggle to get capital, for example, and then when they're about to hire their first 100 folks, maybe you'll see capital flight. So things like the innovation fund that's in the governor's budget or what have you, our attempts to make sure that we're investing in our entrepreneurs, keeping them here, capitalizing businesses, building intergenerational wealth, and closing median income gaps to help drive growth, as an example. So no, in that instance, you're not starting from scratch. We have real incredible resource that we're attempting to build on to create a growth strategy that's uniquely Michigan's, but that will first support retention, keeping our talent here, our young folks here, and in doing that also build a container that's incredible for attraction as well. So we have a nice, healthy economy that's a great container if folks choose to join us here in Michigan, and also is a wonderful life for our Michiganders who are already here in the state.
Coming to that, Charity, I want to come to you before I go to you, Dr. Perry, as well, too. Anything to add on that strategy point, particularly from the perspective of being a business owner yourself, right? Mm-hmm. But also, if to those who don't know, Charity is a business of Rosa, a coffee shop in her Detroit neighborhood. So speaking from the perspective of a business owner, but also supporting black businesses across the state, anything to add there?
Yeah, absolutely. I think intentionality around creating an environment where entrepreneurship thrives is really important. A lot of times, I think of a small business owner as almost like the most example of like getting it out of the mud, right? Because if you own a small business, I own Rosa's, it's a cafe on the west side of Detroit. What I hunt is what I eat. Like there are not like creative incentives for me. If I want to get a building, I got to figure that out. If I want to pay my staff and I want to be competitive, I got to figure that out. If I want to get trained staff, I got to figure that out. And so I would love to see the state of Michigan be really, really more innovative about ways that we can support small businesses in the ways that we support other industries, such that they do have a competitive edge and you are creating an environment where you have the infrastructure for entrepreneurship to thrive, and it's not always you're on your own and, we'll see you on Small Business Saturday. Mm-hmm. But really we are looking at small businesses as a driver of economic development for our state. And we are intentionally calling out all of the ways in which disparities have impacted black businesses specifically, but small businesses as well. And we call those out, but then we do something about it. That we don't just become experts on problems, so much so that we talk about the problem in lieu of a solution, that we become folks that use the powers that we have in policy to really change the game. I think if we could do that here in Michigan, it would be a game changer, because small businesses are really suffering of the same things around the country. So if we could say, we'll be the first ones to really look at small businesses in the same way we look at these other industries, we might see some change.
Dr. Perry, on that strategy front, could kind of continue this strand of the questions. Any response or thoughts on how this resonate from the playbook, right? To increase wealth, economic mobility for communities.
Look,
any examples from your work you like to cite?
Yeah, there's a couple of things that I want to pick up what Charity said. That as particularly the conditions for black small businesses creates better conditions for overall quality of life for the entire community. So when we invest in main streets, when we create opportunities to fix the facade and create ownership, and by the way, about 80% of all commercial real estate is owned by 1% of the top families. So we also need to be very deliberate and not just starting firms, because we know how to do that, but it's also scaling firms. Black people represent about 14% of the overall population of the United States, but only 2% of employer firms. In Michigan, it's also pronounced. So we need to scale up those firms, and we need to scale up in firms in specific industries. What's hurting in Michigan is you actually have a great history of entrepreneurialism in almost every racial category. But when you start to get into certain industries, that's where you see it fall off. And so it's not, I remember during the pandemic and people were calling and saying, we should invest in small, in black businesses, small businesses. I say, yes, but you gotta be focused. You need deliberate metrics on what employer firms you're going to scale up, what areas of the city cities you're going to square up, what conditions you're going to improve. That this idea that you're just going to invest and sprinkle resources everywhere and everything's going to grow, that doesn't make any sense. You have to be very focused. So states, cities, and civic infrastructure has to really say, okay, we need some utility firms to get involved. We need more tech firms in this mobility area to get involved. We need more black and brown in this industry. It's not just about starting businesses, it's about improving in areas that can actually generate more employees, more revenue, so that everybody can thrive. So I think just we need to be very focused on these issues. And by the way, I talk a lot about well-being. We're going to have a couple of reports coming out. Actually, we have a report that's out now, funded by Kellogg, assessing the quality of life of black majority places. You can Google it, or you can go to my Twitter at Andre Perry EDU and pick it up. But I wanted to share this, that we need to break this mindset that investing in one group is to the detriment of someone else. That you can clap that up, right? And I mean, wherever I go, I say this. We're going to release another report that shows well-being. And as you increase well-being of black people, guess what happens? White well-being grows. You know, and so it's in our interest to invest where there's weakness. And this is not just about black people. When you see low wealth in brown communities, you invest there. You know, so it's really about just, and I keep saying be focused. It is be very disciplined, but understand that if you really want to increase population, GDP, all these things, you have to invest in the people who need it most. Yeah. There's no way around it. You're going to get what you're already getting. So you just got to be very focused, but trust in each other to say, helping one group is not at the expense of another.
Stayed on that focus piece, and Hillary, I wanted to go with you for a second here. So, you know, when we look at the strategies for the moment, right, in the report, which I kind of call the big three, right? Obviously, you know, establishing Michigan as an innovation hub, lifelong education, but then also kind of creating these thriving communities where people want to reside in the same way the Charity kind of talked about, these place-making approaches, right? And you can't help but notice that the three strategies, the big three strategies, are kind of interwoven, right, integrated, right? Can you tell us a little bit, why is this the way to go, particularly in the lanes in terms of Dr. Perry talking about the need and the importance of staying focused?
Yeah. Totally. Yeah, I do think that it's an interesting rub between a desire to be really incisive and point your resources. I think that's an instinct for sure. But when we were looking through the data and also in our polling work and our survey work, I mean, I trust the wisdom in the community. I really do. And so we did comparative research with faster growing peer states. We did an incredible amount of survey work, but we also went community by community, and we sat and we listened for hours and hours at a time to really capture the nuance of what folks were saying that you can't get at a top-line aggregate poll. And what we heard from folks, especially our young folks, you all might know this already, but to share, here in Michigan, what we're seeing is, you know, we're aging faster than all of our neighboring states. And then this isn't some weird reverse Benjamin Button situation. We're aging faster because we have some domestic outmigration here in Michigan, right? So we're losing our working age folks who are choosing to, you know, build their families somewhere else. As opposed to staying here in Michigan. And we aren't horrible at retention in Michigan, but we haven't been able to replace those folks that have gone because we aren't great yet at attraction. In fact, we're currently 49th out of 50 in terms of folks that live in Michigan who weren't born here. So if you were born here, you probably love it, but we haven't managed to tell our story and attract folks here from other parts of the country to say, yeah, you know, I'm picking Michigan. All to say, you know, we have, our oldest set has gotten a little bit older, and our, you know, youngest set has gotten smaller. So as we're, you know, aging faster, we really need to think about retaining our young folks and attracting more young folks to Michigan. And as we're talking to them, they aren't saying, hey, we want one thing. They're looking for a package, you know, looking for a great life. And that meant a great opportunity, an educational opportunity or a career opportunity, a great place, and place matters. I can't say that enough. It isn't the case that it's always a job first for every individual. It very well might be a place that's first, and then, you know, finding that opportunity second or making it yourself. And then also, frankly, welcoming communities were right up there as the third thing. A place that you can feel like a local, a place that you feel welcomed. Those sort of social policies and rights-forward policies were critical. In fact, we have a recent national poll that's coming out later today that talks about some of the, you know, state policies that are really critical and motivating for young people to choose a state to call home. Things like universal pre-K, for example, were the top 2 most motivating things for young parents when they're thinking about a new state. So not only are they great, you know, educational solutions for young people, but they very well are great talent attraction and retention solutions for young families. And that came out really loud and clear in the poll. So you're looking at this sort of mix of, you know, a lot of factors and considerations that come together to build a value prop for a place. It's not a single thing. And, you know, and I think that we should just acknowledge that that's true and decide who we are and build our, you know, distinct value prop, who we want to be together. And I don't think that means it's inherently unfocused. I think it actually could be quite laser focused. This is exactly who we are, or exactly who our community is. But it's always a package of, you know, of goods, services, offerings, values. And we should tell that story loud and proud. And last thing I'll say there is, you know, growth will look different in the UP than it looks in Grand Rapids, than it looks in Kalamazoo, than it looks in Detroit. And so that unique offering and that unique story will be different in those places too. So when we talk about our next steps, not only are we talking about a state policy agenda, a state blueprint for growth, we're also talking about ensuring that our regional communities have resources to pilot talent attraction and retention strategies and programs that are unique to their place and unique to their story, so that, you know, people, again, can see themselves in that strategy and are at the center of their unique value prop.
I chuckled when you said we're horrible at retention, and I have to share the story so we have a little time.
Yeah.
So when we were on our prep call, Hillary was talking about some time she spent at the Roosevelt Network.
Yeah.
Dr. Perry, and Dr. Perry said, oh yes, we miss you. You know, you should think about coming back one day. I said, well, Dr. Perry, this is a session on growth. and
yeah, you can't poach on the call.
You can't poach. However, if you want to come back to Michigan, right? Dr.
Yeah.
Perry being the founding dean of the College of Urban Education at Davenport, so we will always welcome you back,
right.
Dr. Perry.
Thank you.
Yes, we will. We will. You're doing the work. Yeah, we're not horrible at retention, but we can do better at attraction, and you're doing the work. You're doing the work.
Charity, to you as well, too, on that question. And hearing this, how do you see these strategies, you know, being beneficial, right? And do you see the opportunities for engaging and building on? Are there parallel and support of the work you're undertaking at the Michigan Black Business Alliance?
Yeah, I'll say this. The last 2 to 3 years have been really good for Black businesses. We still have a racial wealth gap, though, right? So we still have a very long way to go, but we have seen innovation and we have seen growth in Michigan, right? And that is a direct result of a number of things happening all at the same time, right? So you've got the pandemic that happened that really highlighted what we already knew, the disparities that were already there, but provided an opportunity. We had leadership at the federal level, state level, that were really intentional about how are we directing resources to help Black businesses. But I am very nervous. Things could change like this, and all of the growth that we've seen over the past couple years, you know, could be taken away. And this is why I think, to Dr. Perry's point, it can't be a political issue. And this is why we have to be unapologetic about calling out the disparities that exist, right? Like we can't not sugarcoat it. You can't fix something you don't call out. You can't fix a problem you won't name. And so we have to be very honest about the disparities that exist in the state of Michigan, in the city of Detroit, in the city of Grand Rapids. The racial wealth gap knows no geographic location. So if you're in Bloomfield Hills, you know, the white family's still gonna have 9 times wealth as a black family, just like in Detroit. So knowing that there's no geographic boundary to this racial wealth gap, knowing that there's a report with a roadmap that's been out for about 6 years now, what are we gonna do about it? What are we going to do? Do we wake up every day and say we're just gonna leave it like this and like hope that we grow? Or do we say we really gotta be unafraid to call out racial disparities? We have to be unafraid to say the word black and talk about black folks and what black people need. We have to be unafraid to get creative and innovative. If we can get creative in other spaces to solve problems, how might we be more creative to close this racial wealth gap so that we can grow and our economy can grow? So I think the key is to recognize that we're in an opportunity. This year, a lot could change, but the answer to that is to be unapologetic about the disparities and unapologetic about a solution.
Dr. Perry, same question to you. How do you see these strategies reinforce or support the work learned you've undertaken and witnessed to firsthand retain and grow Michigan's population talent pipeline as you try to take some talent from your pipeline as well too? So,
well, there's also a framing issue I want to address. No one invests in problems. They don't, and they don't necessarily invest in disparity. They invest in strength. So you have to highlight the strength in our community. You know, in that report I talked about assessing the quality of life of black places that we just released, Brookings just released. We spotlight the black majority places that are exceeding state averages in housing, in business development, and all these other indicators. And the reason why you want to do that is because in all this talk, we need to be very conscious of the problems, yes. But if you don't show where things are working, you're not going to invest. And in black communities, that's been the problem. We've essentially said, oh, there's so many problems in the black community, we'll invest in this white company to fix it, right? And that investment capital never gets to the people who have the solutions. And so, and this is not some sort of economic development hype man type. You know, you see the, oh, everything's great. This is the best place in the world. You know, I'm not saying that. What I am saying is that there are people and places that are doing exceptionally well. And we got to drive capital, not debt capital, equity to these places and people. We have to reward the places that are doing well. And some of the wealth gap, we have to be clear, wealth is growing among every population. It's growing exponentially among white population, largely because black and black people in particular were denied wealth for generations. And because wealth begets wealth, the more you have, the more you're going to then invest in the stock, largely the stock market. And so those returns have been much greater over the last few years. So you're seeing a widening of the gap, largely because of the past. And there's some things you can do about the past and some things you can't. We do need to have robust conversation at a national level about tax policy. That needs to happen. But in the meantime, we need to show that, hey, over the last 3 years, largely because of federal investment, we've seen black entrepreneurialism rise. We've seen, largely because black people are over-indexed in housing, housing equity rise. So what do we do with that equity becomes critical. So for me, I started off, and I want to return to this. You have to, again, spotlight the bright lights in our communities. And it's not to sort of take the focus off changing people, But I'd be damned if I come to Michigan one more time, right, and not acknowledge the good work that people are doing.
Yeah.
And we have got to acknowledge that, because this is what also happens. You can turn on any news station, and all you see, when it bleeds, it leads. All you see is the negative.
Yeah.
Like, it is horrible when it comes to economic development.
Yeah.
Horrible. And I'm not trying to say the media is, but we're all sort of inundated with this idea that look what's wrong, look what's broken. Those things are there, but you have to acknowledge the people who are making it happen on the day-to-day.
You know, when you talk about the people making it happen day-to-day, I think one of the beautiful things around the council is that you touched 10,000 Michiganders, right? And when you kind of think about that, of highlighting and illuminating the good things are happening, right? How do we kind of continue to ensure that their voices kind of show up in this process? Because we still have a long process to do,
Absolutely.
right? A lot of beautiful work that was actually done in the report in terms of strategies, directions, and opportunities. But how do we ensure that those voices still show up in the conversations moving forward, and they see themselves in the strategies, right? And being a part of those conversations that we need to have.
Yeah, it's critical. It's absolutely critical. I agree completely. I mean, we are absolutely not stopping, for what it's worth. To your point, we engaged about almost 11,000 folks during that council process to make sure that their thinking went straight to the council. But frankly, since January of this year, we've briefed over about 80 organizations across the state and communities who've invited us to come brief them on their recommendations so that we could share what they were and get their feedback. So we've been all over the state, done over 80 conversations since the recs have come out, and have continued those listening sessions because we want to get feedback on, did these feel like you? Does this feel right to you? To continue adjusting them and changing them. So that's one thing. Including shout out to Detroit Future City, because that was one of my favorite conversations so far, and I think I saw folks here from there earlier, I don't know, waving arms, hey, there you go. We just did one recently in Detroit, and that was a great conversation. But then in addition to that, when we talk about implementation, I think we should talk about, like I mentioned, the state policy work we can do, of course, but there's so much of this work that should happen so much closer to people in their communities so that they can shape it themselves. And so I think I was mentioning, right, the sort of distinction between what happens at the state level and what we can do in local communities that's like very textured and specific to that place and can get held by those communities themselves. So we've been thinking a lot about how sort of the partnerships can work locally, but we're intentionally at the Growth Office, carving out these talent attraction and retention sort of, funding and strategies to make sure that a lot of this work gets implemented in distinct ways in communities across the state. Because again, it will look different in different places will want to experiment with and try different things, but also that community voice should be present in the creation of those programs in each of those places so they can put their unique stamp on it and folks can see themselves in that work. So I think we can always do more and do better, absolutely. But frankly, if we don't have to guess. I guess that's what I would say. I would leave all of us with, I feel like you're always in trouble especially when you talk about young people, when folks start adding an article. If folks say the young people, you should just walk out because then we're in trouble. But we don't have to guess. We don't have to be like, I wonder what the young people want these days. We can just ask them. And so I always take pause if we're in a implementation conversation and we haven't heard that voice and it hasn't been part of the conversation. And so when we're thinking about rolling out these programs and these pilots and what have you, the aspiration certainly is to ensure that we're building a process that continues to include that community voice throughout. And so that's what we're aspiring to do, and we're always working hard to get it done.
Great.
Yeah.
I know in this session, right, that we could spend a whole lot of time in this conversation, right? And sometimes questions always get shortchanged a little bit. So I'm going to try to answer some of these questions, but we still got a little bit of time, but at least want to leave some more time for some questions here. And so the first question here, and Chair, I actually really respond to this, and others pick up as well too. To see exclusive growth in the state, what are the policy changes we as residents must insist on and lobby for? When I say lobby, I'm looking at our general counsel there at the table. They said lobby, I didn't say lobby, right? And so, so when you think about that, Charity, any response there just in terms about the policy changes that you would see as a resident, as a business owner, right? What are the things that we need to be thinking about moving this conversation forward?
I think, so appreciate the question. If the question is from someone in Detroit, I have very specific things I can say. But ultimately, the question is, like, sometimes we're looking at policy, what problem are we trying to solve? And then what are the intended or unintended impacts of that? Because a lot of times, and I'm here because I'm a Black small business owner and I represent Black small businesses. So from that perspective alone, I'll speak. Most folks that are running small businesses do not have time or money to engage in the political process. So what that means is that they're often the last ones considered. So a policy might be a great idea, but generally those that impact policy have time or money. Black small businesses have neither. And so oftentimes what we've seen, and I've seen it in the city of Detroit, I hope I got some city council people here, I always mess with them when I get on the panel. But what we've seen is like great idea, horrible in practice. And so, especially for Black small business owners, because they're not there, they're not engaged. I'll give you a very specific example. Last year or 2 years ago, there was this idea that small businesses should not be cashless, like they should be able to accept cash. And that makes sense, right? We've got a digital divide. There are some folks that may not have cards, they're unbanked. How do we help them? Well, Detroit City Council passed an ordinance that banned cashless businesses with a criminal misdemeanor attached. This is true, and like right now, today years old, if you do it, you can get it. And we still have an unbanked population. So what problem were we trying to solve? And also, by the way, there was a opt-out for parking lots and stadiums downtown. So generally, we think about these things and we think, oh, this is gonna be great, right? But how does this impact those small businesses? So if I'm thinking about high growth in tech and I want a contactless supermarket, can't do it in Detroit. So, but we're investing money in tech and high growth. So when I hear this question, I'm glad I got it, which is like, think what problem are we trying to solve and who is it going to impact? And to Andre's point, so you think about the least of these, because when you make life better for the least of these, you make life better for everybody. And so even those folks that don't have time or money to say, hey, this is actually going to impact my business, or I'm in the neighborhoods and my staff doesn't want me to accept, cash. I mean, these all were things that came up and the policy still passed. So I'm saying, think about what problem you're trying to solve, but also just like put on a hat of a Black small business owner, like when you're thinking about some of these things.
Policies?
Policy.
Okay. Well, I was national director of a think tank for a long time. So this could be a long answer, so I'm going to try to not make it that way. I don't want to scare anybody in the room, so I'll limit my responses. Well, first and foremost, I'd say it was so clear that the entrepreneurship and innovation investments are critical. As we know, the sort of new jobs are going to come from small and medium-sized businesses in Michigan. We have to make those investments. We should capitalize those businesses. So things like the Innovation Fund are going to be critical, but also other wraparound entrepreneurial supports in order to ensure that that's equitable growth is going to be really, really important. So I hope that's the first of many such kind of investments. On the education side of things, the report promoted the Michigan Education Guarantee, which is critical and has a lot of components. But what I would plug, if I can, to your point, we should say things that are working, right? If I can plug and brag a little bit, Michigan's Talent Solutions team at the MEDC just won Fast Company's 100 Most Innovative Companies Award for the incredible talent work that we're doing here in Michigan, including connecting diverse Michigan students to high growth industries here in Michigan and making sure that they can get access to those jobs. And that program has been so innovative and interesting, connecting folks to internships and to job placements, and they have retention components. Basically, just really sort of piloting strategies here in Michigan that other states haven't tried and that are really working. So I'd say continuing to invest in those things that we're leading on and that we're getting recognition for is really important. And too many folks don't know, I think, that we're sort of currently have the country's most ambitious in scale and scope between policy, program, and marketing, talent attraction and retention strategy in the nation. And we should celebrate that. We're ahead right now, and it's not the time to give up, so I would say that. And then sort of my last plug on policy work, I'm so proud of what our state has done on climate leadership. And I think that our population growth is sort of inextricably linked, actually, to Michigan's climate leadership. When our young folks kind of pick their heads up off their pillows, they want to be in the place where it's happening. And frankly, Michigan is so strategically positioned for leadership in the fight against the climate crisis. We're #1 in clean energy investments, #1 in hydrogen investments, #1 in clean energy-backed IRA projects, #1 in energy sector growth. For all those reasons, you can say, if you want to do purpose-driven work in the fight against the climate crisis, you are at the vanguard of that here in Michigan. And so, I think for young people here across our state and across the country, we want you to know this is the front line of that work. And so continuing with that leadership here in Michigan is really, really critical. And I think, we should continue to lean in there.
Dr. Perry, policy changes?
So when I think about equitable outcomes, you have to think about good governance. When you think about good governance, I remind populations that you are taxpayer dollars and you should have a fair shot at these dollars. And so just as we score policies against their potential impact on the budget, we should be scoring policies to see their potential impact on various ethnic groups. Will these tax credits get to Black, brown, indigenous developers? Will this new tech incentive program get to other groups? We don't do enough work on the infrastructure of getting resources out equitably. Because I just trust people will grow when they have the resources to grow. But when you don't get them the resources, we're here in a policy conference, and maybe I shouldn't say this, that we're not going to nonprofit our way out of these problems. Right? Yeah. We are not. We need good governance. We need businesses to act responsibly. And we need an informed public to put pressure on those things. Yeah. So for me, when I think about what policies, we first and foremost must establish that these resources, particularly in times of crisis or austerity, gets out equitably. Because this is what happens when either there's a big surge, the people with power go for it. And when there's austerity, the people in power say, oh, you have to give it to us because we're too big to fail. No. So for me, what I try to do with my work is give people the information so they can say, hey, where's my resources so my business, my home, my whatever can grow. So don't lose sight. This is about good governance, about equitable scoring, about making sure the people get what they deserve.
Did you want? Okay. One of the things, in hearing you, Dr. Perry, talking about when people get the resources, they grow, and we kind of think about this and looking at some of these questions. And before I turn it over to Hillary and Charity.
Can I just bring up one quote?
Go ahead.
I try to say this quote wherever I go, but my favorite quote in all the world comes from Thich Thich Nhat, a famous Vietnamese philosopher. He said, if you're growing a head of lettuce and the lettuce isn't growing, you don't blame the lettuce. You look to see if the soil's enriched. You look to see if it's getting sunlight. You look to see if it's getting rainwater. You never blame the lettuce. What we do, and particularly in black communities, when things aren't growing, we blame the lettuce. We've got to trust that when people are in environments that are conducive for growth,
yes, they will grow.
They grow, right? So let's work on the conditions. And in a political scene, we're constantly blaming the lettuce. We're blaming this person, blaming that person, and not focus on creating conditions.
Yes.
So for me, that's why we're here, to say, hey, here are the conditions we need, and hold government and corporate America accountable to making those conditions happen.
You know, Dr. Berry, you actually answered my question, right? My question to you.
I try to answer
all good. Throw that note card.
All good.
Get rid of it.
We were in symbiotic, right? Because my question to you was, can we not afford to do this, and what's at stake if we don't? And I think you brilliantly put it together. Hillary and Chair, I want to bring it back to you, you know, and particularly in the spirit of being hopeful, right? What makes you both hopeful and encouraged that we can band together across geography, racial, sectors, community, political lines, to truly create the Michigan we need to ensure that wide-reaching opportunity, again, equitable opportunity, and improved quality of life is reachable and attainable for Michiganders today and tomorrow? Because I know there are a number of Michiganders who saw the report and don't see themselves in that report. So what makes you hopeful and encouraged that we can actually get this done and actually build all those pieces together, informing the public, businesses and governance? What makes you both hopeful?
Yeah, do you want to go first?
Sure. I think what makes me hopeful is that I was around in 2020. If I think about March and April of 2020, we had no clue what was going on and what was before us, and it was a scary, scary time. A lot of uncertainty, and especially for Black folks, we were getting hit by the virus hardest and economically. And then if I look at where we are today, right? People came together, like hard times just show us who we are. They reveal what we already have. And in Michigan, especially being in Detroit at the time, we really led the country at how we dealt with this pandemic. Not just from a health perspective, but also like taking the racial equity thing head on. I mean, from the Lieutenant Governor's task force that happened immediately. And so if we look at what we've seen in the past 3 to 4 years, it's been phenomenal to see what actually could happen. And we came out of a scary place where we didn't know. There was no cars on the freeway. We had no idea when restaurants would be open again. And to see what we've been able to, the way we've been able to grow. And it's not been accidental, it's been intentional. And so what makes me hopeful is that if we keep that same intention, at every level of government, then we really can grow, and we really can do what it takes to help put a damper in this racial wealth gap.
Yeah, I similarly, I think that the thing that makes me most hopeful, honestly, are the people across the state who have showed up. People have so much to do with their time. People are not bored, you know? People have busy lives. In fact, I should have added this to my policy section, I suppose, but the thing I heard in communities across the state, really diverse communities, places, again, in the UP and in Detroit, were that, you know, the thing they needed the most help with was childcare and elder care. That was the most common response that we got. Talk about getting resources to folks when they need them in order to participate in the labor force, childcare and elder care. So that should have been on my top policy list. And we're seeing some movement on those things. Talk about a thing to be optimistic about, and it was in the report. So I do think that, you know, folks across the state have come out and showed up and spent their time with us, and that is such a gift. To go, you know, place to place and have packed rooms, standing room only, folks standing behind, waiting behind to talk to us afterwards and say, hey, how can I help you get this done. And that has been my consistent experience every place we've gone. And if it weren't, I wouldn't be as optimistic today as I was at the beginning, but it has been. And I think that's our only shot at this, is basically locking arms with each other and leveraging each other's strengths and talents and energy, and, you know, in like true community organizing spirit, you know, kind of stepping up and stepping back and letting each other take the ball, you know, from time to time. And that has absolutely been, you know, my experience. So I know we're at time. I'll leave you with like one quick anecdote or whatever, which is just that this time last year, the governor created this position, as you mentioned, and this council, and sort of kicked this all off. And one of our first public engagement efforts, we went to the UP, and in one of the first conversations I had, a gentleman said to me, "You can grow Michigan, but don't grow it here." That was like maybe the first thing someone said to me. Yeah. And I was like, this is going to be exciting. You know, and respect, you know, because he had a picture of what growth might have meant to me and didn't want it, which is fair. People should be able to determine, you know, what shape they want their community to take. But we'd signed up not to stump speech around the state, but to listen. So we sat there together and sat in it. That was the constraint for an hour, or whatever it was, you know? And by the end of that conversation, with a lot of listening, it was like, well, if growth means having enough, you know, folks in our community, ambulance drivers and volunteer firefighters and opportunities for my kids and grandkids to stay here and what have you, not just condos everywhere. All right, I'm in. Let's record direct-to-camera testimonials and get this thing done. And so I do think that's what it means. I think it means sitting together, doing a lot of listening, figuring out what growth means in unique ways to each other, building the state agenda when we can, building unique local agendas when we're able, and really trusting each other to do this work together. So I think that's why I'm optimistic.
No, I appreciate that as well, too. And as we wrap time, you know, just really enamored and really excited about how do we kind of get it done, right? And looking forward to actually looking towards the future. At the foundation, we talk about the future a lot. And the future should be much better for people who make this place home, and also those who are coming here as well, too. So I'd like to thank everyone here for being in attendance. Can we give our panelists a round of applause? Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
From Delta faucets to Behr paint, Masco Corporation is proud to deliver products that enhance the way consumers all over the world experience and enjoy their living spaces. Masco, serving Michigan communities since 1929.
Support also provided by the Cynthia and Edsel Ford Fund for Journalism at Detroit PBS.
DTE Foundation is a proud sponsor of Detroit PBS. Among the state's largest foundations committed to Michigan-focused giving, we support organizations that are doing exceptional work in our state. Learn more at dtefoundation.com.
We help organizations find their voices through what they do and who they impact. We are VVK PR and Creative, a Detroit agency telling the stories of critical issues affecting the big picture and the small moments. Stories at Skyline Heights and on-the-ground influence. We lead with relationships first, solutions always, and with diversity as our compass. VVK PR and Creative.
Nissan Foundation, and viewers like you.
Good morning and welcome to Detroit PBS's live coverage of the 2024 Mackinac Policy Conference. I am Zoe Clark, Political Director at Michigan Public, and I am thrilled to be back again this year, joining the One Detroit team live from Mackinac Island. This is our 14th year partnering with the Detroit Regional Chamber. The theme of the conference this year is Bridging the Future Together. Conversations are going to focus on attracting businesses and jobs, improving education outcomes to ensure workforce readiness, strengthening our infrastructure, and leading with innovation and equity. So let's get started. I am happy to welcome Zach Stanton, Deputy Editor of Playbook at Politico, Lauren Gibbons, Political Reporter at Bridge, Michigan, and Nancy Kaffer, Editorial Page Editor at the Detroit Free Press. Welcome, you three.
Thank you.
So good to have you here at the desk. Zach Stanton, yes. I have to start with you, mostly because you have traveled the farthest to get here. You are from Michigan originally, in D.C. with Politico. What brings you to the Mackinac Policy Conference?
Well, aside from general predilection towards masochism, I'm...
and all the fudge.
Yeah, and the fudge, yeah. There are so many political stories, and Michigan is the epicenter of so many of them this year.
Yeah.
You have the presidential race. Michigan is essential. It's a must-win state for Joe Biden. It's more or less a must-win state for Donald Trump as well. The U.S. Senate race that'll determine the majority in the chamber. You have 2 open House races that'll determine the majority in that chamber. And then when you look at the trends, whether it's with regards to a woman's right to choose, which is a pivotal issue in this election and was in the past election here in Michigan, Michigan tells us a lot about that. And it's going to tell us a lot about 2026 and about 2028. So I couldn't miss the opportunity to be here.
So, Lauren, that's sort of the scene from D.C. of Michigan. You, of course, are in Lansing, keeping an eye on the state legislature. Tell me about what you're thinking about vis-a-vis all things state politics up here at the conference this year.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also thinking about the federal races.
How can you not?
But I think a lot comes down to here in Michigan, what happens in 2025 and beyond really comes down to who controls the state house. It's a huge race, or rather races, that will decide the House majority. And that's something that I've been thinking about. You know, it is a very, very close race, however you cut it. Democrats are really trying to hold or make gains on that 2-seat majority, while Republicans really want the majority back, and they're fighting for it. You're seeing that in Oakland County. You're seeing that up north in Traverse City. There's several districts where it's close enough to be anyone's game, and I think that's something I'm really watching as we head into this election season.
Yeah. Nancy, from the Detroit Free Press, so you are keeping an eye on all things Detroit, the Metro Detroit region. What are you thinking and looking at while you're here at the conference this year?
Well, so a lot of what's going on here is about this year's elections,
yes.
And a lot of it's about what's going on in future years' elections, whether it's the 2025 mayoral race, the 2026 gubernatorial election, the 2028 presidential election even. It is, I'd say, the theme may not be elections, but the theme is elections and who's positioning and doing the things they need to do to be in place in those future cycles.
Yeah. So let's dig in a little bit to elections, but specifically democracy. The chamber, as often is the case before the conference, puts out a poll, sort of a wide-ranging, sometimes it's about the economy, infrastructure. This year, they asked specifically, though, a question about the state of our democracy. So this was a question among Michigan voters, somewhat eye-opening. So I want to read the exact number, and this was only 67% of respondents agreed that democracy is the best form of government, and only 49% strongly agree that democracy is the best form of government. Nancy, I got to ask, what do you make of these numbers?
It is really worrisome and depressing and shocking in a way that it really, I think, calls into question, the thing that defines America as a country. We have different races and ethnicities and countries of origin and people whose families have been here for 1 generation or 5 or 6 or 10 generations. But the thing that has always made us Americans together is our belief in democracy and this idea that this experiment that is the United States was the right thing to be doing and that we could work to form a more perfect union. And I realize I'm saying a lot of things that sound like hyperbole here, but it really is the soul of America. And for only 50% of people to say, slightly less than 50% of people to say that strongly agree that democracy is the best form of government, that should be just a huge alarm bell ringing. Now, I don't know what we do about that. I can't imagine anyone hearing that number and not being very alarmed and taking it seriously, but then where do you go from there, I think is a big question.
Yeah.
I wish I knew. I would tell you if I knew.
Zach, I'm curious. So again, this is among Michigan voters, but I'd love your perspective nationally. When you talk to your reporters, right, who are covering things all across the country, was that number shocking to you, or is this what you see sort of nationally right now?
It's not altogether surprising to me. It's one of those numbers that is sort of shocking but not surprising. And I think one of the difficulties with it, and you see this in poll after poll, where people question whether democracy is the best form of government or question the validity of democracy, you see different sides meaning different things with the same answer. So I have a lot of Republicans who think that democracy is on the ballot in 2024. They mean a very different thing by that than what Democrats mean when they say democracy is on the ballot in 2024. Where both sides seem to have an existential view of the stakes of this election. And if you're a Republican who has sort of followed Donald Trump down the rabbit hole of different election mistruths, then it's very easy to come to the conclusion that perhaps democracy isn't the best form of government because it's deprived us of Donald Trump. And the question, as Nancy alluded to, is how do you get back to some sort of common ground or even shared set of truths? And that's a vexing question that I think the media has yet to fully answer.
And I was fascinated, Lauren, by the fact that the chamber actually, with these results, sort of put out it's your job, folks who are at this conference, right? And it's not just politicians, it's business leaders, it's philanthropy, it's educators. You all need to be telling the story. It's not just lawmakers.
Right. It ultimately, the organizers of this conference are saying, it comes down to us to bridge this partisan divide, to make this something that we can work with and try to get through some of these problems. And it's a tough task to solve, right? If so many people are questioning the basic foundations of our society, where do we go from there? How do we bridge those gaps? I don't know that there's a great answer, but I guess we'll see if they make any progress, right?
So the problem with it being the responsibility of people at this conference to solve is that I'm going to guess 100% of people on this island right now believe that democracy is the best form of government. But the people who don't believe that are detached from traditional institutions. They don't feel represented in the government. They don't believe that the media tells them the truth. They're not listening to these institutional sources of information, which is a problem that's been growing since the George W. Bush presidency, when anonymous source we now know was Karl Rove told the New York Times Magazine that they were kind of done with the empirical reality-based community and would make their own reality, kind of expanded through the Trump administration. And then COVID, with all the conspiracy theories and disbelief about vaccines and what was happening, people have disengaged from traditional institutions that they used to trust for information. And I think if the folks in this hotel right now could fix this, I think they would. But the problem is the folks who need to hear about democracy, about institutions, aren't listening to institutions anymore.
Yeah. Well, and that's the work of this group here. But as you note, it's got to go beyond just this island, beyond just the waters of this island. Okay, Nancy Kaffer with the Detroit Free Press, Lauren Gibbons with Bridge, Michigan, Zach Stanton with Politico. We are happy to have you on the island, Michigan, getting some national love. Thank you so much for being here at the desk, and I'm looking forward to reading everything that all of you guys put out this week from the conference.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks so much.
Yeah. Okay, and we will be right back.
One Detroit is Detroit Public Television's commitment to pulling this community together by telling its story. We take the time to get face-to-face and really understand what the community needs are. Our hope is that we will be able to build understanding across multiple communities in a way that will help pull the region together and help us all find solutions.
Watch One Detroit, Thursdays at 7:30 p.m.
Universities, of course, have a big role in attracting jobs here in our state, keeping folks here in our state, growing the state's economy. So I'm super pleased to talk to two folks who have a big role in all things university here in the state of Michigan. University of Michigan President Santa Ono. So good to see you again here at the big desk.
Great to see you.
And we have a new face here in Michigan, the president of Michigan State University. It's so good to have you here, Kevin Guskowitz. Welcome.
Thank you. It's great to be be here.
I have to ask you, President Ono, last year it was your first time at this conference.
That's right.
I asked you how things were going. You were enjoying it.
Yeah.
What advice do you have for your fellow president?
Enjoy every day. It's a lot of fun. It's a great state to be in.
Yep. It's great.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the University Research Corridor. A new report just came out showing us sort of the economic impact that these universities, we should include Michigan State University as well, as your two universities are part of. President Ono, tell me a little bit about what the report showed economically.
It's extraordinary. Actually exceeds my expectations. As you know, we have a $24 billion impact on the state. The universities have almost $3 billion of research. The startup activity is enormous, and we have more employees than GM or Ford. And so I think that universities are going to be the spark plug for the economic engine for the state of Michigan.
So Kevin, you are new to Michigan. Tell me a little bit about when you heard about the University Research Corridor, what piqued your interest, and where do you want to see it go in the future?
So I'm on a 48-stop listening and learning tour on our campus, just about finished. I got about 6 stops left. I've done that all in about 12 weeks. And one of the questions I've asked each of the deans and senior leaders as I've been on that tour is, how can each of your colleges or schools on the campus contribute to the University Research Corridor in a partnership with the University of Michigan and Wayne State? Because we each bring some unique talent to this. We're focusing on 4 primary areas around artificial intelligence, sustainability, health sciences, and advanced manufacturing. And so I'm glad that we have 4 areas of focus right now. And so I'm excited about the ways in which we're going to contribute collaboratively with the 3 great research universities to have an influence and impact on the economy of Michigan.
Well, let's talk a little bit about that collaboration. Sometimes universities can be siloed, right? So talk to me about what it looks like aside from just, the corridor and having meetings. I mean, what does collaboration look like between these 3 universities when we're talking about this research?
I can tell you that over the past almost 2 years, the 3 institutions have really been working very hard to identify those areas of focus. And we have major grants now. For example, in the space grant that supports all of the universities in terms of artificial intelligence. And the ROI is already apparent. We're getting collaborative grants, and the magnitude of those grants is doubling almost every other year. And so I think it's going to double in AI in the next 3 or 4 years, and it's extraordinary. And that's going to be the economy of the future, and it requires that we work together, because no single institution has all of the research assets that are necessary to give back to the ecosystem. And I'm so excited about what's happening in Michigan.
Well, let's dig in a little bit to AI if we can. This is my, 14th Mackinac Policy Conference, and the first year that AI has actually been on the agenda, like an actual, speaker's item. Now, of course, this is not the first year that AI has been part of our conversation, but I think it's interesting that it's rising now to this level. Clearly, it is something that universities need to be thinking deeply about. President Guskowitz, let me start with you, whether it's URC research or how AI is impacting university life today.
I think when it first showed up, Zoe, a year and a half ago, people were, ChatGPT showed up, everybody, the faculty were out, many faculty were sort of like, we have to defend against this.
Sure.
It's going to create all sorts of challenges. How are students are they going to be using it inappropriately to help advance, their, in terms of how they're taking exams and writing papers? And I said, no. We have to embrace it. It's here to stay. It's not going anywhere. Let's find a way that we can use it for student success initiatives. Let's find a way that we can think about the jobs of the future, preparing our graduates for careers and jobs that don't even yet exist today. And so I'm proud of the way in which we're building it in. We're looking at a new initiative, at Michigan State, our Engineering and Digital Innovation Center, which is going to reimagine the way in which we prepare the future engineers that are going to be needed for those jobs and careers that don't even yet exist.
President
Ono? Be
Ono?
involved in almost every sector,
Wow.
whether it's education or whether it's healthcare. It's transforming the way we do business. It's not going to replace jobs. It's going to actually make jobs easier. It's going to enhance the quality of the experience for all workers across Michigan. It's going to position Michigan to be a national leader. Almost $400 million of research funding is coming into the state, and that's going to double in the next couple of years. And so it's exciting. It's going to be part of a sustainable future. It's going to be something that differentiates this state from other states around the union.
So what's the story then that we need to tell about Michigan vis-a-vis these jobs and future jobs, right? And we're going to get to talk a little bit about this later in the week, all of us. But I'm curious what more universities need to do to get folks at the table having these conversations. President Ono, I'll start with you.
What's remarkable right now is that the stars are aligning. I have never been in a state where the governor, the state legislatures, the mayors of the cities are all coming together. And we're developing plans together with business leaders of Michigan. The Grow Michigan Together Council has some bold recommendations that we're implementing. And so I'm really bullish about what's going to happen in the state of Michigan in the next 5 years.
Agreed, and I think those four areas, those four sectors that I mentioned earlier, that the University Research Corridors decided this is where we bring great expertise, and we're going to even be better when we collaborate more, and it's identifying ways that will attract new businesses and companies to the state of Michigan. That's going to help with the Grow Michigan Together initiative to help with population growth, and we want to be sure that I'm proud of the fact that we place so many of our graduates back in the state of Michigan to help drive the economy, and especially in the healthcare area. As you well know, that there's a shortage of healthcare providers, and the three universities among the University Research Corridor placed more graduates in those healthcare fields, especially in nursing, than any other state in the country.
Well, we've got about a minute or so left. I do want to talk very quickly about the Grow Michigan Together Council. President Ono, you were a part of the council. It, of course, sort of had this splashy debut last year.
Right.
I'm curious about what you see as the next step forward. Of course, recommendations came out in December. What's your role now moving forward? I mean, you brought in President Guskowitz, so we're +1 at least in terms of population now. I don't think that's going to be enough, though. So what's coming in the future here?
As you know, one of the key themes of those recommendations is that universities have to be the spark plugs. Yeah. And this is a special time. We have 3 university presidents that are working together collaboratively. It talks about what happened in Austin. It talks about what happened in Research Triangle Park. We have 3 dynamic Research One universities bringing in enormous amounts of funding. We are enhancing our technology transfer. We're going to work together so that roadmap, the Grow Michigan Together Council roadmap, becomes a reality.
Okay. Well, and we should note, I mean, this is the first time also that there's some stability and there aren't interim titles in front of some of these presidents' names. So it's going to be really interesting to watch. President Santa Ono of the University of Michigan, President Kevin Guskowitz of Michigan State University, your first conference. Welcome again, and thanks for the time.
Thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
And we'll be right back.
From Delta Faucets to Behr Paint, Masco Corporation is proud to deliver products that enhance the way consumers all over the world experience and enjoy their living spaces. Masco, serving Michigan communities since 1929.
DTE Foundation is a proud sponsor of Detroit PBS. Among the state's largest foundations committed to Michigan-focused giving, we support organizations that are doing exceptional work in our state. Learn more at dtefoundation.com.
We help organizations find their voices through what they do and who they impact. We are VVK PR and Creative, a Detroit agency telling the stories of critical issues affecting the big picture and the small moments. Stories at Skyline Heights and on-the-ground influence. We lead with relationships first, solutions always, and with diversity as our compass. VVK PR and Creative.
Live from the Mackinac Policy Conference, I am Zoe Clark with some startling new data from the University of Michigan. It shows that individuals experiencing homelessness rose 8% between 2021 and 2022. That means more than 32,000 Michiganders were without homes that year. Kelly Dobler is Chief Growth Officer at Samaritas. Good to see you again. And Monique Stanton is President and CEO of the Michigan League for Public Policy. So good to have you back at the desk.
Good to see you too, Zoe.
So Kelly, when you hear that homelessness rose 8%, were you surprised to hear that number? No. Tell me why.
child preparing for adulthood, aging out of the system, whether it's a family in crisis or a welcoming refugee. Housing is number one, and it's our most important social determinant of health. And when you have a state focused on population growth the way we do, and you're trying to retain and invite people in, and we don't have the housing inventory to accommodate that, those numbers don't surprise me at all. I expect that to continue to grow.
Yeah. Why did we see that increase, do you think, this year? I mean, what does that 8% tell us right now about what's going on in our state?
There's a lot of economic issues that are playing to that as well. We have to stabilize our workforces at the same time that we're seeing these housing crises or crises unfold. We need livable wages that allow you to enter into an affordable housing situation and sustain and thrive in that situation.
Monique, in a commentary this year, you wrote, living in poverty is not something that anyone chooses, but that poverty is a policy choice. What are some tools that policymakers, and I particularly think about this conference where you have them all on an island together, need to hear right now when we talk about affordable housing, when we talk about those who are unhoused?
Right. So one perfect example about how policy and poverty is a policy choice is the child tax credit. We increased the child federal tax credit during COVID. Childhood poverty was cut in half. We let that lapse, and big surprise, child poverty skyrocketed. And so there are significant policy choices that we make that make affordable housing more difficult. It's really a two-pronged issue. We have a supply issue. We have 40% of renters in Michigan have high housing burden costs, meaning the rent that they're paying is more than 30% of their total income. And we also have significant economic security issues. You know, we have high rates of poverty, and so people frankly can't afford the housing that's there in our state. And so we need to do things, one, to make the supply side more accessible through things like investments in the Community Housing Development Fund, as well as boosting economic security by boosting wages, addressing things like paid family leave, things that really make sure that a family has the resources, which is frankly cash, available to pay for housing.
Do you think policymakers, again, the stakeholders who can do something, deeply understand this issue? Do they understand what's going on?
I think so. So we've done a wide range of listening sessions across the state of Michigan. So it doesn't matter if we're in the city of Detroit, or if we're in Petoskey, or if we're in another rural community, or if we're in a suburban community. Housing comes up consistently as one of the primary concerns because people are getting priced out of the market. You know, specifically in vacation communities, you have high rates of rental properties, so the people working in the community can't afford to live there. In Detroit, you have issues with housing stock and just not enough affordable housing. So it's a very complicated issue. It's not one single policy choice, it's multiple policy choices.
Well, and to that point, Kelly, in a separate commentary you wrote this year, you noted that affordable housing is not a one-size-fits-all solution. Talk to me a little bit about that and all of the different then solutions that you have to think about and sort of the puzzle of putting them into place.
Yeah. Well, everybody's situation is so different. And Monique, some of the things you were just talking about, the different situations and families that we're working with as a state don't fit into that same type of affordable housing situation, whether it's multifamily or single family home, triplexes, duplexes, you know, and working with gentle density. It is very different depending on the family situations. And what we also know is it's not always just about housing. It's the housing and the resources that you can surround somebody with to make sure that they're on a road to self-sufficiency and have the independence and dignity of home ownership, or at least a comfortable housing situation if it is rental. But we're seeing, you know, family sizes are different. They used to be a 4.2 person average. Now it's 2.1. That by itself is going to greatly increase the need for affordable housing. And the other part that's surprising me is how many people don't understand who qualifies for affordable housing and what affordable housing is. It's not something that's concentrated poverty, which I hear on a regular basis. It's not at all. And when you're talking about average median incomes from 30% to 120%, that is a broad stroke of who qualifies. And so a campaign we're working on is Neighbors Not Numbers campaign to bring awareness to what affordable housing is, what it is not, Who qualifies? Because I think people would be surprised. It's your servers. It's your local bank teller. It's your parapro in your kid's school. It's a number of people that have an important role in society that impacts our daily lives that cannot afford affordable housing. I'll tell you, some of our youth that are aging out of care, or even my own children, I'll tell you, one of their top concerns is housing. 15, 16, 14-year-olds are worried about housing and being able to afford that when they enter their young adult years.
So we have 20% of youth between the ages of roughly 18 and I think 26 in Michigan that are living in poverty. And so it means they can't afford housing. And so then there's others that still may be above that poverty threshold, but are still really struggling to make ends meet. And when we link back to trying to grow Michigan's population, we really need to start first with the people that are here, making sure that they have good incomes, good paying jobs, and access to housing, and then we can build from there. If we address some of these really significant fundamentals in Michigan, it will ultimately, I think, make Michigan a more attractive state for young people and other people to come back to.
Well, and go ahead, Zoe.
No, please, Kelly, go.
Well, I should say, one of the things you asked earlier that piggybacking what you said is the creative ways to make affordable housing available. It can't just be on the current tools within MISHDA's tool belt, by way of example. It takes a while, to be able to do that. It doesn't always fit. We have to work with new developers. We have to bring new models online, like community land trusts that preserve affordable housing in perpetuity. And it's an investment in our communities and the people that live here. But Michigan, by way of example, there are 300 community land trusts across the country. Michigan is just now really starting to understand the power in preserving that affordable housing. And we need to be able to do that and work with developers that understand that. We have to work with the nonprofit organizations that can combine that mission piece with the development of housing. And it is going to have to take a collaborative effort to be able to understand that and then bring those online.
Monique, in about just the final minute that we have, I'm curious if there was one message that you had, one fix, a sort of magic wand. What would you ask for now?
I'm going to say there's two.
Fair enough.
We need to address supply. We need more good quality housing, both for rental and purchase. And purchase especially helps people build wealth, including generational wealth. And then two, we need to address economic security in Michigan and boosting incomes. We have too many people that are living in poverty or are making ALICE, so low income wages. They're working but can't make ends meet. We need to address those two issues, and they have to be done together, because we're not going to be able to get out of this without both.
Yeah, particularly as we talk about this goal of growing Michigan's population.
Absolutely.
If you're actually going to get people here and then want to stay, they need the jobs, they need places to live.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Monique Stanton, thank you so much. Kelly Dobner, as always, really appreciate your time.
Appreciate being here. Thanks, Zoe.
We are now going back to the session, The Power of Place, Shaping Who We Are and Building Our Future.
Distinguished guests, this session, The Power of Place, Shaping Who We Are and Building Our Future, is hosted by the Kresge Foundation.
A place that plants strong seeds, shapes and defines its future without fear. There is a rush, an urgency blooming in the heart of our city. A wild seed, disguised as a paintbrush, a keyboard, or a film camera, planted in our rich Midwest clay, now thriving, expanding its reach far beyond the surface. We are the beneficiaries, artists who collage, stain glass, and sew community, build and imagine and dream far beyond expectation. The brick and mortar strength of Marygrove, the pride and growth toward the east, alive on Jefferson and Chalmers. From Bagley to Southwest, we barbers, runners along an international riverfront. Poetry in our drive, our walk, our black bottom stories. This is salt work, life work, passed down gift. It's in the undertow. It's in the sowing inside the earth so the new crop flourishes. It's a respect for culture and a call to action. We recognize trailblazers and push them into the beautiful new. Welcome to our centennial. We're just getting started. as we honor Gilda Snowden. United we stand proudly in the Amazon shadow of Charles McGee, a concert of colors, a parade of Deshaun Jones and Chris Johnson notes. We are a bustling people's food co-op, highways, our art district, the right, the DIA, our libraries, the new center and avenue of fashion, the way we eat together, the way we generate love, and pass down our canvas complex stories to the next generation. What a rich soil we water. Our youth, our elders, our legends, our millennials, our creatives, with heavy roots. Ha, wild seeds, as vast as the stars. Welcome to our centennial. We're just getting started.
Please welcome Managing Director of Detroit Program for the Kresge Foundation, Wendy Lewis Jackson.
Good morning, everyone. I'm coming apart at the seams here, just a sec. So, welcome, and I hope you enjoyed our debut of our centennial video. You might have noticed we're having a birthday at the Kresge Foundation. We're turning 100. And so this session is extremely fitting for how we're thinking about, our current work, but also the work of where we're headed in the future as a foundation, and particularly our work in Detroit. And so I'm really excited to have you all join us for this conversation. It should be lively, it should be provocative on the power of place. We've had many conversations here at Mackinac about investment in our places, in our cities, but this session today is really about how do we extremely and forcefully walk the talk. And what we're going to talk about is, how do we think about prioritizing place as a key imperative for our state's future? And this session is really going to focus on how it is imperative for us to think about investments in place and putting together the kind of civic infrastructure, financial infrastructure, and educational infrastructure that is going to be needed, and having the courage to do so as a state in order to retain and grow our population. So I hope that you will be encouraged by what you hear from our amazing panelists, but also it's going to be a call to action this morning. And how do we take the conversation that we're having and really apply it to our policy work, our investment work as philanthropy, the work of the business community, and other civic leaders. So let me get right to it and introduce our incredible panel and have them come up while we're doing this. So first, please welcome Stephen Henderson, who will be serving as our moderator today. And then we're extremely honored and thrilled to have Valerie Jarrett join us. Valerie is the CEO of the Obama Foundation and has also served as senior advisor to President Obama in the White House. So Valerie, welcome. Anika Goss, who is the CEO of Detroit Future City, will come to the stage. And Anika and I, we did not plan this color coordination, and I will not be doing the step show this morning. Anika might be able to do it. And then please welcome Andre Perry with the Brookings Institution as well. So thanks again, and Stephen, I'll turn it over to you while I make my way to my seat.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I know, it's complicated.
Okay. That's right.
So I want to, of course, welcome our panelists. But before we get started, I want
say something quickly about the idea of place and its importance. I think it's impossible to talk about place or to think about place, especially in a city like Detroit, without thinking about the people who inhabit that place, who make up that place, and who depend on the kind of civic infrastructure we're talking about to make their lives successful. So hopefully we will be able to talk an awful lot about people as well as place. But I want to start with this phrase, civic infrastructure. It's a great phrase in a lot of ways, and for nerds like me who sit around thinking about policy all the time, it's a very handy phrase. But I want to give a more, I think, specific kind of explanation and understanding of what we're talking about when we say something like civic infrastructure. So I want to start there with you, Valerie. When you think of that phrase, what comes to mind?
Well, first of all, good morning, everyone. This is my first trip to Mackinac, and I couldn't be happier, and I'm kind of trying to figure out why it took me so long to get here. But anyway, I'm delighted to be with you all here. And you mentioned that phrase to me as we were in the back of the room, and I had never heard of it before, but the first thing that came to my mind was a story about Detroit. And so when Detroit really hit the bottom of its financial challenges, we had a meeting in the White House. And the people who showed up represented the civic infrastructure of the city. So we had the entire delegation that represented Detroit from the members of Congress. We had people from the philanthropic community, so Rip was there. We had Dan Gilbert. We had members who were just kind of grassroots leaders, all who were completely committed to rejuvenating Detroit. And the governor had me on speed dial. He called all the time. And I remember when I left that meeting, I thought, they have the infrastructure that it takes to come up with a comprehensive plan for how to rebuild Detroit. And if you look at Detroit today, it has come back. And it's the people that make up the civic infrastructure and who are willing to get on a plane and fly to Washington to make a personal commitment to the President of the United States that they were not going to let Detroit fail. So that's one definition close to home.
Yeah, Anika?
I think the way I would want to think about civic infrastructure is more in the context of why we choose to live in a specific place. And in Detroit, the equity gaps still exist, particularly in the effort to create a middle-class lifestyle for you and your family. And you're having to make choices to live someplace that's more affordable, where the schools are better, that's closer to a higher paying job. And you're having to make these decisions to live in places where you don't have your own, where you're not building a civic infrastructure. You're making choices because these are the things that you feel like are the essentials, the amenities that you can't live without in order to either raise a family or have the kind of quality of life. And I want to remind us that in Detroit, 26% of households are middle class, as opposed to 39% of households in the region. And if you look at all of the region in its entirety makes up 692 census tracts, and 51% of those are considered middle-class places, meaning that more than 50% of the area of the household income is making more than $50,000 or $52,000 a year, and only 15 out of 692 census tracts are in Detroit. So, but our population just grew. Right? We're all excited about that. That's worth a pause. Has happened in 60 years. But I feel like there's a challenge for us, and then I'm going to stop talking and move on.
That's okay.
There's a challenge for us in that, because while the population has lost, we have continued to decline in Black population. We've continued to decline, losing Black households to the suburbs, middle-class Black households. And for the first time ever, we're losing Latino households. We saw a drop in the Latino population, according to the ACS estimate. And so the only population that's growing, thank you, white people, for moving to Detroit. However, they're only moving to the neighborhoods that are stable and where there is the highest level investment, where there is civic infrastructure. So I feel like if we're going to take on this civic infrastructure framework, we have a lot of work to do in order to build that civic infrastructure in Detroit and in the region.
I love having Anika on panels because she says all the things that I would say, and then I don't have to say them.
Okay, sorry.
Andre.
Yeah, first of all, thanks for having me. It's great to be in a packed room. But civic infrastructure is one of those terms that either a philanthropic organization or a think tank made up. And sometimes, right, it's probably from the Brookings Institution. I mean, seriously,
I was going to say.
We talk about it in the hallways all the time. But it really represents the civic organizations that organize the way we live. They have the capacity to bring in the resources and distribute resources in ways that sustains or grows the community. So when you think of that civic infrastructure, think about the chambers of commerce, think about the city council, think about the library system, the school system. And we generally think about those things. But also think about those institutions that if you ask a resident, why do you stay here? Mm-hmm. It's good getting to, and then you're including those daycare centers. Mm-hmm. Then you're including the gypsy cab service you may have. There are organizations in all of our communities that make them work and grow and sustain themselves. Now, why this is tricky is because there's power dynamics in civic infrastructure that can limit and restrict resources so that some areas of the city can grow or not. And in addition, there are some places that simply do not have the civic infrastructure needed. You seen this during the pandemic, where we're trying, like when PPP loans were distributed. Were there financial institutions in proximity to the people who need it? Not in all places. So think about the word civic organizations, infrastructure, meaning sort of the brick and mortar, sort of the plumbing necessary for those things to operate. And what you have are the organizations that organize our lives.
Mm. Yeah. Wendy?
I come at it from, like we've all been talking about, from the idea of people in place and what is needed to bridge those two things together. But even at a deeper level, I think about civic infrastructure through the eyes of a child. Mm. And what it means to be able to grow up, particularly in a neighborhood within our cities, and what are the things that are absolutely critical that we invest in order to provide that good plumbing, that connectivity. So it's more than just bricks and mortar. It is how we think about investments in education, how we think about investments in public space, housing, all of those sectors that really need to come together, not only bridge, but also braid in a way that provides greater opportunity for young people and families. And so if we come at it, again, through the eyes of a child and think about how are we truly investing, how are we truly lifting up policies that support what is needed in our communities to make them stronger and continue to focus on population growth, I think that our policy conversations will need to change pretty significantly.
Yeah, yeah. So I want to drill down on Detroit for just a minute and talk about our civic infrastructure, how we're doing with that, and where the gaps are. And so I'm going to come back to you first, Anika, to talk about the things that you see working, not working, and the opportunities to move more in the right direction?
Yeah. So I think, one of the things that I feel like has a lot of promise, and I want to tee you up for this, Dr. Andre, is the Strategic Neighborhood Fund. And the reason that I want to focus on that is I believe the Livernois 6 Mile area is probably, and if those of you who are not familiar, this is an area that has historically been majority Black. And in the 50s, 60s, and up until the 70s was a thriving business district that was bordered by 2 universities and a private school. It's 5 neighborhoods that range from multi-million-dollar mansions. I'm assuming they were multi-million-dollar at one time. I don't know if they are now, but very large homes to very modest homes. This is all one neighborhood, right? Maybe 3 census tracts? Maybe a little more. More. But anyway, over time, there's been $260 million of investment in this area. And Andre and his team, the Brookings Institution, focused on whether or not the neighborhood was able to gentrify. And were they losing the demography there? I believe they didn't, and I think you all proved that it didn't. And I think what's so important about that civic infrastructure point is that in other neighborhoods where we have seen, that are SNF, those early SNF neighborhoods where we didn't take the time to make sure there were Black-owned businesses, where we didn't take the time to make sure that the housing was intact and reflected the neighborhood that existed, and that the schools were also connected to that investment because we were making this kind of investment for the first time. You didn't see that. These neighborhoods are beginning to gentrify. The demographic looks different, the income is different, the neighborhood feels different. And I feel like that one single initiative could be replicated, especially there's an opportunity now that they're going to do it again to advance that same model.
I want to give Dr. Perry a chance to talk about his research in that area, but it seems to me that one of the things you're saying, Anika, is that civic infrastructure is kind of a start, but you have to go beyond that in order to make sure that people aren't moved out and people are included.
Well, so we did an analysis where we looked at and measured the population over the last 20 years in the Livernois 6 Mile area of Detroit. And we looked at the level of investment over that time, and we saw a large level of investment, particularly over the last, since 2015 or so. And typically that foreshadows some displacement. But what we saw in terms of home prices are relatively going up in a modest pace. Education is going up at a modest pace. The Black population is pretty stable. There's only been an uptick, a small uptick in the white community in the university district for the most part. And what that tells me is that you do have healthy infrastructure and appropriate investments in it. I think the difference between that area of Detroit and others, and we can talk about Chicago, we can talk about lots of places because lots of cities are dealing with this problem. We need development. I just want to be clear about this. We need investments in communities. Most of you know me through my work on housing devaluation, and we know that policies and practices have robbed Black communities in particular of the resources that they use on their own to thrive. So we need that equity in our communities, and we need development. With that said, if you're not going to invest in the people who are the civic infrastructure in the place, you eventually will get that gentrification. And what I saw during that period is direct investments in the developers who actually live in the community, the business owners who actually live in the community. When you see that level of investment, now, mind you, the story's not completely written. We're not seeing displacement right now. But what it tells me, if we continue to have a focus, a very clear focus on giving the communities what they need in terms of the landscaping, the streetscapes, the parking, investing in new facades, investing in new property owners. But by the way, black people represent about 14% of the population, but only 2% of employer firms. And so we need to scale that up. One of the ways to scale that up is to make sure that there's new ownership of commercial property. 80% of all commercial property is owned by the top 1% of families. And so when I can go to any block and one or two people own most all of the commercial real estate. We've got to get more diversity in that mix. So for me, what I saw in this one community is a foundation contributing, but more importantly, banks lending loans for businesses. For home ownership. That's the real infrastructure. I say this all the time, we're not going to nonprofit our way out of these problems, right? Like, you can clap that up, right? I mean, I love Kresge. Kresge support.
I was gonna say, I don't know.
That wonderful.
I don't know.
But with that
know
said,
your audience on it.
Support. But with that said, we need banks to work for the people in their communities. We need home ownership to work in the community. That's your civic engine. When those things happen, you know you have a healthy infrastructure.
Yeah. Wendy, philanthropy has played such an important part in changing place and civic infrastructure in Detroit. What's your reaction to the things that Andre and others have said?
No, I think that philanthropy has to be a part of the equation. If we've proved anything in the city, it's that for sure. But it's being a part of the equation to come at these issues with intention and making sure that we're setting tables that change the conditions for the kinds of changes that we're starting to see in that particular part of the city, but also other parts of the city. And that's been increasingly the story of philanthropy in cities across this country, that role of bringing the civic leaders to the table. And when I say leaders, I'm actually talking about residents that live in these communities and know what they need, what they want to see happen in terms of investment and housing and schools, and making sure that their voice is front and center in the process of change, and making sure that they are an equal part of all the other actors that are coming together to make sure that we have the kind of infrastructure that we need in these communities. So yes, philanthropy is an important part, and the role that we play is a little different, but you do have to have, at the end of the day, private sector investment and public sector investment. And it has to be coordinated, and it has to be brought to the table in a way that I think leverages other resources, particularly philanthropic resources. Yeah. And we've been underinvesting as a state in our cities and in our places.
Yeah. Valerie, in some ways, I think about the Obama years as a return, I guess, or a refocus on the power of government to build things like civic infrastructure, to invest in some of these things after a pretty long period of the opposite. And then, of course, in the years since, we've seen a real retreat from that. You're now in the philanthropic sector. I wonder if you can give us a sense of what you feel was accomplished by the Obama administration in this space, and then what we've lost, I guess, since then.
Well, let me go back a little further, if you'll indulge me. 30 years ago, I was a commissioner of planning and development for the city of Chicago. And I had grown up in a community in Chicago, Hyde Park, Kenwood, that had a very strong civic infrastructure. Big employer, University of Chicago and the Medical Center, vibrant community organizations, engaged citizenry, strong local elected officials. I mean, the ingredients that you, open space, good schools, a community that people would choose to live in if they had alternatives. This would be a neighborhood of choice. Immediately adjacent to a neighborhood that was predominantly low income, Black, lots of vacant land from buildings that have been demolished, boarded up buildings, high crime rate, poor schools. And I started to think, well, what do we do to rebuild that infrastructure? And one of my observations, other than that I would never ever work for the federal government because I didn't think they understood how to rebuild communities, so never say that. But our approach wasn't from a programmatic approach. It was listening first to the people who live in the community. And the MacArthur Foundation gave us a grant to do a community planning exercise. And it was excruciatingly painful because what I realized after the first meeting is that the community didn't agree on their vision for the community. But they kept showing up. And this very strong community-based organization brought people together, and they had charrettes and they had designs. And when it was finished, what they wanted was just what every community wanted. They wanted affordable housing. They wanted to attract new housing so there was market rate opportunities for people upwardly mobile. They wanted jobs, open space for their kids to play, grocery stores where they didn't have to worry about food deserts. And we took this incredible asset of vacant land and made it available for $1 to bring down the cost so we could have more affordable housing. And then that allowed us to take the market rate housing where they paid for the land at market value and use it to subsidize. And so the city was there to help fulfill the dreams of the people on the ground. And if I were to drive around Chicago today, I would say the cities that have had long-term sustainable progress are the ones where you had community-based organizations and strong local elected leaders who were forcing the government to pay attention to their needs and figuring out how to take this myriad of programs and tailor them, and to not look at it in kind of the narrow silos that oftentimes government does, but look at it from the view of the person who wants to live there and raise their children there. And when you do it that way and you have a place-based strategy that is holistic, you're looking at not just the capital needs of the community, but what are the human needs of the community? What do the schools look like? What are the opportunities for children to thrive and grow and be safe as they are playing in their communities? And when I drive around, the ones that had those ingredients are the ones that have vastly improved today. Now, is there blowback? Do they gentrify in some cases? Does the government not quite calibrate correctly? Inevitably, that's the case. But if you ask the people who live there, are you better off today than you were back then, 30 years ago, they would say yes. Now, it took a long time, and that's the other thing I think that sometimes we don't realize that these kind of changes don't happen overnight, because if they do, then people feel completely shaken up. There's nothing more important to you than the place where you live. And so when you ask about the Obama administration, we tried to take the lessons that President Obama learned as a community organizer and as a state senator, and then working in the US Senate from the federal perspective, and shake up the federal government so it would be a partner to help fulfill and leverage. And I look at government as like priming the pump. They are in there with the initial dollars to help get things jump-started that the private sector has chosen not to do. And then to create the kind of certainty that it's going to get this level of funding so that you can bring in and leverage those private dollars so the banks are willing to lend in the community. And then government should get out of the way and let the people fulfill their dreams. And that was the approach that we tried to bring to the federal government. But we believe that our cities are the economic engine of our country, and that we have to invest in them, and that is not charity, that is an investment, where you are going to get a return on that investment. And I think some of that passion for cities evaporated when President Obama left office, and we're trying to get that back again. But it does, I guess the point I really want to emphasize is the lesson I learned on the ground is do listen to the people that you are there to help, and don't come in with your preconceived notions of what's good for them. They actually know what they want.
Yeah.
You know, can I
go ahead?
Just to illustrate something, I'm always reminded. I mean, everything starts local, good and bad. From a bad illustration, redlining, for instance, started in Baltimore. Mayor Barry Mahul wanted to isolate the black community. And so, because people have this misconception that redlining kind of started at the federal level. No. It was codified and resourced by the federal government, and it worked its way up. Now, I always, when you look at the impact of redlining for generations, I use that as a lesson. And this is where philanthropy has a role. We need to demonstrate, instead of policies and practices that are exclusionary, ones that are inclusive in nature. And then we need government to codify and resource them. There are still ideas at the local level that can be as impactful in a positive way as redlining. They are in Detroit, they're in Chicago, they're in Wilkinsburg, Pennsylvania, where I was raised. There are answers, but we need to resource them and eventually get them codified and then resourced at the federal level. Because right now, they're in the two critical areas of wealth creation. For the most part, I mean, the largest is the stock market, but we can talk about that and those disparities and wealth gaps as a result of stock market disparity. But if you're not talking about housing and business development, then you're not talking about growing our communities. Right now, there's no housing policy at the federal level, right? And even when we're talking about development, it's really for rental property development. We need to figure out a way to create a new generation of owners. And we need to build properties, and we don't have those resources. And so for me, a forward-looking vision is to figure out ways, hey, how can we get these special purpose credit programs that don't require a down payment in communities, targeted in the neighborhoods that we see some promise? How can we get more commercial corridors refurbished and get new owners? How can we scale up these founders? And by the way, I think there's a lot of good discussion of starting a business. We need much bigger discussion about acquiring and scaling our firms. We need that kind of and that's a role for philanthropy. We can demonstrate what can happen. But we absolutely need government, at the federal level, state level. We're here in Mackinac Policy Conference, state government, and our big corporations to resource these ideas so that they can scale.
I want to go back to the growth question. Nika, you brought up the fact that Detroit is growing again for the first time since 1957, which is longer than I have been alive and longer than many of us have been alive, and that it is good news. But again, when you dig down beneath that number and look at what's actually happening, I had a conversation with the mayor this morning who talked about the number of black families who moved out of Detroit in the decade before this. Is growth the key to some of what we're talking about here? Is it necessary? And what kind of growth are we looking for? You talked about the growth from new, younger, whiter, wealthier residents. How do we grow different populations? How do we attract people back to the city who've left because they feel like there's nothing here for them?
Yeah. And not only nothing for them, I mean, one of the things that we've been internally talking about at Detroit Future City is when a neighborhood becomes untenable to live in, meaning there is so much blight, there is so much disinvestment, there is either real or perception of crime, and there are no schools, those neighborhoods will gentrify by just because they look so bad, right? It's probably one of the few areas in the country where, because it's not, we haven't studied it in the community development sector the same way, but it is a form of gentrification. And really thinking about what does it require to change a neighborhood to make it more attractive for a multitude of different kinds of households. You have to think about, this is where place really comes in. Mm-hmm. It doesn't, I think oftentimes, especially in major cities, our standard of excellence ends up being that white middle class suburb. I haven't made it until I have a garage in the front of my house and a yard. And in fact, there might be a lot of different ways to create thriving, resilient, beautiful neighborhoods. Maybe they're dense, maybe they're low dense and have large scale green. Maybe they have some sort of green stormwater infrastructure. Maybe they have a number of trees. There's an orchard in the middle of the neighborhood. There are a number of ways that you can create a neighborhood that feels like it is connected, that offers different kinds of amenities to attract a variety. First of all, before you even get into growth, we got to get people to stay. Mm-hmm. And so in order to do that, you have to have those kinds of neighborhoods that would allow people to stay. One of the things that I think, one of the reasons I think this is so important is because I think we often think about Detroit versus region, mostly because I talk about it that way, and I talk a lot, that we think Detroit versus the rest of the region. But economies are regional, right? Economic development is regional. And so we should be thinking about our communities in Detroit and the people who live there as everyone that is a Detroiter right now and could be a Detroiter. It should be fairly and fully participating in the regional economy. And if they are not, then we are failing as a region. And I feel like that should be the goal. You should live here. There should be every opportunity to live here as there is everywhere else. And I feel like we don't make that shift.
Yeah. Wendy, Kresge has done a number of really interesting things in the city to try to foster growth, to try to create the conditions for growth. I'm thinking here in particular about the investment at Marygrove and the neighborhood around that. How long do we anticipate that takes to actually work in the way that we want it to? And not that it hasn't been successful, but I mean, it does seem like we're still so far from what we all might imagine is possible.
Well, I think the timescale question is really important, and to come at it in increments. And what Valerie said around the work in Chicago with the MacArthur Foundation and the community plans, which is work that we looked at at the Kresge Foundation at least when I first arrived. And we're talking about 10, 20 years. Decades. Mm-hmm. And we have to be honest about that. Change is not going to happen overnight, but we can have toll gates and benchmarks that, for residents in particular, can see progress. And at times you need to, and this is where philanthropy is really important, because in many ways we can make those big catalytic investments in neighborhoods that start to signal for residents and community that certain changes are underway. So with our Marygrove project, for example, that's a really good one, because that was kind of our way to begin to signal with a number of different partners that we can bring a new educational model to a neighborhood that has implications for the entire city in the way that we think about neighborhood schools. But we're only, I don't know, my clock started a lot earlier with that project, so I don't know, probably only 5 years in, but when we first started talking about it at the foundation, it was probably a decade ago. So, examples like that, but and
it's not just Marygrove. I mean, there's a lot going on in the neighborhood around it that Kresge is supporting as well.
Yeah, and I think that's at least how we've been thinking so much about our work at Kresge in Detroit and the other cities where we work across the country is, how do you pull these threads together to make change in place? And whether it's the educational system and how it connects to the open space system, how do we think about economic development, small business development? It has to be, to Valerie's point, holistic. You can't come at one without the other. And to Anika's point, and I don't know, it may be a little different from how you're thinking about it, but we've always come at our work in Detroit and probably the other communities where we work as well, that yes, we're part of a region, but Detroit has to be the #1 job center in that region. And so it's just a little different frame.
Yeah. What? You can clap.
Go ahead.
Clap it up. But I love this quote, and I use it like it keeps my teeth white. But Tic Tac Non said that if you're growing a head of lettuce and the lettuce isn't growing, you don't blame the lettuce. You look to see if the soil's enriched. You look to see if it's getting sunlight. You look to see if it's getting water. The reason why I say that Kresge, the state, can have an initiative, say we're going, or Detroit Future City can have an initiative, we're going to grow this neighborhood. And then it becomes, is it working? Is it working? We got to focus on the conditions. When in particular when it comes to black communities, when things aren't growing, we blame black people, right? But we also will blame this governor or this foundation. You can't blame the lettuce. You have to look at the rainwater, the soil, the sunlight, the housing, the workforce development, the schools. Focus on those things. You will get growth, right? You will get growth. But what you cannot do, particularly in its it's always in fashion during political season to point fingers, to say, you didn't do this or you didn't do that. Conferences like this must be focused on a policy agenda that extends beyond a political season.
Right.
Have to. About creating the conditions for growth, period.
Yeah. Valerie, this gets to how hard this is to do, and part of it is about that alignment, right? The alignment of more than just philanthropy, the alignment of more than just government, the alignment of more than just business. It gets to what Andre's saying about reshaping the conditions that create the spaces we all live in.
And recognizing that does not happen overnight. And I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, one of the ways in which foundations can be helpful is coming in a sense, your neutral player, and bring people to the table who are the stakeholders and who have the resources that you want to attract to a place. And I think and recognize that the horizon can't be measuring success over a 6-month or a 1-year interval. And so be clear up front about what the expectations are and what is necessary, to your point, to get that soil going in the right direction. And I think that everybody has an appropriate role to play in this. And one thing that I've been sitting here thinking that we haven't talked about that concerns me about the future, and look, I spend my day with young people who are part of the Obama Foundation Leadership Program, and these are superstars, and they are going to change the world. But the world is a very different place today than it was, say, 15, 20, 30 years ago when some of us started this work. And their definition of place is different. I mean, their definition of place is the community they create on the palm of their hand. Whereas in my neighborhood, when I grew up, if I went to the local grocery store and acted up, my mother heard about it before I got home. Why is that? Because she knew the people who were working in the grocery store. Now you order online, you never have to see the people who are in your own community. You don't have to know your neighbors. And unless people are rooted in this sense of place that's physical and geographic, it's much harder to get them to feel this sense of responsibility or even commitment to their community, because their community is virtual. And so part of what we try to do at the foundation is to get back to that grassroots organizing where you do define place by where you live and where you work, and that there is benefit to being together in physical space, just as we are today. To those of you who are watching online, I'm sure it's a great experience. I promise you it feels different in this room. And I worry that this younger generation is losing that texture, and many of them who came of age during COVID didn't develop kind of the social infrastructure skills that you need to develop a sense of empathy. And part of what makes these communities weave together is a sense of mutual accountability and responsibility and love and caring and kindness. And that gets lost in the ether.
It does.
And so figuring out as we rebuild communities how to make it relevant to young people so that they too will put down some roots and not simply live virtually.
Yeah. So this is my 17th year here on Mackinac.
I'm jealous.
No, you really shouldn't be.
Right.
And you know, we have a lot of these conversations multiple times. I feel like I've been here before.
On this panel.
On this panel. With Anika. But one of the things that's always kind of dispirited me a little about this is that we talk about these things in the frame of problems and challenges, and we don't talk about them enough in the frame of opportunities or hope. So I want to give each of you just a little bit of time to talk about something that you see that gives you hope about what we're doing in Detroit and framing place, or an opportunity that you think we could jump on that maybe we're not.
You know, because I have a new report that was released yesterday, assessing the quality of life of Black majority places. We released it. Brookings Institution released it yesterday, and the point of this exercise was to compare Black places to Black places against the state to find the majority Black places that are exceeding state averages. The reason why we are doing this is twofold. One, if you always focus on disparity, you'll never get to investment. No one invests in problems. No one invests in problems. You invest in strength. The other piece of this, we have to find the things that are working. When you, and not to get too methodological, but when you look at things in the aggregate, knowing the wealth divides and the history, if you only look at the Black-white disparities in the aggregate, it masks all the other positive things that are happening at the local level. This is why place matters, because you can actually detect the growth at a neighborhood level. Even at a city level, there are positive things that are happening in Grand Rapids. There are positive things that are happening in some of the suburbs of Detroit, in Black majority places. There are positive things that are happening in Kalamazoo, but we don't focus on that. And trust me, I come to Detroit a little too much, but every time I come here, there's such a focus on what's wrong. And all I see is this talent. I'm like, no, you got to start, and I'm not, and I say this all the time, I am not the economic development person that is like, we're doing everything right. Everything is great. No. But if you don't reward and acknowledge the people who are actually making the city better, you're never going to get the investment to scale and to codify. So for me, we have got to acknowledge there are assets, there's strength in these communities that we need to reward and resource.
Wendy?
I think similarly, we look at the assets in communities in our work at the foundation and invest significantly. And one of the things I'm extremely hopeful for right now in the city is the conversation around education. Our work at the Marygrove campus, which is, for those of you that don't know, is about investing in Detroit's first P through 20 educational model in the city. So what would it look like to have a neighborhood school system again that is focused on prenatal all the way to and through college, is resulting in a significant set of conversations about how do we think about education more holistically, not just on this campus, but across the city, and how we do that in a partnership model. We've kind of come at education where it's the school system's job alone, and we know that that is not the case. It really does take the school system working hand in hand with the early childhood system and the higher education system, and coming at education much more holistically and focused on the whole child and family. And that is starting to happen in our city. And so I'm very encouraged and hopeful about the conversation ahead around education. And even here on the island, the work that's being done to have, I think, a very candid conversation about investment in education. That is starting to continue to take hold as well.
Valerie?
Well, I'm not from Detroit. I did go to Michigan for law school. Go Blue.
Go Blue.
But when I was in law school, it would really never occur to us to go to Detroit for anything. Once, when the Ren Center opened, we went down there to take a look at it. But that was about it. But I want to say to you who are from this area that your reputation outside of Detroit is really good right now. People say Detroit is the poster child for the city that's coming back. And that's what people are saying about you. And so I think it's good for you to start thinking about yourselves in that same vein and do accentuate the positive. And I think part of what we try to train our young leaders to recognize is, what are the assets? Yes, there are problems, but what are the assets? And sell the assets. And be mindful, don't be Pollyanna about it, but look at the assets and try to help generate this next generation of leaders who are empathetic, who are resilient, who do understand that it doesn't happen overnight the way they get information in the palm of their hand overnight. Change doesn't happen overnight. We were a lot about change and hope, so you're right in my sweet spot here. But the more you feel enthusiastic and passionate about your place, and the best ambassadors are the people who live there. But I just say to you right now, if you talk to people around the country, though, and part of it is you've got a business leader in Jamie Dimon who chose to invest a whole lot of money in Detroit. And he talks about it all the time. Why? Because he wants his investment to be a success. And he recognizes that he has to talk it up in order for other people to come in and invest. And so my hope for you who are from the area, the region, is to recognize what a jewel you have. With potential.
I would piggyback on that. Also, the importance of us telling our story, telling our own story. And this is not a panel about media, but we have a challenge with that too right now, making sure that we can tell Detroit's story locally and nationally, and we are the best people to tell that story. Go ahead, Anika.
Well, I just, in this, not to bring everybody down, but.
I just told you.
I
Hope
don't know what you expect from me.
Just say something positive.
This might be your last year on this.
One of the things that actually gives me hope is it's actually a problem. But it's a problem that is happening in so many different communities. There is such an opportunity to bring us all together around it, that it could be a galvanizing moment. So this idea of tangled title or heirs property. And it's one of my favorite things to talk about, quite honestly, because it affects people at all levels of income. And in Detroit, the average home that falls into that tangle, and basically what it is that your grandmother has a home, she left it to your mother, according to your mother, but not actually, there's nothing on record, right? Like there's no deed of that. And your cousin is now living in that home and decides to try to sell the home, and turns out somebody actually bought the home at auction because they don't own it. That problem happens in Detroit. It's happening to 5,500 homes. It's worth about $300 million worth of real estate. But what we also learned is that this same issue is happening in rural communities across the state. And it's happening in native tribal land. So this one issue that is solvable, we can invest in, can also bring us all together as an entire state. How do we protect our assets? How do we protect our wealth? How do we create generational wealth in very, very different kinds of communities and grow us all together? See, I did it.
Yeah, no, yeah, that's right. I was a little worried, but you came through. All right, I want to thank our panel, Wendy, Dr. Perry, Anika, and of course, Valerie Jarrett. Thanks so much for being here.
Thank you.
This was good.
Good to see you.
It was a good conversation.
This was a lot of fun.
Thank you.
Distinguished guests, please make your way to the theater for the next session.
It's been my honor to lead Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan for nearly 20 years.
You're watching live coverage of the Mackinac Policy Conference, the 2024 conference here on Mackinac Island. I am Zoe Clark, Political Director at Michigan Public. We are heading now to the main stage for the opening session.
Distinguished guests, please welcome President and Chief Executive Officer of the Detroit Regional Chamber, Sandy Barua.
All right, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Welcome, welcome. We're delighted. Thank you for joining us for the kickoff session. We're excited to have My boss, Suzanne Shank, ready, waiting in the wings, along with our governor, to kick off this year's Mackinac Policy Conference. You know, the Detroit Regional Chamber, we are so proud to be the stewards, and we really do view ourselves as stewards of this unique statewide asset. But you know, it's not our day job. You know, we do this out of love. I mean, our day job is frankly being the largest business organization in the state of Michigan, the third largest chamber in the country, and all the staff you see making sure that all the trains up here run on time do something completely different, you know, down south when they're in the office. You know, business development, economic development, accounting, HR. And all of us at the Detroit Regional Chamber welcome you here to the 24 Mackinac Policy Conference. And we would not be here without our terrific sponsors. Leading the way, as always, is our dear friend Dan Lepp and the great team at Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, such steadfast supporters. And we want to congratulate Tricia Keith on the brand new announcement that she will be Blue Cross's next CEO. My sincere thanks to our Ruby-level sponsors, Clark Hill, Huntington, and the Ralph C. Wilson Jr. Foundation. And we have over a dozen platinum sponsors this year. So please, a round of applause for our platinum sponsors and all of the sponsors that make this possible. Now, we take your security and safety up here very seriously. And as we all know, we're living in an environment where events like this are becoming a larger and larger attraction for disruption and protests. So we have multiple layers of security, 6 layers of security actually, but you've seen some visible changes this year. First, most importantly, wristbands. I know these are kind of a pain in the you-know-what. I had to blow dry mine this morning, but please, 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 you know, wear those with your credentials. Hugely important so we can enforce that the right people are here and your experience is not disrupted. Also, as you notice, we now require photo ID to get both your credential and if you need a replacement credential or wristband. So thank you for your cooperation as we're working very hard to ensure we keep our senior level folks that are on this stage, all of you leaders out there, safe. The theme of this year's conference is Bridging the Future Together. Now, this is important because it's a challenge. It's a challenge because, to paraphrase our pollster, Richard Schuba of the Glenn Gariff Group, we live in an era of misinformation. Now, while political polarization and tribalism have grown since the 1990s, with a brief reprieve after 9/11, our statewide polling shows a deep divide in issues that are not just political, but a deep divide on fundamental issues impacting Michigan's trajectory forward. Specifically, during my time on stage with you today and tomorrow, I want to focus on 3 issues that should not be political issues, but in today's environment they are. And they are the value of democracy, the value of higher education, and the global transformation taking place in the automotive industry to electrification. So on the importance of democracy, our statewide polling, which dropped yesterday, and I'm sure you read about it in the newspapers, only 67% of Michiganders agree that democracy is the best form of government. That is a head-slapping moment. 17% said that democracy, it didn't matter if we were a democracy or not. And 5% of Michiganders said that violence is acceptable if their candidate loses the election, even if credible, nonpartisan, and bipartisan entities say that the election was decided fairly. If you extrapolate that 5% in Michigan across the country, that means 17 million Americans are willing to engage in violence. If we're going to bridge the future together, we need to bridge this information gap around the importance of democracy in the home democracy, America. Of the many things that makes the United States special, It is our standards, and it's what makes us a global powerhouse. It is the world's faith in our standards. It's the world's faith in our stability. It is the world's faith in our belief in free markets and capitalism and democracy is what gives America her strength. If we lose faith in those elements, the world will too. You know, after the 2020 election, the Chamber was perhaps the first and only business group to say very loudly that the 2020 elections were fair and among the most secure we've ever had, without taking a position on Biden versus Trump. After January 6th, we took a major leadership role in the support for American institutions, American democracy, and calling out the outrage that was January 6th. And subsequent to that, we have been leaders in supporting access to the ballot box and extending the right to vote to all those who are legally eligible. These are important. And you ask, why does a business organization care about these issues? And it's because in this changing environment, business leaders now have a role to play in combating misinformation. For those of us who went to business school way back in the 80s when we were inventing the wheel, there were no courses taught about how business leaders engage in the public sphere. But we need to do that today. Look no further than the Edelman Trust Barometer, which has now for several years ranked businesses and employers as the most trusted source of information. These are the reasons why I'm going to be proud to join our Secretary of State, Jocelyn Benson, at 3:10 on the porch today to announce a business partnership led by the Detroit Regional Chamber and her office, the Secretary of State's office, to encourage businesses to use their powerful voice to help dispel information and encourage people to be engaged and informed voters. Business leaders have a more important role than ever in combating misinformation in our society. And the fact that you all are here tells me that you already know that. Thanks so much for being here. Enjoy the conference. We're honored you've taken your valuable time to spend with us.
Please welcome President and Chief Executive Officer of Sieber Williams Shank & Company, LLC, and Chair of the 2024 Mackinac Policy Conference, Suzanne Shank.
So good to see everyone. Thank you all for being here. Welcome to the 2024 Mackinac Policy Conference. I recently read a book entitled, "Whatever It Is, I'm Against It." Sound familiar? While the book focused on the state of higher education, the title really resonated with me, given the current state of affairs and discord in our country today. This great annual conference, the Mackinac Policy Conference, brings together leaders of business, policy, the nonprofit world, other critical stakeholders, and presents an excellent opportunity for us to collectively pause and tackle our greatest challenges with a focus on partnership and collaboration. Now, many of you may not know, before my career on Wall Street, I was a civil engineer. And I have a deep admiration for bridges. The beautiful Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco, the iconic Brooklyn Bridge in New York City, and the majestic Tower Bridge in London. Right here in Michigan, we have the Blue Water and Ambassador Bridges, both international throughways, and we all saw traveling up here the beautiful Mackinac Bridge, picturesque. Right here in Michigan, we actually have over 11,000 bridges that serve critical purposes. But while I love bridges for their stature and beauty, more important is their practical role of connecting people and communities, connecting goods and services with the businesses that thrive. That's why we picked the theme for this year's conference to be Bridging the Future Together. Now, I recently read a Pew Research Center report highlighting the deep distrust infusing Americans today. Within the report, they had a study of voters during the 2020 presidential election. It found only 2% of Biden voters and an equally small number of Trump voters believed those who voted for the opposing party actually understood them. But the survey went further and asked voters to describe what they would want the opposing side to know about them to actually understand them. And the answers, although from Democrats and Republicans, were more or less the same. Let's see if you can figure out which political ideology belongs to whom. One voter said, "We all want the same things, to take care of our families, be financially secure as possible, and live in communities that thrive and serve our needs. I may not support your choice of candidates, but I will fight for your right to support them." Another voter said, "I believe we can disagree about many things without labeling each other as immoral, bad, or racist. I am teachable. Are you?" And finally, yet another said, "We are Americans, not enemies. I believe both parties need to set aside their anger and work together." Can you tell? I couldn't. This clarified a notion I've held for a long time, one that has only grown stronger as our nation has become more divided, that despite all our differences, we ultimately all want the same things. I'm hoping we all realize that we cannot propel our communities, state, or nation forward unless we figure out a better way to collaborate, partner, and compromise. But we all know this is easier said than done. Now, I'm from the South, and my mother often stated an old Southern parable. You have 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. You should listen more than you speak. So here's my big challenge of you this week. I ask that you meet someone you do not know, someone who is different from you in some way, someone from a different industry, political party, gender, even generation, and try to come up with something on which you can collaborate. Better yet, exchange business cards and get together post-conference to continue the discussion. Because I believe there are more basic tenets upon which we can agree than disagree. We all want safe, clean communities. We all want dependable infrastructure. We all want high-quality schools for our children. We want a better tomorrow than today. If we can agree that we want these same things, we can finally crack the code on problems that can and should be solved. Let's put function over dysfunction and people over politics. I am sick and tired of the unrelenting fights and hyperbole we face every day. It's exhausting. But this week, we have a dynamic group of speakers converging on the island. They are Democrats and Republicans. They are men and women, a record number of women this year, in fact. They are, thank you. They are CEOs, college presidents, commerce secretaries, thought leaders. We, all of us, we are the stewards of civility. We set the standard for how key stakeholders and everyday citizens diminish partisan undercurrents. Because while each of us may hold different beliefs, we are all striving for the same thing. We want Michigan to succeed. This state is really the epicenter of American commerce in countless ways. It's imperative that we team up to find real transformative solutions to bring jobs, businesses, and population within our borders. Getting there won't be through bickering or vilifying. It will necessitate listening, connecting, expanding. It will require building bridges. I hope we all walk away this week not only inspired, but energized to really tackle the problems confronting our state and region. Together, with common effort and common purpose, we can and will achieve significant growth to propel our economy forward. Together, we will bridge the future of a prosperous Michigan. And for more on that, it's my privilege to welcome to the stage our great governor of our great state, Governor Gretchen Whitmer.
Thank you. Well, thank you, everybody. I'm so glad to be back. And is it just me, or does it seem like I've never noticed everything is Honolulu blue, right? So at this year's conference, I am excited. I always look forward to this. There are always some great conversations that happen up here. And we're going to tackle big questions, like who has the best fudge? How late is too late at the Pink Pony? And what was it that I just stepped in? Anyways, I want to recognize the Detroit Regional Chamber for their hard work this year to bring us together. Sandy Barua and his whole staff do a fantastic job. And of course, Suzanne Shank is doing a great job being the chair this year, right? And these conferences are not possible without a whole lot of nameless people who do the grunt work long before we get here and long after we go. All the staff here at the Grand and all the staff across the island. We should give them our thanks as well. So it's been a heck of a year. Since I was last here, we've gotten a lot done. Michigan manufacturing is surging. We've seen billion-dollar projects and thousands of new jobs building cars and chips and batteries, clean energy. In 2024 alone, that included Corning in Saginaw County, creating 1,100 jobs, Piston Automotive in Auburn Hills, creating 900 manufacturing jobs, the Copperwood Mine, creating 370 jobs, driving $425 million of investment in the Upper Peninsula. And there are many more, but that's just a few examples. And this year, we brought our total number of auto jobs secured in the last 5 years to 38,000. So according to the U.S. Department of Labor, our workforce system is #1 in credential attainment for adults and #2 for helping adults get employed. We are #6 in the nation for registered apprenticeships, 22,000 in the last 4 years. We've expanded the Michigan Reconnect and the Michigan Achievement Scholarship to knock off thousands of dollars off the cost of college or skills training. We passed game-changing clean energy package, committing Michigan to 100% clean energy by 2040. It's going to lower costs and make us a national leader on climate. And we have the top economy for clean energy jobs. We're supporting students. 1.4 million Michigan kids now get free breakfast and lunch at school. And it saves their parents about $850 per kid and a whole lot of time in the morning. So the eyes of the world are also on Michigan right now because we will soon become the first state in the history of our nation to restart a shuttered nuclear power plant at Palisades. And we continue making progress on so many other kitchen table issues: housing, childcare, infrastructure, reproductive health, and more. So as I've said it before, and I'll say it again, I'm very optimistic about Michigan and about our future. Detroit is still basking in the glow of a record-setting NFL draft. Coach Campbell, GM Brad Holmes, Sheila Hamp, and the Lions are on the prowl for another playoff run. And Super Bowl, I'm calling it. And the Detroit Grand Prix is this weekend, and Team Penske just won back-to-back Indy 500s, which has not happened in 22 years. So congratulations to Roger Penske and driver Joseph Newgarden. Hudson's Tower is reaching for the sky. Population is growing for the first time in 67 years, and Michigan Central Station is reopening next week, a living symbol of resurgence. So we're scrappy, we're open for business, and we're still embracing the power of and. Families and businesses, communities and industry. We're making progress with our new economic development tools to grow our economy, bring supply chains home, and create good-paying manufacturing jobs. There's always more good work to do. I talked to the 9-person graduating class of Mackinac Island Public School this past Friday. This year's conference is really an opportunity to recommit ourselves to building a Michigan that all 9 of them can be proud to call home, and all the graduates, of course, across the state. It's also about networking, eating great food, enjoying a cool breeze coming off the lakes, and enjoying the spectacular weather. We have been so lucky every year lately. But I encourage you to open your mind to creative new solutions to the pressing problems we're all grappling with. Ask yourselves how you can help move Michigan forward. In my keynote on Thursday, I will focus on how we can build on our progress and unleash Michigan's entrepreneurial spirit. We'll help innovators feel more represented in state government and connect them to the resources that they need to do what they do best, solve problems and build the future. So you'll hear more in my keynote. We just made some exciting announcements on housing and energy, and you'll also get the opportunity to hear from one of my good friends, Secretary Gina Raimondo, on how the federal government is helping to deliver. Secretary Raimondo, by the way, just so you know, is a Michigander by marriage. So between her and Secretary Buttigieg, we're slowly marrying our way into the entire cabinet. I hope you all have a wonderful time. Pace yourselves, stay hydrated, and I look forward to seeing you, talking with you, and engaging with you out there and for the months and years to come. Thank you so much.
A place that plants strong seeds, shapes and defines its future without fear. There is a rush, an urgency blooming in the heart of our city. A wild seed, disguised as a paintbrush, a keyboard, or a film camera, planted in our rich Midwest clay, now thriving, expanding its reach far beyond the surface. We are the beneficiaries, artists who collage, stain glass, and sow community, build and imagine and dream far beyond expectation. The brick and mortar strength of Marygrove, the pride and growth toward the east, alive on Jefferson and Chalmers. From Bagley to Southwest, we barbers, runners along an international riverfront. Poetry in our drive, our walk, our black bottom stories. This is salt work, life work, passed down gift. It's in the undertow. It's in the sowing inside the earth so the new crop flourishes. It's a respect for culture and a call to action. We recognize trailblazers and push them into the beautiful new. Welcome to our centennial. We're just getting started. As we honor Gilda Snowden, united we stand proudly in the Amazon shadow of Charles McGee, a concert of colors, a parade of Deshaun Jones and Chris Johnson notes. We are a bustling people's food co-op, tech town and necessary block clubs, sidewalk festivals and new community hubs. Ideas transforming highways, our art district, the right, the DIA, our libraries, the new center and avenue of fashion, the way we eat together, the way we generate love, and pass down our canvas complex stories to the next generation. What a rich soil we water. Our youth, our elders, our legends, our millennials, our creators, with heavy roots. Wild seeds, as vast as the stars. Welcome to our centennial. We're just getting started.
This session, A Conversation with Valerie Jarrett, is sponsored by the Kresge Foundation. Please welcome Chief Executive Officer of the Barack Obama Foundation, Valerie Jarrett. President and Chief Executive Officer of the Kresge Foundation, Rip Rapson. And welcome back to the stage, Suzanne Shank.
I'm so excited. We are so honored to welcome Valerie Jarrett to the main stage. Your first time on Mackinac Island.
First time on Mackinac, but I did, thank you. I was gonna say, but I did spend 3 years at the University of Michigan, so go blue.
Great. And we're looking forward to hearing your wisdom from your just dynamic career as White House advisor, city, corporate, and nonprofit leader. Here in Michigan, we've been working hard on how to increase our talent pool, attract more population within our borders. We've explored ways to grow jobs, bring new industry, expand access to opportunity, something I think you know a lot about. But we know from your work is that you have economic growth and development cannot sit in a silo. From the ingenuity and leadership of committed, engaged, and empowered citizenry, supported by a strong infrastructure that strengthens and amplifies their voice. We know that our theme, Bridging the Future Together, requires a strong civic infrastructure that draws in the public, private, and social sectors to a civic problem-solving table. It requires building coalitions that bridge diverse voices and perspectives. And it is this civic infrastructure that amplifies the voices of its people as leaders of their communities to reimagine a future with equitable economic opportunity. Now, you and I met when you were in city government many, many years ago.
30 years ago.
Yeah.
But who's counting?
You also have private practice experience. You sit on multiple very large Fortune 100 boards and not-for-profit boards, and you now run a not-for-profit foundation. Having worked in all these sectors, can you talk a little about how you've been able to build strong coalitions across the public, private, and nonprofit sectors that bridge diverse voices and fundamentally change systems for the better?
Yeah, so Suzanne, let me begin at the beginning of my career in the public sector, which was 35 years ago plus, where I worked for the city of Chicago, and I had been practicing law at a large law firm, bored to tears, sorry if there are any lawyers at large firms here, and I had a baby, and I thought, my goodness, is she ever gonna really be proud of me the way I am of my mom? And so I took this leap of faith and joined local government working for Mayor Harold Washington. He was the first black mayor of Chicago, and when I listened to him on the campaign trail, I felt like he wanted to build a city that I would feel like I was a part of. And honestly, I never really felt a part of Chicago other than my own little neighborhood growing up. And he had this inclusive personality, gregarious. He spoke in like 5-syllable words that were actually words, and they made sense. And so he drew me to government. And I showed up with a little bit of I'm from the government, I gave up a very high-paying job, you should be grateful I'm here to help you. And I would go out into neighborhoods, and they would read that. And let's say it did not go over very well. And I had a lesson really early about listening, regardless of the decibel of the voice that somebody was using. If I was in their community talking about ways of improving their community, first best is to listen to what they wanted. And first I practiced law, and then I moved to the mayor's office, and part of my job there was people would come in demanding to see the mayor, and they got me. Believe me, consolation prize, right? Imagine how angry you are to show up at City Hall demanding to see the mayor. And I would go out and I would put my arm around them and I would listen to their problem, and it was my job to solve their problem. And I learned the skill of 24/7. People would come up to me in the grocery store and the dry cleaners. They would slip notes to my 6-year-old in her carriage. And you can't get away from your constituents when it's local. And what a great lesson about public service and the role of government. And I also learned that when you show up, people don't just trust you because of your title. They trust you when they get to know who you are. And so you have to be open and tell them your story and get to know them. And none of those things did I do when I was in the private practice of law. And it was uncomfortable. And I realized it's just like any other relationship you have. You have to really get to know people. And trust when you are in government is something you have to earn every single day. And so I say these are some of the lessons I learned at the local level because it ties into the work I've done throughout my career, which is to try to build good offices where people feel safe And they can come in and they can have very different views, but know that their views are going to be heard. We did that in our community development work in Chicago, where we had people who were trying to redevelop a neighborhood and lifelong residents wanted one thing, developers coming into the community wanted something else, banks had their criteria, business had their criteria, and we had to just get in a room and stay in a room multiple times over and over and over again to say, all right, this is a comprehensive plan. And then once you have a plan, you can go out and market your plan. And people don't have to worry about coming in and things change. Right. And so I say this to you, Suzanne, and to Rip, because these are some of the lessons I learned at the local level that were very helpful in the federal government, where we were trying to do really big things, but they affected individual people's lives. And we wanted to always make sure that those individual people had a voice in our decision making. And part of my job in the White House was to make sure that the stakeholders, whether they were advocacy groups or the business community or state and local elected officials or just ordinary citizens who were going to be impacted, had a seat at the table. And that work is not easy. And I know you both know that, having been through this yourselves. And it just takes a sustained effort over time. And you have to be resilient, and you have to sit through meetings where people think, well, they'll never speak to each other again, and you invite them back, and they show back up. And that's part of the civic infrastructure. And the final opening comment I will make is that change requires sustained effort over time. And one of my worries about young people today is they expect everything to happen immediately, and they're used to their community being in the palm of their hand as opposed to putting roots down where they live. And when I was young, if I left the house and I was naughty in a store, my mom heard about it before I got home because the storekeeper knew my mother. And we're losing a little bit of that fabric today. And so trying to figure out how to bring young people who are going to be the leaders of tomorrow in and give them this sense of responsibility and commitment to their community, to their city, to their state, to the country, so that that becomes the civic infrastructure of tomorrow is really important. Final point on this is that it is much easier doing all that at the local level in a political environment. Because in Chicago, you probably just might assume the mayor is a Democrat, but it doesn't really matter because he's the mayor of the city. And when you're local, you can't really afford the luxury of having party warfare because, again, you're looking at your constituents every single day. And so the politics and the toxicity is more theater than real because you have constituents who are right there keeping you accountable. And I think holding those lessons dear as you go through different levels of government. And it's also an important lesson for, I think, for a civil society, philanthropic community, and business to realize that these changes that we're talking about, these bridges that we want to build, don't get solidified overnight because trust doesn't get solidified overnight.
So interesting, Valerie. Last year we had Richard Florida come in, and he talked about Michigan as a state that has sort of a portfolio of cities. You know, Traverse City is different from Detroit, is different from Lansing, is different from Holland, is different from Ann Arbor. So how do you take that sort of ethic of local problem solving and sort of aggregate it up? I mean, I think we just heard from the governor. I mean, she's doing a superb job of trying to pull threads together, but it's tough when you have very different political environments, very different partisan environments. And how do you stitch?
You stitch it by bringing them all together. And I think you have a fabulous governor. And if you think about, we were talking backstage about attracting business to Michigan. The governor is the ambassador, but she needs to know that she's supported by the Kresge Foundation, by business leaders, by advocates, by people who want to see their state improve so that she has that wind at her back. But she's a terrific ambassador, and if you look around the country, the states that are luring new businesses in tend to have a really superb governor who's pro-business, which doesn't mean they're anti-something else. It just means that they understand that the economic engine needs to be fueled by the private sector. Government should do its role, civil society should do its role, but you do need that private investment if you want to see sustainable change. Because I don't believe it's the government's role to be there permanently subsidizing. They should fuel the pump and get it going, and then get out of the way and let the market go forward and be there to, create affordable housing, make sure that there's job training, make sure that the schools are good, that the parks are well kept up, that the police force is working. That role is important and ongoing. But in terms of the jump start of business, it's a front end. And the rest of it, business needs to have confidence that not only is this a good place to do business, but that the people who work in that place of business are going to have all of the wonderful qualities of a healthy community that they need in order to attract the talent to make the business work.
Can you talk a little, you now run the Obama Foundation. Can you talk a little about what role philanthropy can play in this hodgepodge of bringing groups together?
Well, our mission at the Obama Foundation is to inspire, empower, and connect the next generation of leaders. And so I have the incredible good fortune of spending a lot of my day with young leaders who are from all over the world and the United States, who are committed to leading in their community, and they are all on the ground. Some of them have run for office at local or state level, at the comparable internationally, but most of them are right there on the ground. And so part of what I see philanthropy doing is getting in there and figuring out how to fill the gap. So oftentimes philanthropy will come in when the private sector won't, when the private sector isn't quite ready. But it gives confidence to the private sector, as you know from your work. When they know you're involved in a community, they're much more likely to say, well, you've done the due diligence, you are from the community, you know what we're getting into, and you can be a perfect ambassador as well. And so I think that philanthropy is there to provide good offices, to provide the resources that the private sector is not willing to play, to take risks that the private sector isn't prepared to do, that sets the table for those dollars to come in that will leverage the philanthropic dollars and go further. And so we spend the dollars that we raise to help train this next generation of leaders. We're building an extraordinary campus on the south side of Chicago. Anyone who's in Chicago in 2 years, come on by. We're going to open about 2 years from now, and it's much more than a presidential museum. We're going to have a Chicago Public Library because we want the kids in the community to feel like there's a place for them to go. We're going to have a forum building for gatherings, local and international. We're going to have an athletic center where we're not just going to have sporting events, but teach young people about the skills that they need that they can get through athletics that will help them throughout their career. A vegetable garden, walking trails, sledding hill. Anyone who knows Chicago, it's very flat. Michelle Obama said as a kid she always wanted to go sledding, so we're going to have a sledding hill for her and for the kids. But it's a real amenity to the community. It's on the south side, adjacent to the Museum of Science and Industry and the University of Chicago, and it is really the biggest economic engine project in Chicago, and we are building it with contractors and workers who represent the community in which we are building, and so that's breaking all kinds of models as well, which we think will be a national model for how you build inclusively and thoughtfully as you enter a community.
Could you say just...
My elevator pitch.
Yeah. Well, I had the pleasure of visiting the campus a month or so ago, and it's this extraordinary combination of using the reputational excellence of a former president to sort of project into the next generation a sense of hope and optimism and activism, and yet so deeply rooted in place. I mean, the south side of Chicago has defied a lot of attempts to try to bring it to a different, more hopeful place. And it sure seems that if you're ever going to take a big bet on the south side of Chicago, it would be the administrative and recreational and all of the other activities on that site. One of the things, though, I would love to have you talk about is how that sort of sense of optimism, again, just sort of percolates up. I mean, it's one thing to sort of energize your extraordinary scholars on site. It's another to even sort of help turn the page on the south side of Chicago. But at some point, it's got to sort of get into our water system. And I think one of the challenges that we have as a conference is that we come back year after year after year and try to sort of work an agenda that is clearly in the shared common interest. And yet it's sort of getting increasingly difficult. People aren't talking to one another. People aren't working on projects at the national level in the same way they were. If you were to advise Michigan on what it could be doing better, what would that be?
Well, look, first of all, we cannot give up. There's a lot at stake right now in this kind of polarizing, toxic climate, political climate in which we're all trying to survive and thrive. And I do think that the strength is on the ground. And I think that one of the things that I have observed here in Michigan, and I said this earlier, your reputation outside of Detroit, or outside of Michigan, is great. People think Detroit is coming back, they think the state is doing great, and part of it is because you have people from outside of Detroit who have invested money here, who go around talking about how great that investment was around the country. So kind of drink your own Kool-Aid a little bit and appreciate how great this is, and talk about it and broadcast it. And I think one of the qualities that we try to instill in our young leaders, Rep, is to make an impact. And how do you take a great idea to scale? And I know if you look around Michigan, there is so much that is working. And the question is, how do you take those best practices from serving 50 people or 100 people or 1,000 people and take it to scale? And what are the evidence-based strategies that you know work? And that's, again, where I know you fund a lot of these organizations that are just doing that work. And then you've got to talk about that work, and you've got to market it, and you've got to convince people that this is an evidence-based strategy. And people want to be associated with what works. They want to feel like they're making an impact. They want to know that their resources, their time, their energy is well spent. And I think right now it is so easy to recoil into your own kind of comfortable place, because to come out of it can be really uncomfortable. Believe me, I know, having been out there. You face a lot of incoming if you say, you know, the sky is blue. Somebody's going to disagree with you right now. And so you have to have a tough skin, and you have to get comfortable being uncomfortable. And I think this is some place where philanthropy and government can be very helpful. When I worked in the Obama administration, we had a lot of contentious issues, to say the least. And I would invite people in who would call me one-on-one and scream and yell about somebody else, and then the next person would scream and yell about the other person. But when you put them all in the room together and you say, these are the rules, this is how we're going to, these are our rules of engagement, if you will. And they're actually looking at the person who they were trash talking the day before, they're not as likely to do it. And so what you want to do is appeal to people's better angels. And the better angels are in all of us. And I think, unfortunately, just so much of what we see in media and social media is so negative that you lose sight of the positive. And so my advice is accentuate the positive. Don't be Pollyannish about the challenges, but go forth with the strength. And there is so much strength in this state. My goodness, I've never been to Mackinac Island before. How could that be? I'm from Chicago. It's right next door. And, you know, from tourism perspective, come and get the people. And I'm going to go back and tell everybody how great this is. And that's kind of the attitude, is people who come here need to have a good experience. And I don't mean just here, I mean in the state. And then they're going to go out and talk about it. And that's how change happens, but rooted on the ground.
Valerie, I don't think many people know that you weren't born in this country, that you were born in Iran.
I was.
Can you talk a little about how that has informed your perspectives as you've taken all these different big roles?
Yes. So you're saying to yourself, why was she born in Iran? Believe me, many people have asked that question. So my parents, my dad's from Washington, my mom's from Chicago. They met, they fell in love. My father's a physician. He joined the Army when he finished his residency. And then he wanted to go into academic medicine. And as a black doctor in the 50s, he couldn't find a job at a major academic teaching hospital. And so he and my mother started looking for opportunities outside of the United States. And they were young and a bit crazy, I will say. They would be comfortable with me calling them that. And so at that point, those of you who are not history buffs, the United States and Iran had very strong diplomatic ties. And the Shah of Iran was very interested in improving healthcare and infrastructure. Those were kind of his two big focuses that I was told about. And so he was building, through his health department, hospitals around the country. And my father was offered this job to help start the first hospital, major hospital in Shiraz, Iran. And off they went. They had barely been out of the United States. They didn't speak the language. They didn't know anything about the culture. They just knew that this place was offering my dad an opportunity that was not available to him in this country. And I was the second baby born in that hospital. They practiced on some other baby first. Not sure what happened there, but I did come along successfully. And we lived there till I was 5. And we lived on a hospital compound that was comprised of families from all over the world. And so as a child, I spoke English, I spoke French, I spoke Farsi, sometimes all in the same sentence. And I learned really four very important lessons. Number one, that people are people. And that I am confident that if I walk into a room, I am going to find something in common with whoever's in that room. I don't care where they're from. I don't care what their political party is. We're going to find something in common, because that was the experience I had in this hospital compound. Two, the people who have not lived out of the United States take a lot for granted. My mother boiled everything I ate. She peeled everything, boiled everything I drank, peeled everything I ate, worried about illnesses. My father did research the likes of which he could not have done in this country. And so we should appreciate what we have here. And although the United States is an extraordinary country, it's not actually the only country on earth. And you can learn a great deal outside of your shores if you're willing to listen. And not only did we live in Iran for 5 years, and we moved to London for a year, and then during summers, when I wanted to go to summer camp, my parents would take me all through Africa and the Middle East and back to Iran. And it made me very shy, because when I came back, I didn't really want to tell this story about going from Ghana to Nigeria to Kenya to Ethiopia to Egypt and then Iran. I wanted to talk about being at summer camp with the boys. And so I kind of recoiled from that history, and nobody had ever heard of Iran when we moved to the United States. And the reason we ended up back in the United States is the research my dad did in Iran caught the attention of researchers at the Galton Labs at University College of London. And so he and my mom went there for 1 year. And there he gave a paper at some international conference, and it caught the attention of the dean of the University of Chicago Medical Center. Now, the University of Chicago is located in the neighborhood where my grandmother and my mother's sister and 4 of her first cousins all live. And they offered my father a job that was not available to him 6 years earlier when they left, or 7 years earlier when they left. And so he would say to me growing up that sometimes the shortest distance to where you want to go means you better be prepared to take the scenic route, because he had certainly taken the scenic route. And so that was really the fourth lesson, I think. And those early years really shaped a lot of what I did in local government, where I could be meeting with a CEO, trying to keep them in the city or get them to build a plant, or I could be meeting with a resident of public housing who was worried about safety for her child. And I felt comfortable wherever I went. And I think in those White House years, where we had so many thorny, complicated issues that had various stakeholders, often who disagreed, I was willing to sit down and meet with anyone who was going to help us get things done. And so I met with the general counsel of Koch Industries. Koch Industries worked really hard to ensure Barack Obama was not elected president, not once but twice. But the general counsel cared about criminal justice reform. And I discovered he has a lovely wife who cared about a diversion program for girls of color in Wichita, and I went with her to Wichita, none of which would have, and it was a day I'll never forget, meeting those young women. And it wouldn't have happened if I hadn't been willing to hear Mark's story. I worked with Rupert Murdoch on immigration reform. Well, I don't have to say much about Rupert Murdoch and how he felt about President Obama. But my point is that all these people are people. And if you sit down and you work with them, and I got a lot of blowback from my progressive friends who are like, why would you be meeting with Mark Holden? Why would you be? And I say, because Mark has votes that I don't have on criminal justice reform. And I need those votes. And I need to be able to come up with a package that is acceptable to people who have a different perspective than I do. Because that's how change actually happens. In a big, complicated, pluralistic democracy such as ours, we have to build a big tent that has to be inclusive. And I can disagree with you on 99 issues and work with you on 1. And then begin to work with you on 2. And then to begin to work with you on 3. That's how I think change happens.
You know, you said in your book that if you had advice to someone sort of starting out in a career, it would be to be curious, be adventuresome, zigzag a little bit, not always sort of follow a straight line. Would you give the same advice to a state?
To be curious, absolutely, to people. I mean, look, the subtitle for my paperback, well, the title was Finding My Voice. And the subtitle of my paperback was When the Perfect Plan Crumbles, the Adventure Begins. And when I finished Michigan Law School, you know, I had this plan of going back to Chicago and practicing law and figuring out how to be a partner at a law firm and getting married and having a child, all by 31, 10 years after finishing college. And I checked all those boxes, and except the last box was live happily ever after. And I realized I didn't like my job. didn't like my husband. I did like my child. I'm holding on to her. But it all kind of crumbled, and I felt, to be really honest with you, I felt like a failure. And I was like, I married the boy next door. My mom and his mom grew up in the same apartment building. Our dads were friends. I'd had a crush on him since I was 8 and he was 12. What could go wrong? Well, plenty, and it did. But I had to kind of say, just because the marriage failed didn't define me. And I actually learned, I'm just telling you all everything. I just learned, it's all in my book, so that there's nothing lonelier than being in an unhappy marriage. And I had this preconceived childhood notion that I would get married and that somehow that would make me happy. And I realized that what made me happy was being really competent at what I did so I could be a role model for my daughter. And when she was about 7.5 months pregnant, I finished my book and she was interviewed with me. And somebody said to her, what did you learn about your mom in the book that you didn't already know? And she said, I had no idea how guilty my mother felt when I was young. Because I always, as many of you working moms feel, more so than working dads, like you're not good at anything because you're trying to do everything, mostly doing it all yourself. And she said, she taught me how to be a working mother. And I'm like, could you have said that 30 years earlier? Why are you saying that now? It would have been really helpful when I was like sweating to get to the Halloween parade. Anyway, I know you had a question in there. Did I answer it?
It was, to stick with your family for just a sec. Your daughter, I'm told, is in broadcast journalism.
My daughter practiced law for 6 years, just like I did, even though I said to her, don't. That was her only form of rebellion, which I'm not going to complain about it. That's as bad as she gets. And then she swerved, just like I encouraged, and I did, and I encouraged her to do, into journalism. She tried to get a job in local journalism in Chicago. Couldn't because she was a lawyer, not a journalist. And so she ended up landing a job at CNN, covering the Justice Department. She was hired in September of 2016. And so, of course, she thought, well, my mother's going to know the Attorney General, whoever it is under Hillary Clinton, and I'm going to have all these ins, and this is going to be great. And then she walks into the Justice Department with the last name Jarrett. Needless to say, probably not the best calling card, but I give her credit. She earned her way, and she covered the Justice Department, and then she moved to New York for 3 more years and anchored the early morning show, 5 a.m., early start on CNN. And now she's two things. She's the senior legal correspondent for NBC News, so she does the Today Show and Nightly News, and then she anchors the Today Show on Saturday morning, and she has definitely found her voice.
Yeah. Fantastic.
Well, when she was growing up, because it was just the two of us and my parents and my extended family, I used to say there's an expression, you're only as happy as your least happy child. And so I would say I've got all my eggs in one basket. So be happy. Figure out how to make yourself happy was my advice to her.
Yeah.
And give me grandchildren, which she's done. Thank you.
So we have been working on, last year at this conference, it was announced we were going to have a Grow Michigan Council, trying to figure out how to bring more population within our borders and keep young talent, which has been tough for the new knowledge economy, which we expect to be created. So as we think about the next generation, what advice can you give us on providing an environment that will keep young talent within our borders here and have a more vibrant community?
You've got to talk to them. And look, I am old now, and so I realize that I have a lot to learn from them. I think they could learn a little from me as well. But part of what we do with our leaders when they first start on our program is we listen to them and we tell us, like, what makes you tick? What do you care passionately about? What goes through your mind as you're trying to think about how you want to make an impact? And I think the same thing applies, like, what does a city need to provide in order to make you happy? Chicago had a huge outward migration to the suburbs in, say, the 70s and 80s. And then in the 90s, it started to come back. Why? Because we built a very vibrant downtown, and we had nightclubs and restaurants, and we revitalized the theater district. And so it not only drew young people, but it drew old people who lived in the suburbs, raised their children, and then wanted to move back in the city. And now we have an issue with crime, and so it's becoming a real challenge to keep hold. We have, so in a sense, the same challenge. But from what I heard, your population in Detroit is now growing. But a lot of the black people are moving to the suburbs, and the more affluent white people are moving in. And so the question is, how do you keep the mix? Because I think cities, part of the magic of cities is their diversity, the richness of their diversity. And I love in Chicago, you could go to, anywhere in the world has a restaurant in Chicago, from that ethnicity. And that's part of what makes young people excited, is that they are curious, they are interested in exploring. And so looking at it through their lens, Suzanne, is I think part of how the first step in figuring out how to keep them there. And then just the basics of when they get married or they just have children, they need to know that their kids have a place to go to school. They need to get a good education, be safe, have a place to play. That's how families make decisions, I think, about where they want to be. And young people, let's face it, can be anywhere. Thanks to the good thing about technology is, of course, you can be anywhere and communicate with people. The bad thing about technology is you can just be in your basement on your computer and never come outside. And so trying to accentuate the positives of it and figure out how to make that work and still have this sense of place, I think, is the challenge. And we're all kind of trying to work our way through that as we're in the middle of this technological revolution.
Absolutely. Well, sage advice, we could talk all day. Unfortunately, our time is up. Thank you so much. Let's give a big hand to Valerie Jarrett.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we exit this way. We'll exit this way. Oh, after you.
Thank you. Knock on the door.
Oh, I know.
The next session, a conversation with Alicia Bowler Davis, is sponsored by J.P. Morgan Chase & Company. Please welcome Chief Executive Officer of Alto Pharmacy, Alicia Bowler Davis, and retired TV anchor Buell Perkins.
Go ahead. All right.
Oh my gosh.
Hello, everybody. With us today is one of the most brilliant, innovative leaders in corporate America. Some of you know her, some of you may not, but let me tell you about her. She is known for shattering glass ceilings, breaking down barriers, and also building bridges as well. She was the first black woman to manage a plant for General Motors, eventually rising, exactly, yes, eventually rising to executive vice president for global manufacturing at GM, and then she got an offer she couldn't refuse. Amazon came calling. She went there, becoming senior vice president of global customer fulfillment, overseeing the workforce of 800,000 people. Today, she is the CEO of Alto Pharmacy, an online business that generates $1 billion in revenue. Amazing.
Thank you.
So I've admired you from afar for a long time, but my first question is simply this. The best part about this woman is that she's from Detroit, Michigan.
Thank you.
So how does a young woman from Detroit become the CEO of $1 billion business? What was your roadmap to success?
Well, first off, thank you for the opportunity to be here. Thanks, Suzanne, for inviting me here, and thanks to the Chamber. I'd have to say that growing up, my parents really told us that we could be anything and that we can do anything. And they just stressed the importance of education, the importance of hard work, and just being good people. And I think that really made a difference. And so growing up, even though I didn't know any engineers, it was not something that I didn't think I couldn't do, right? And so I think that was really important. And then I just say hard work pays off. Pursuing excellence, people used to say excellence isn't easy. I had a mentor that told me that, and I'd say that it's not, but it's necessary. And then I say just pursue your dreams. Don't be afraid to take risks. Don't be afraid to try something new, I'd say has been really key. And then having great mentors and sponsors. I have to say that because none of us get to where we are without help and support, and I think those have made a difference for me.
When I look at your success and I look at Suzanne Shank and Carla Walker Miller, there's a common thread. The common denominator is engineering. Now, my father told me that when you grow up, you can do anything. It's not true. Some of the worst advice I ever got. The truth is perhaps that in this world, during this time, apparently, science, technology, engineering, math appear to be the keys to the kingdom.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, so for me, I didn't know much about engineering. I was telling you that I used to love to take things apart at home. And we grew up, we didn't have a lot. So when something broke, the way I kind of added value was trying to fix it. So I would take things apart, put it back together, cut the electrical cord off, replace it, do rewiring, whatever. And then I loved math and science. And I had a counselor who told me in middle school, he's like, oh, Alicia, you're really good at math and science. You should be an engineer. So I would walk around saying, oh, I'm going to be an engineer. I had no idea. I had no idea what that actually meant, but I liked the way that it sounded. And then the summer before my senior year in high school, I had a guidance counselor that said, hey, GMI, which is now Kettering University, they have a summer program for academically interested minorities. And you can go and learn about engineering, but you have to go to class. And it was in the summer, and it was 6 weeks, I believe. And I said, I have to spend my summer on a college campus? Yes, you're going to take college classes. So I thought about it, and it's like, why not? And so I joined that program, and I always say that General Motors really got me started on my path to engineering because I took organic chemistry class, I took a calculus class, I took physics, I took all of these college level courses. And I remember my dad called and he said, well, what do you think about it? I was like, I'm not doing this. Like, I am not going to be an engineer. This is crazy. But when I was applying for college, I found myself checking the box for engineering. And it was the best decision I ever made. I went to Northwestern University.
Not the University of Michigan?
No, it was too close to home.
Okay.
But I went to Northwestern. I do love University of Michigan, but I went to Northwestern, and I ended up studying in chemical engineering, and that was great. And the reason I chose chemical engineering, because at that time, I was told, oh, you can do sales, you can do research, you can actually do design. There were so many things, and I love the diversity of the degree, and it's paid off. So I do a lot of mentoring, and I do some programs for middle school students with robotics, just to say, at least have an openness to science, technology, engineering, math, because there's lots of opportunities in those fields, so you can't go wrong.
You have twice been named one of the most powerful women in business by Fortune magazine. And yet I know there must have been times that despite your education and experience, there were people that did not want you in the room. Mm-hmm. I'm sure that, especially when you went to Texas to handle a plant down there, it was problematic. How do you handle that?
You know, I never worry about it. I don't think about it. I never worry about it. I just try and go in and do the best that I can. And I also just believe in relationships. Like, relationships are important, collaborating, finding solutions. I know Valerie Jarrett was just here, and she talked about that she believes that she can find common ground. There's got to be something common that you have with people, one thing. And so you mentioned Texas, and I can remember getting ready to go to Texas, and I had a mentor, and she said, Alicia, when you get down there, just try not to do anything the first week. Just listen, kill them with kindness. And I remember saying, I don't think that's going to work. Like, I don't think kindness is going to work. And actually, kindness does work. And kindness is really, it's not about being soft or being a pushover, but it's around having empathy, I think, for people, listening, being approachable, learning, being curious, and not assuming that you have all the answers. And so, for sure, when I got to Arlington, Texas, there were people that weren't happy that I was there, but there were more people who welcomed me, and that we found a way to solve problems together, to make the plant great, to build great products for our customers. And I learned through my career at General Motors, working with the union and finding solutions, and that I truly believe that we win together and we lose together, and just anchoring on that and not getting caught up in what other people think. Just be true to yourself, show up, get the job done, be competent, do the work, and I think it works out. It works. It doesn't mean it's not easy, because it is hard, but I don't focus on the negative things, and I don't focus on what people may think I'm capable of. I focus on what I know I can do, and then putting the work in to do it.
Imagine working with people who don't like you, and yet still finding a way to solve problems for the mutual benefit of everyone.
Yeah.
Novel concept, wouldn't you say? Maybe you should run for office, I don't know.
I don't think so.
I think it would work. But you do realize how rare you are. I don't know if you think about it every day, but when you look at the Fortune 500 companies across this country, there may be 8 black CEOs, even fewer women. Heavy is the crown. Do you even think about that? Do you ever consider that when you walk into a situation, into a room?
No, I just say, girl, you're here at this table, you better show up. Like, you're here, you're at this table, you're here for a reason. You can't worry about that. I don't, but I do think about doing a good job so others can have an opportunity. I do think about creating opportunities for others. I do think about providing support, like I've been provided support. I do think about that as having a responsibility for doing that. And I don't know, I feel like at this point in my career, that's what I'm really here to do, is to have an impact and help others achieve their goals and be a role model. Because I do think when other people, especially little black and brown girls, when they see you doing this, they can believe that they can do it. And I want them to believe that. And I want everyone, really, quite frankly, to have an opportunity and not be limited to what they can do based on where they come from or what someone else believes they can do. I grew up in Romulus. I was born in Detroit. I grew up in Romulus. I graduated from Romulus High School. My mom and dad, my mom was 16 when they got married, and she was 22 when they were divorced, and she had 4 kids. And so I watched, my mom work, and I watched her struggle. I watched, I know what it's like to not have everything you want, but to have everything you need. Like, so I had a lot of family, a community that supported us, that told my mom if we did something wrong. So like, we knew, like, even though my mom was working, we were home alone, we knew not to get in trouble because everyone was going to tell, and we did not want to get in trouble with my mom or our neighbors. And so I just think that belief that you can do anything, that community support, I think it's really needed, and I think it's needed more today than ever. So we have 2 sons, and they get angry with me sometimes. They're 18, they're 21, and they're like, Mom, what? And I'm like, I'm old school. Like, I believe in old school values. I believe in old school principles. It worked for me. I think it's going to work for you, even in this digital world that we live in. And I think we just have to get back more to that and being a good example of what's possible.
I assume both of your sons are also in engineering or tech.
Well, yeah. So I have our oldest son is going into his senior year at Howard University, majoring in computer science. And then our youngest son is completing his freshman year at Stanford University, and he's declaring his major, and it will have some type of science, technology, engineering, math in it. I guarantee it. Yeah.
So if you don't have your degree in engineering yet, you still have time.
Or science, or technology.
But Michigan, as we all know, still has a huge problem in attracting and retaining talent. What would you do? What would you advise the people in this room to do to reverse that trend?
I would say that you still have to have the fundamental things. You have to have jobs. Like, you have to have jobs. You have to have diversity of jobs. There has to be growth opportunities for young people coming into the city. Of course, you need housing and all that stuff. But I really think having a great city like Detroit attracts people. The arts, the food, the music, the community. I mean, young people want to be part of a place that's happening, that's fun to be in, right? And so I think there's a lot of great things that are happening in the state, but I think there needs to be more, investment around jobs, whether it's technology. I think I heard Mayor Gretchen talking about the chips and the number of manufacturing jobs that have been added. I think those are extremely important. And I think there's other jobs that we need to think about from a technology perspective, because that will attract people. People have to pay, they have to live. And the young people today want to have a way to live a great lifestyle. So you have to have jobs that they're attracted to, and then you have to have an environment that they want to be part of. And I think Detroit has a great story. I meet people and I tell them they're from Detroit and they're like, oh my, Detroit is doing amazing things. I was downtown last weekend for a wedding and the reception was at the Shinola Hotel. It was amazing. The city was bustling. There were people out there and I was up on the rooftop and I looked out and I saw that Gucci store. I was like, what? There's a Gucci store? And I told my husband, I said, before we leave here next week, I'm going to Gucci and I'm going to give them some money because I want the store to be successful. And so I think those things are really, really important, but I think there's a lot of progress that's been made. And I just think there's absolutely more we can do.
When I look at your background and I look at young people today, there was a track when I was in school that either made you go to college or allowed you to go to college or go into vocational training.
Yeah.
There were requirements that demanded a college degree. But today, is that still true? And isn't even engineering school a kind of vocational training?
Yeah.
You know, we tend to look down, I think, upon some trades as being less than, but no, they're not. The bottom line is that we have to make a living, make money.
Yeah. So college is not for everyone, right? I love to believe that college is good for most people. But I will tell you, there are people who have skills or that can be trained. And so apprenticeship programs, I think, are extremely important. And I can remember, so I'm aging myself, but I can remember being in high school and there were vocational type classes that you could take along with college prep classes. And so there were woodworking, machining classes, culinary arts classes. Like there's classes that I think people should be able to take even in high school because it exposes them to other fields. Electricians, we need electricians, we need carpenters. AI is not going to take those jobs. and they're needed. And so I do think we should be exposing students to these type of opportunities in high school and then providing the training and the program so that they can do that if college is not the right path for them. And they're all, they're great jobs. They're good careers. And so I think we should do more of that. And I'm happy to hear that there is a focus here in the state of Michigan on apprenticeship programs. And I just think we should do a lot more. We've got a lot of young people that are going to graduate and they're all not going to go and study engineering. I'd like for a lot of them to, but the reality is they may not. They may not be interested in it, but there should still be an opportunity for them to participate in this society and have a respectable job that they can raise and support their families on. And I think that's just expected.
You mentioned AI, artificial intelligence.
Yeah.
There are some to say that it is the greatest thing. It will make our lives easier, give us more leisure time. But there are others who fear it will eliminate millions of jobs. What do you think?
I think it's going to do both. I think it's going to be used to help solve a lot of our most challenging problems. I think it's going to be democratized in a way where our children and their children will be using AI as part of their daily lives. But I do think that because of the way, especially if you look at generative AI and these large language models, how they can be used, there's going to be repetitive, tedious type work where it's recalling information that it's not going to require humans to do. But there's going to have to be humans that are going to have to build these models. They're going to have to train these models. They're going to have to refine these models. So I think it's both. It's going to make our life easier, but I do think there's got to be, I think we should be cautious, as far as how we're exploring it or how we're deploying it. We're using AI at Auto Pharmacy. We've been using AI, if you think about machine learning, for a long time, and we're exploring right now with large language models. But I think there's probably not going to be a field that's not going to be impacted in some way by AI.
Could you tell us more about Auto Pharmacy? How does that differ from the pharmacy down the street or even the pharmacy that's currently online?
Yeah, so Auto Pharmacy, we're a tech-enabled pharmacy. And so we use technology as a way of improving access, adherence, providing a high level of care, cost, and convenience for our patients. And so we have a patient-facing app, and we onboard, so our customers onboard onto that app. We do all of the processing of the prescription. We can go out and find coupons that are available to give our patients the lowest cost. And then you can schedule your your prescription to be delivered. We have couriers that can deliver to your home same day, next day, and then we also do some mail. So that's kind of our direct to consumer. So we're a full retail pharmacy. So the same medications that you can get at Walgreens or CVS, you can get through Auto Pharmacy. And then we have another part of our business where we partner with enterprise partners. And so if you think about telehealth companies, if you think about pharmaceutical companies, if you think about payers or insurers, because we have a technology platform, we're able to partner with them in order to lower their costs to serve. And so we're able to onboard, we're able to do prior authorizations. If there's a new drug that's launching, we can help get new patients and then also get the medications to patients. So we're like a pharmacy and a hub. We call it hub services in one, and we're doing it all from our technology. The other great thing I want to say about Alto is at our core are our pharmacists. And so we've built a lot of technology that takes the administrative burden away from pharmacists, where they can operate at the top of their license and where they can provide a high level of care for our patients. And so being tech-enabled means that we start all of our solutions thinking about technology and how technology can really transform pharmacy. It's antiquated. Like, pharmacy is like one of the last spaces where we're not fully leveraging technology to the extent that we can to improve outcomes, access for people to get the medication that they need. And so that's what Alto is really all about, leveraging technology to improve lives and improve access and to make your experience much better than standing in line, waiting to see a pharmacist to get your prescription and then not knowing what it's gonna cost until you show up there. That's not right. And so we're really focusing on fixing that.
You're not the only one in this space. Amazon has a model.
Oh, yeah.
Mark Cuban, who was just here last year, also has.
Mark Cuban
Are you competing with them, or are you?
Well, look, I think it's a huge space. Pharmacy is a $550 billion industry. There's enough room for a lot of people. I'm actually happy that they're in this space because there's a lot of work to be done. There's still just millions of people that don't have access, that can't afford to get the medication. And so I look at Mark Cuban, quite frankly, as a partner. We have a partnership with Mark Cuban. I think what Mark Cuban is doing in the pharmacy space, bringing transparency and also offering low-cost drugs, that's great. It works for us. And so we actually have a partnership with Mark Cuban, and I'd like to grow that partnership. Amazon, you talked about, I spent 25 years almost at General Motors. Then I went to Amazon. I think Amazon is an amazing company, and I think they'll add a lot of value in the pharmacy space. But I think we're unique because we're not just working on a direct-to-consumer model. We're going upstream. We're working with the pharma companies. We're working with payers. We work with doctors, making it easy for them to actually manage prescriptions. So we're looking at it more in a holistic way. And so when you say, are they my competitors? They're not doing what we're doing. But there's room. But there's room for all of us, I think, in this space.
Oh, when you mentioned Amazon, you were there during the height of the pandemic.
Yeah.
It must have been terrifying, but at the same time, exhilarating.
You know what? It was just like everyone else. At the time when I joined Amazon, I had been there a year. I had responsibility for global customer fulfillment. So if you think about if you are an Amazon customer, there's lots of people every day right now working on picking and packing your order to make sure that you get it on time. And I had these people that were working in the warehouse, and we had customers who needed items. And so it was scary because information, things were changing. We didn't know everything, and we still had to think about the safety of our people. And so for me, we just led with I would say the whole company led with, we're gonna do the right thing for our employees. We're gonna think about their safety. We're gonna do everything that we know today, and then as new information comes about, we're gonna learn and move as quickly as possible. So it was a fun time. We doubled the size of the company. A company that took 25 years to build, we doubled it in 2 years. And it was it was amazing. Scary, but amazing time. And I felt really proud of the work that we did, proud of our employees as well.
But here we go again. We spoke about this earlier. 25 years at GM, all over the country, Texas, but primarily here in Michigan. But you left.
Yeah.
You left. You went away to Northwestern. You left GM and went out to Seattle. You left. And that is a problem we have here in Michigan. for whatever reason. I don't know it's a lack of opportunity. I don't know what we are not doing so that people with your skills and your talent have to go elsewhere to get an opportunity.
Yeah, so for me, it was less about the opportunity at Michigan and more about the opportunity at General Motors. And so I had an amazing career at General Motors, and I talked about, I started there as an engineer. I ended up raising my hand because I wanted to work in the plant, and I grew my career in manufacturing. I became a plant manager at the Arlington, Texas plant. I was a plant manager at the Orion plant. I was a vehicle chief engineer. I did a lot of things. I had a great career at General Motors, and then I was over all of manufacturing globally, manufacturing engineering, sustainability. I love that. But I don't like to be comfortable. I like to be challenged. I like to continue to grow. And I felt like I was not being challenged. And I felt like the opportunities at GM were there. They just weren't there right now. And I was ready for something right now. And so I met someone at Amazon, and I flew out to Seattle, and it was an amazing opportunity to work for a customer-obsessed company.
It wasn't just the money.
No, it wasn't the money, but the money helped.
Okay.
The money helped make it an easier decision, but it wasn't. Like, I didn't start the conversation thinking about the money. I started the conversation around, this is a great company, that it's a totally different industry. I need to stretch, I need to grow, I need to evolve as a person. Like, I can't just stay comfortable at GM, although it was like leaving family. Like, I love that company. Like, I love General Motors to this day. But Amazon was a great opportunity for me, and I said, why not? And it was just an example of me betting on myself and pushing myself out of my comfort zone when I didn't have to, but I had to for myself. And so it was the best decision I ever made. And so I went to Amazon, it was great. And I not only ran global customer fulfillment, I had all of the technology for all of their operations. I had the large customer service organization. I had sustainability. I had product safety. So I had a lot there that allowed me to grow and to contribute and to make good money.
There's nothing wrong with making money.
Nothing wrong with that.
But here you have, I think, become a global ambassador for business. And you can live anywhere you want to live. You've lived here in Michigan. You've lived in Seattle. I think San Francisco is the base for
the
also.
company's in San Francisco.
Is there a chance we can get you back here in Michigan?
Well,
what do we have to do?
Actually, we just bought a home in Bloomfield Hills about 6 weeks ago. So coming back, I always wanted to come back to Michigan. I always wanted to come home. My family's here. I have a lot of family here. I love the city. I love the state. And so my husband and I were here visiting, and we saw a house, and we decided to buy it. So I will not be here in the winter, I can tell you that. But I will at least be here in the summers and the fall. And then, technology, you can work from anywhere. And I don't mind flying, so I can get to San Francisco when I need to.
Well, your skills and talent have been recognized across the board. You've been members, I think, of the board of General Mills and Beaumont Hospital, Beaumont Health System. Now you're on the board of J.P. Morgan Chase.
Yes.
And in fact, we have to let her go soon because there's a private plane waiting for her to take her to the next board meeting. But I don't know if you can divulge what goes on behind the scenes, but I know that Chase has made a significant investment in Detroit. What are they saying about that?
Yeah, so when I left Amazon, when I joined Amazon, I had to leave the General Mills board because they don't allow any of their leaders to be on the board of public companies. And so when I left Amazon, I knew one of the things I wanted to do was serve. I wanted to be on the board of directors of a company. And I ended up being connected with J.P. Morgan Chase. And one of the reasons, first of all, it's an amazing company. It's a global, financial services company. They do great work, lots of technology. I love tech. Jamie Dimon is an amazing, amazing, amazing leader. But I was also really intrigued by the work and the investments that J.P. Morgan Chase has made in the city of Detroit. And since 2013, I think since that time, J.P. Morgan Chase has invested over $200 million in the city. They've done a lot from a training and upskilling perspective, providing small business loans and home affordability programs, and just partnering, I think, with the city. And so at J.P. Morgan, we're really proud of the work that's been here. And we do talk about, well, what's the next Detroit? because it's such a great success story. And we know that cities can come back, and it takes, business working with local and state government and working with the citizens in order to make it a great city. And so really proud of the work that JP Morgan Chase has done, and also looking at how that model of what was done here can be replicated in other cities, because there's lots of needs, lots of opportunities out there. So,
what do you tell your children about the future? What do you think is ahead for us?
I tell my children to follow their passion. I tell them that, that they were here, they're sent here for a reason, and it's just not to be consumers, and to, to live a fulfilled life, and to not be afraid to go down a path that hasn't been done before, but also to think about the impact that they have on others, on their communities, on the world, and just don't, if you're going to be here, make a difference. Don't take advantage of the opportunities that you have. And I talk to my sons about that. Like, I grew up with a lot less than they have. But it doesn't change the responsibility, I think, that they have in living a fulfilled life and then having an impact, making a difference, make the world better. Like, that's what I talk to my kids about.
Not money.
No, but you need to be able to take care of yourself, because I'm not taking care of you. So I do tell them that, you're going to take care of yourself.
Well,
you're going to find a way.
I want to give you the last message to these people gathered here today. What should they do? How should they leave this gathering? What is the first thing they should do when they walk out of these doors?
No, I just say, you're here, you're making an investment, you're spending time, learn something. Be curious, learn something, take it away. And if it's just one thing that you want to take away that's going to help you on the path that you're doing, or maybe unlock something that you may have been blocked, build a relationship, find someone, talk to someone that you don't know. I think one of the amazing things I was telling you, that I came over on a shuttle and on a ferry with Valerie Jarrett and a couple other people. And we were in the lobby. And I didn't know her. We just started talking, and she said, "You want to go to dinner?" When I woke up yesterday, I did not expect that I would be having dinner with Valerie Jarrett. But through that conversation, it sparks an idea, and maybe something will come from that. And so I would just encourage all of you to take advantage of this time and to make the best of it, and to use it to help make the state better, make the world a better place.
Well, I know this is not a church, but I've been converted. Alicia Bola Davis, thank you.
Thank you. Yep. Thank you. Yep. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. You're great, of course. Thank you.
This session, A Conversation with Suzanne Clark, is sponsored by Ford Motor Company. Please welcome President and Chief Executive Officer of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, Suzanne Clark. And welcome back to the stage, Sandy Barua.
Hey, everyone. All right. Suzanne Clark, CEO of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. We are honored to have you here. I've admired your leadership now for a few years since you've taken the reins, and it is such a delight to have you here.
Thank you so much. What an impressive conference.
Well, not our first rodeo, so we're proud to do this. So I want to start with just a really big thank you. Obviously, I have the honor of running a regional chamber of commerce, and especially during COVID, when there was so much uncertainty in the world, especially in our health, in the business community, your team, Neil Bradley, my friend Sarah Armstrong, you yourself, your entire team, what you provided us as regional local chambers, helped us do our job better, and we're just eternally grateful.
It's a really kind thing to say. We were founded 112 years ago by state and local chambers, so that's really our job.
So I want to start at the very top of the business discussion pyramid. Capitalism is good for humanity. Now, I say that because in the last several years, with all of the social let's just call it conversations, about questioning kind of American institutions. The idea of free enterprise, the concept of capitalism has gotten swept up in that conversation, and people have questioned, is capitalism the right thing? I would love you as as the head voice for American business to respond to the criticism that capitalism may not be the right choice for society.
Well, I appreciate that opportunity. I feel like I spend all day, every day defending free enterprise, so it's a joy to do it. I'll try not to take the whole 28 minutes we have to do this, but look, capitalism has lifted more than 70% of the world's population out of extreme poverty. If you look at Bono, I'm kind of paraphrasing, but he says foreign aid is a Band-Aid, but free enterprise is a cure. And you really don't have to go much further than Detroit. I mean, look at what has happened with business investment, what that means to a community, what a job means to a community, what it means to health outcomes, what it means to environmental outcomes. And so I think the concern that we have isn't that it's perfect, right? It's that it's an evolving system. It's the best one we have. And we all need to lean into it a little bit more to make sure that it stays strong and has passionate support for all the problems it still has to solve.
And, without capitalism, there's no innovation, the drugs that save lives, the infrastructure that gets built around, none of that happens without capitalism.
No, I think as a society, we really expect business to solve a lot of big problems at scale, right? And that only happens if you have a free enterprise system.
So, speaking of free enterprise in America, you have a premier annual event, the State of American Business. What is the state of American business today in 2024?
What we talked about was that the state of American business feels optimistic. And I think it has to be optimistic. None of you flip open a sign on your door and think no customers are coming, or make the next hire and think I won't have anything for them to do, right? So the idea of investing in a business to start with means that you're somewhat optimistic. And America had record new business starts last year, 5.5 million. And Michigan had the second highest, right? There's an optimism to filling out a new business application and saying, this is what I want to do. I think we see a fair amount of secondhand pessimism where people are optimistic about their business, but not necessarily about the overall economy. And there is that dichotomy that we face a lot. But I do think Americans are optimistic people, and people in business certainly are.
When people ask me in my role, are you optimistic or not, that's exactly the stat I point to, is the record business starts nationally and in Michigan, because that's what we didn't see coming out of the Great Recession, 2008, 2009. In fact, we didn't see new businesses getting formed. Now we are. That gives me tremendous hope. Sounds like gives you tremendous hope going forward.
I would also tell you that it's what our adversaries can't figure out. I was just with the premier in China, and we were sitting in chairs like this, and there was a pad of paper here. And when I talk about the 5.5 million, I watch him write it down, because it's the thing you can't make your people do, right? He can't make people spend money. He can't make people start a business. And so figuring out that entrepreneurial spirit is really tough for some of our adversaries.
So when you talk to global CEOs, when you talk to global governmental leaders, like you just mentioned, the Premier of China, I know you were recently with the Prime Minister of Japan, I think maybe the Prime Minister of the UK and others. What are these non-American global business and governmental leaders, what do they say today about doing business in America and with America?
Well, one thing is I find both the global government leaders and the global CEOs really curious. How do we have an optimistic workforce? How do we have people who want to start businesses? Where does the innovation come from, right? So there's a lot of curiosity. There's also a fair amount of wanting to collaborate. They are a little concerned about what they see as America's retreat from the foreign stage, right? We know that when global GDP goes down, that lots of countries get more nationalistic, more protectionist, and we're certainly seeing that in the United States right now. And that scares some of our allies. So we haven't had a new trade agreement in the United States in a decade. So if 97% of exporters are small businesses, this means they're not getting to foreign markets they would like to get to. That confuses some of the world leaders who are our allies, who don't know. We don't have a US-UK trade agreement. right? That's confusing to the UK. We don't want to do more. But I think largely they see America as a great place to do business. They are concerned about increasing regulatory overreach. And interestingly, when I was in Europe 2 weeks ago, the number of EU countries that are getting tired of regulatory overreach out of Brussels was really interesting. Because from here, it looks like they're united in their approach. But I think there are a lot of cracks in that scheme.
So it's interesting when European leaders are looking to us saying, gee, you guys are awfully bureaucratic, because that's what we've always thought of them. That's not a good sign for us. So you talk about the threats to free enterprise, the threats in America, and being part of the U.S. Chamber as a member, I've really appreciated the leadership that you and your team have taken in really highlighting these threats to American business that are coming from, frankly, the regulatory environment. We're seeing kind of some unprecedented reach or maybe overreach in regulatory. Talk about the Chamber's approach. First of all, what are some of the biggest threats, and what are you guys doing about it?
Well, I think there are two different questions, really, right? There's the one question, which is, are there real adversaries to free enterprise in the United States? And the answer is yes. So there are well-funded foundations. The Hewlett Foundation has pledged $50 to $100 million alone to really try to come up with a new economic model for the United States. They're funding journalists to write negative stories about capitalism. They're funding academics. And our adversaries are using misinformation tools to really make us feel even more polarized than we are, make us feel that we're even more divided than we are. And so I think there are real voices out there trying to take down the free enterprise system. And for those of us in business who just wake up every day and want to open our doors and serve our employees and our customers, it's hard to think about that larger fight. So that's one thing. I think the second thing is, we did a study, and we looked at the S&P 500 over the course of a decade, and every risk that they were listing in their 10Ks. And then we normalized it for language. And what it showed was that over the course of a decade, America's biggest companies said most risk was flat, except for one. And the one risk that they said was growing was public policy risk, and it was up by 1/3. And it's why what you do in Detroit, what we do together at the national level, is so important, because public policy risk from your own government, is really dangerous for business. And it's dangerous mostly because of the uncertainty. So if you look at how many elections in the United States are now swing elections, so you go guardrail to guardrail on energy policy or guardrail to guardrail on different policies, no business can make a new strategic plan every 18 months. Right? So that uncertainty itself is a risk. So I would say real adversaries, real uncertainty, and then you brought up regulatory risk. There's so much that we need our government to do, that we need a strong, effective, and smart government to do. But when governments start doing things that they don't have the authority to do, when they want to be experts on everything like running your business, then the U.S. Chamber will step in to stop them. We'll start by filing comments on new rules. We'll start with working with regulators to try to get to good rules that would help. But if they continue to overreach their statutory authority, then we sue them. And so we are on our 10th lawsuit this year. You and I were talking this morning about one that we won on the FTC non-competes. And I just want to be clear. If you're a business person, you know how limited non-competes are in their effectiveness. They have to be very narrow. Maybe they're limited to a particular salesperson who knows your market and your pricing and your revenue model. Maybe it's a scientist in R&D, short amount of time, very small number of competitors. But for the FTC to come out and just declare them not just illegal, but illegal retroactively, we didn't believe that they had the constitutional authority to do that. And we were actually more concerned about the overreach of their authority and what they might do next than even the specific non-compete rule. So we sued, we won on that one, and we just filed a new one last week. OSHA came out with a new rule that said when they were out doing their inspections of your restaurant, your fast food place, your factory, that they could bring a union rep with them to non-union plants. So now you have a safety inspection, which is a good role for the government to play, but making it into an organizing play, which is not OSHA's job, right? So a lot of what we're trying to do is reduce uncertainty by asking government to stay in their lane and do the jobs that only they can do.
It is, that's a good example of what your organization and what Neil Bradley says a lot is that, the Biden administration has taken a whole of government approach on some of these regulatory and, union organizing issues. So, we here obviously had to endure a UAW strike in the fall. What is your take on union organizing efforts across the country? Because we're seeing certainly more activity, not sure we're seeing more success, but certainly more activity. What are business leaders telling you about what's happening with the organized labor movement?
Look, I think I'm interested in what your members are telling you as well. What I hear the most is we just want a level playing field. Employees should get to decide for themselves, but we want a level playing field. And so when the NLRB or other government agencies, or now OSHA, are trying to tilt the playing field so that union organizers can talk and lobby and do whatever they want in a workforce, but businesses are prohibited to talking to their employees or talking to their customers, that's when CEOs say, hey, we're happy to compete. We can both put our ideas out there and see what the workforce wants to do, but government needs to stay out of it.
Well, you talk about going from guardrail to guardrail. We've certainly done that here in Michigan, particularly with right to work.
Mm-hmm.
We were a right to work state, and now we're not. And, that kind of whipsawing back and forth, causes a real problem, especially when we're out there trying to attract new businesses to Michigan, because it's the whole, okay, what is your policy today and what was it yesterday? And so that policy consistency or lack of policy consistency, is almost worse than having not quite the right policy to begin with.
Sure, we had a speaker recently at the U.S. Chamber, and we said, what is your preferred immigration policy? And he said, I'd settle for having one.
Yeah.
And any immigration policy would be a good policy. So I think your point about business wants to know the rules of the road, right? Business leaders tend to be ethical, upstanding, important members in their community. They want to know what rules they have to play by, and they want some certainty so that they can make a plan. One of the things that I think is confusing about President Biden saying he wants to be the most pro-union president in history is that
First one to walk a picket line.
we are in the tightest job market of our time, right? I mean, the wage pressures are incredible. And so I think one of the questions that CEOs have is, what problem are we solving? What still needs to be done that we need to be taking very seriously on behalf of our workforces? And what part of this is UAW members who aren't even in the auto industry? Where is this movement coming from, and what is the ultimate objective?
It's it's college employees.
Right.
That's now, I think, the largest segment of UAW workers, which seems a little odd to me, but.
Yeah, and I think largely unknown by the public, right? And so when you start to do public sentiment surveys of how do you feel about the UAW, and they're thinking, oh, auto workers, I care about that. They're not thinking about what's happening on these college campuses. So level playing field, clear communication, represent who you represent.
Yeah, and and just going back to a minute for the regulations that we're seeing, come out of Washington. For those of us who are really in the auto industry, particularly around the electrification that's happening globally, I mean, our organization firmly believes that the global market for vehicles is going electrified. Some people may view it as a political issue, but at the end of the day, it's a business issue. That's hard to do when all the regulations say you can't use this, you can't use that, in terms of, raw materials and, rare earth materials. And it's like, well, which one? Do you want us to move this way? And if you do, then we need access to these, or do you not want us to move that way? It's for our businesses here, it's really confusing.
Well, I think this gets back to being strategic, right? We're a great country. We should be able to do more than one thing at a time. And so we pretend, because Twitter or X loves outrage and our algorithms love outrage, right? So we pretend that things are really impossible or false choices, right? Of course we should be able to have border security and more legal immigration, right? Of course we should be able to address climate change and use our own natural resources. Of course these aren't, choices that you have to make, and yet these are how business thinks. What's the strategy? What's the compromise? Where are we trying to get? So the problem we have a lot with EVs is that we don't want to do any copper mining, right? We don't want to mine for critical minerals. We have a really outdated electrical grid. And so the state of Maryland, the Mary Kane at the Maryland Chamber, you know her well, will tell you, they'll show you pictures of all of the police cars they were mandated to buy, electric police cars in Maryland. And they're all in a lot because their grid can't support charging them. So it's not that EVs are holistically good or holistically bad, it's what's the strategy, what are we trying to accomplish, and which things can we do in what order? I feel like we don't prioritize well as a country, right? If this is the most important thing, well then we should allow some copper mining, right? We're gonna have to deal with batteries, we're gonna have to deal with lithium, we're gonna have to figure out critical minerals. But I think we need policymakers, not politicians, who will speak truth to the people about these issues. We have to do these things to get where we're going. We can't just get there magically.
And who understand how business works. You know, that you just can't mandate something and all of a sudden people will buy that product or change their consumer behavior in a particular way just because there is a new government mandate or regulation.
Right.
Yeah. So that leads me into kind of public policy and kind of the world in which we are all operating in. You and I had a chance to talk just a little bit about the poll that we released on Tuesday, which had some pretty stunning numbers in there. You know, 67% of respondents across the state of Michigan said that democracy was the best form of government. 67% is a pretty low number. You know, we obviously live in an era of polarization, lots of, as you mentioned, Suzanne, lots of disinformation out there. How does the environment, this political, polarized environment, impact how you have to operate in Washington and dealing with your members that range from, you know, small companies up to the largest, you know, companies on the globe?
To the Detroit Chamber.
Well, let's put it someplace in the middle at best, right?
Look, I think, again, we're a great country. We can do hard things, right? And so these dichotomies, these false choices are really, I think, what's getting us into the most trouble. We have to have some kind of strategy here for the things that are facing us the most. And I think whether you're talking to big companies or small companies right now, what do they want? They want more workers, they want more certainty, they want to understand what the rules of the road are, they want access to their materials, right? They want a cooling down of interest rates, and it's cross-party. So if you really talk about polarization, what makes me optimistic about it is the Federation. So we have 1,500 state and local chambers we work with every day. They're in real blue states and they're in real red states. And they almost all agree on what we need to do as a country to help job creators, help communities and families, right? And so there are people who are willing to come together and talk. But here's my advice, and I feel this really strongly, and I know I'm not going to seem as nice when I say this, but I just think it's really important. I think the business community isn't loud enough because we get polite. And we want to solve problems, and we want to be good to our customers, we want to be good to our employees and our communities, and so we're really polite. And we have abdicated a lot of the primary system in the United States to people on the fringes of both parties. And then so many of these congressional seats are safe that whoever gets through that primary ends up in the general, and people feel like I have no control. These aren't people that I would want to elect. I think we have to get louder in the process, and we have to say impolite things like this. Venezuela was an oil-rich, extraordinarily well-educated country, and they too decided they didn't like democracy. They are now a single-party communist republic, and all of those formerly wealthy, formerly highly educated people are crawling through jungles to get their children out of there. So the next time someone tells you they're not sure about democracy, I think we have to start being bolder and say, you're right, it's imperfect. You're right, we have more to improve. We're a young country, and we have a lot we haven't gotten right yet. Educational equality, health equity, a lot we haven't gotten right yet. And there's a lot we have gotten right. But the idea that there is some other system of government, it really is communism, and we don't say that. We don't say to those 33% of people, there's a name for people who don't like democracy, and this is what it is. And I do think in our polite conversation, we are losing the thread of the importance of free enterprise and the importance of democracy while admitting their imperfections. And I think part of what we have to do about it as a federation is not lecture people into liking capitalism or democracy. That never works. But here's what does work. The public really does believe that business is better at responding to demand and consumer sentiment and public sentiment than government. So when we talk about our businesses and our communities as responsive, that's believable. And when we tell local stories, that's really believable. And so you and I and the whole Chamber Federation have to get better at arming people with stories about responsive businesses, local businesses, and reminding people the importance of a system of government.
You know, when I kicked off the conference this morning, I used the Edelman Trust Barometer, which shows business leaders as the most trusted voice that people interact with every day, as media, as other institutions, you know, particularly government leaders, have fallen in trust, and that really kind of puts the onus on, you know, the members that we represent and organizations like ours to really be a voice in public. Because, you know, certainly when I started my career on Capitol Hill back in the 80s, when we were inventing the wheel, right, as I said this morning, you know, it was just, you know, the business party was the Republican Party, it was the Chamber of Commerce Party. Now it's much more a la carte, certainly from our view here in Michigan. I assume at the national level, it's more a la carte, you know, in terms of who you go to, which party you go to advance business issues.
I think every issue is its own coalition now, you know, and you just have to make friends on every issue and talk to people. It's a new coalition for every issue.
I want to go back to geopolitics for a second here. So you kind of commented on how, you know, global leaders are viewing the United States with, you know, increasing concern around regulatory issues. As you scan the globe's getting to be a really interesting place. You know, these global conflicts are coming home. Right now, one of our university presidents, who was supposed to be on this stage tomorrow, can't come because of, you know, the Palestinian, you know, protests. As you look at Ukraine, as you look at the tensions in the Taiwan Straits, as you look at the Israeli-Gaza conflict, how do you...
Bartender?
yeah, okay, there you go. That might be the answer. By the way, when John Boehner was on stage a couple years ago, he brought his own Bloody Mary. So next time you're on stage, you can bring your own drink. But how do you see that, you know, these global issues impacting, well, the global economy, the risks?
Look, I think this goes back to uncertainty, right? So when you say things like inflation's at a 40-year historic high, we don't talk about the corollary, which is that means almost no CEO has ever dealt with this interest rate environment, right? Almost no global leader has ever dealt with it. I had a shipping company in my office asking me for advice because the Houthis were shooting missiles at his ships, right? This was not, I did not take the Houthi missile class when I was getting my MBA at Georgetown, right? No one is prepared for these things. And so you think it's a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic and a once-in-a-lifetime supply chain crisis, and then war in Ukraine, and then war in the Middle East, and then Taiwan, and people are overwhelmed. I mean, no wonder people have secondhand pessimism, right? It's an uncertain time, and it's an overwhelming time. We have AmChams, like we have state and local chambers. I connected the AmCham in Israel to the AmCham in Ukraine right after October 7th, because one of the things that has to happen if you're Tel Aviv or you're in Ukraine is that you have to keep the economy going as much as you can. And so these business leaders whose, you know, their entire boards and their employees are being called up, and yet they're trying to keep businesses going so they can keep their economy going. I mean, they're really unique challenges. And so I don't know about you all, but the only way that I find peace in these times is just to get to work, to figure out the allies that we can, to figure out the work that we can do, to turn the worry into work. And I think that's what businesses are good at.
And let's face it, I mean, our country, our economy, we got through the turmoil of the 1960s, we got through the Iraq War, we got through the, you know, the pretty serious recessions, both at the beginning of 2007, 2008, you know, early 1980s, and, you know, our economy keeps growing. So I want to end on kind of a personal note here. So, you know, we are proud that 40% of our speakers that are going to be on this stage throughout our conference are women, which is a record for us. We're very proud of that. We have kicked off today with, you know, our governor, Gretchen Whitmer, you know, our chair, Suzanne Shank, are Alicia Bowler Davis, who used to be an executive at Amazon and GM and now is CEO of Alto Pharmacy, and Valerie Jarrett, now head of the Barack Obama Foundation, and now we have you.
If you need me to help you find some male speakers, I'd be happy.
What is it like being the voice and the face of American business as a woman who's risen to the ranks that you have? That's question number one. I'm going to have a follow-up as well.
I'm the first. There have only been 3 CEOs of the U.S. Chamber in the last 55 years. So Dick Lesher was CEO for 22 years. Tom Donahue was CEO for 24 years. I've been CEO for 3. So it is not an institution that changes rapidly. And sometimes I sit in that office in this building that was built 112 years ago, and I think about who had this job in the Depression, who had this job in the race riots, who had this job in the world wars, and what was that burden like? So I think that carrying the mantle of a 112-year-old organization forward is always a big burden, or not burden, but responsibility that I take really seriously. I am the first female to do the job, and I don't know, this sounds sarcastic and I don't mean it this way, but I have a hard time with this question because I'm like, I don't know what it feels like to be a male CEO. So like a little bit complicated of an answer, but I would say this. Madeleine Albright once said that she felt men and women are really different and they bring different skills to bear. And she always thought that in some ways being a woman made it easier to be Secretary of State, that she had a range of emotional tools, including being surprising in some countries to show up as a woman, So I think we're all using our skills and our gifts the best way we can. So there are situations where it's a disadvantage to be female, and there's situations where it's an advantage. And so I think it's just using your gifts the best way that you can. I feel proud of it. I have an only child. She's 18. She's graduating from high school next week. I would accept all of your prayers that I get through Beach Week successfully, please. And I'm really proud when she comes to the chamber and she sees female leaders. We did our trip to the B7 last week to give the business community recommendations to the G7 leaders. The president is Italy this year. And so here you had the president of the G7 is the Italian prime minister who's female. The lead CEO in our delegation was Chrissy Taylor, who runs Enterprise Mobility. And I was there, and it's changing. It's changing pretty quickly.
So leads to my next question, which is, what do you view as the state of progressing women into these top positions? Do you feel like we've made enough progress, or we're still lagging behind? Female CEOs. Actually, last number I saw, there was a dip in the U.S. of the number of female CEOs in the, I think it's either the Fortune 1000 or the Fortune 500.
Tammy was very serious that I had to end on time. So in 1 minute and 27 seconds, I'm going to solve the female executive problem.
Oh, great. Perfect.
Look, here's what I would say. I think there's things society could do to advance more women. I don't think we've really mastered childcare and figuring it out. And I think the pandemic made that worse. So I think there are things society can do. But I also think there are things women can do. And the truth is that the path to the C-suite is usually running a P&L. And you still see more women, majority female doctors, majority female lawyers. If you look at law school classes, med school classes, but if you look at an MBA class, it's still about 1/3 female. And then if it's not what you want to study, and then you don't want to run a P&L, because more women are still choosing careers in HR or in communications. These are great careers, but they're not the most logical path to the C-suite. So if you're not going to take an international assignment, you're not going to run a P&L, you don't want to get your MBA, then it's going to be a little harder for you to stand back and be angry that you're not on a public company board or you're not in a C-suite. That said, there's more society can do, there's more men can do, and every opportunity I've ever had has come from a male mentor or sponsor. So there are a lot of good guys out there.
Well, I'm glad you think I'm one of them. At least I hope to. Suzanne Clark, CEO, U.S. Chamber, we are honored to have you. You're doing an amazing job. I find your leadership really inspiring.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And you have one of the best in the country running your chamber. Congratulations.
All right. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Distinguished guests, please enjoy this break. The next session begins at 1:00.
Masco Corporation is proud to deliver products that enhance the way consumers all over the world experience and enjoy their living spaces. Masco, serving Michigan communities since 1929. Support also provided by the Cynthia and Edsel Ford Fund for Journalism at Detroit PBS.
DTE Foundation is a proud sponsor of Detroit PBS. Among the state's largest foundations committed to Michigan-focused giving, we support organizations that are doing exceptional work in our state. Learn more at dtefoundation.com.
We help organizations find their voices through what they do and who they impact. We are VVK PR and Creative, a Detroit agency telling the stories of critical issues affecting the big picture and the small moments. Stories at Skyline Heights and on-the-ground influence. We lead with relationships first, solutions always, and with diversity as our compass. VVK PR and Creative.
Nissan Foundation, and viewers like you. For nearly 70 years, Detroit PBS has been serving the 4 million people who call the Detroit area home. And now, we're coming home.
We live in the most important city in America. And why this city at this moment? Because that's where our work has taken us.
This is your chance to be a part of this new era for Detroit PBS.
Wayne County is probably the most diverse county in the state of Michigan. An awful lot of people of all ethnicities throughout the county. We kind of talk about it as 43 different and unique communities. And I think there's a tremendous opportunity for public television to touch those different communities.
The Lions moved back home, the Pistons moved back home, and we're very excited to have Detroit Public TV come back to their original home in Detroit and return the center of their operations to a really vibrant section of the city.
The future home of Detroit PBS is in the heart of the Milwaukee Junction neighborhood, with easy access to Woodward Avenue, major freeways, and public transportation.
Detroit Public TV is going to help bring back a really exciting neighborhood.
With everyone at Detroit PBS and 90.9 WRCJ at one centralized location, we'll be able to capitalize on the progress and momentum of the last 10 years and do more than ever before.
You're going to get more One Detroit, more American Black Journal, more Michigan Learning Channel, more Kids PBS, more Great Lakes Now, more WRCJ.
Be it a studio audience, an educational event, a live performance, or a critical town hall, we'll be able to host it all from this one campus.
A hub where you might go for one thing, but when you're there are a number of other activities going on, and so it broadens your horizons, at least an opportunity to be exposed to other things.
Invest in Detroit. Invest in our community. Invest in our mission, and help us create a new home for Detroit PBS. Imagine the possibilities.
When you support this campus for Detroit Public Television and move back to the city of Detroit, you're making an investment in the city of Detroit itself, a physical investment that will lift up our entire community.
Imagine the possibilities.
Imagine the possibilities.
Imagine the possibilities.
Imagine the possibilities.
We're devising new plans and new experimental designs in order to get out on the lakes.
The climate is changing. It's happening at an alarming rate. I think people are looking at our area as a safe haven to what's happening across the country.
It is just an incredible, inspiring place that we've never even realized was sitting at our feet.
Watch Great Lakes Now every Monday at 7:30 p.m.
One of the main ways we're different than a lot of traditional television coverage is that we spend more time with our stories. We can put context to the stories we do that go back years, decades even. We can kind of see the future of the country through what happens in Detroit, and how we try to invent ourselves here now is something everybody's looking at, and we'd like to be the first ones to tell that story.
Watch One Detroit on Detroit PBS or on the PBS app.
And welcome back to the big desk here on Mackinac Island for the Mackinac Policy Conference. I am Zoe Clark. Good to be with you and super glad to have this next group of folks here with us. I have to say that when I read Understanding Gen Z's Political Sway, I was thrilled to see that panel name. Even more excited that I get to talk to the folks that were on the panel, the woman behind putting this panel together. Angelique Power, President and CEO of the Skillman Foundation. Hello.
Hi, nice to see you.
Nice to see you. Thanks for making the time. Esther Guerrero, Congress of Communities. Welcome, welcome.
Thank you.
Good to have you here.
To be
and
here.
Jacob Manning, Small Business Association of Michigan. Hello.
Hello.
So I want to read the description of your panel.
Please.
Gen Z adults account for about 1 in 6 Americans eligible to vote, and they are turning up at the polls more than any other youth cohort in history. Esther, why is that?
I think we're a passionate individual group. I think we're a generation that has seen and experienced things from 9/11 in our childhood to the recession to then school shootings, and not only in our high school years, but up to our university years. And we want to see change. We want to be at the forefront of that change, just as we've seen in past generations. We are eager to learn, and we are eager to work together so that we can see the future that we want to see. And
Jacob, how does that resonate with you?
Yeah, it definitely resonates. I think that people in our generation, we have access to information at a level that is completely unprecedented in other generations. And I think that our generation has really jumped into advocacy, is really interested in a lot of different topics and can easily inform themselves, given whatever shows up on their feed in their pocket.
Mm-hmm. Angelique, I'm curious about, for you from the Skillman Foundation, why it was important to hear about Gen Z and to lean into this perspective that sometimes I think gets short shrift or gets a little blown off.
People-powered education is the name of our strategy at Skillman, and really the shorthand of that is that there are people who are most proximate to education issues and to any issues really have to lead policy change. In this moment, if we came to a policy conference and we did not hear from young people, which top the news hour, what is really on their mind and why, I think we do a disservice, and I think we would miss the point. Youth are always at the forefront of social justice changes for the last 50 years. There are 1.8 billion young people on the planet. 4 million turn 18 every year. In Michigan, there are 1.5 million Gen Zers that are registered to vote. They will rock the election this year, and if we aren't engaging, then we're going to be taken by surprise.
It's a powerful note, and yet we know that voters can be apathetic, and any generation, right? So Esther, I'm curious, when you talk to friends, peers, and when we talk specifically about election 2024, and I'm not so much talking about who they're voting for, but is there an urgency this year to turn out, or do you have concerns that folks may feel a little apathetic?
I think what's important here is the issues that are impacting our generation, the things that we are witnessing, which, for example, we're witnessing what's happening in Gaza every single day for the past few months. And that to us is compelling, to see this happening and not seeing the change that we would like, and it coming from our governing body. And along with that, other things like inflation and the economy, just these things that put a lot of pressure on us. And we're more concerned of the outcome of these situations and the policies that are going to be in place. And there will be a push for outcome in the voter in voting this year. Mm-hmm. We saw that happen when there was the uncommitted campaign going around, which was very successful. And so we will see a push. And I think we're waiting to see what Gen Z, what direction they'll take it in.
Jacob, what do you think?
I think that especially now, in the last few years, especially since the pandemic, I think that everybody in the country is having a harder time paying for their groceries, paying for their rent, trying to buy basic necessities. And I think that particularly for Gen Z, who are not yet advanced far enough in their career to be able to make advanced salaries, that these issues hit particularly hard. And so I think that it's not a matter of, apathy. I think that people are going to feel the need to vote because as time goes on, they feel their dollar going less far and less far. I feel like people are going to have to feel like they need to do something.
Jacob, who do you feel like is hearing you and listening to your generation?
Right now, it's kind of hard to say. I think that there's a lot of disillusionment with both sides. I think people aren't necessarily happy with either of the political options. And that's why I think you've seen a lot of Gen Z group together and try and create their own voice.
Esther, one thing I hear when I hear about sort of the urgency that your generation is pushing for is from some other generations going, look, change takes time and you have to be patient. I'm curious, though, when you hear people say that, what does that make you think?
I think we think back to history, and there are things that are repeating themselves. And so we understand that things take time, but we also understand that we learn from history. And when we see things that are continuing to happen and haven't changed since before, then that is frustrating for our generation. So it's nothing new to hear, but I believe that we're still willing to continue and in the fight of just working towards change. I think we are a generation that's willing to come together and take whatever it takes, however long it takes.
History may not
it.
repeat, but it certainly can rhyme. Angelique, I love this quote from your website. Beyond dollars, the secret sauce of the Skillman Foundation is to focus on youth power, understanding that young people are the designers of our destiny.
Yes, that's right. I think one of the advantages of being at Skillman right now is that we get to rock with young people. And so we actually have 2 Gen Zers that are on our board. We have a youth council that are the philanthropists. They've given away $250,000 this year alone. They've set the terms, they created the rubric, and we are not watching them to make sure they understand how to do it. We're taking notes. We're saying, how would you change these things? So, young people are not the beneficiaries of our benevolence. I think that when we look at how complicated some of these problems are, even just talking K through 12 education in the state of Michigan, why would we not have those that are most proximate, that live it every day, join it, and who are big thinkers and innovative and creative and entrepreneurs? Why would we not have them at the table working with us towards solutions? I actually don't think we're going to get to solutions without them.
One of the things that is talked a lot about this conference since last year is growing the state's population, right? So getting people to come to the state or trying to get young folks to actually stay. I'd love to hear from the both of you, Esther and Jacob. What are the things when you think about a place that makes you want to live and, continue your life in? What are the things that are really important to you? Esther, I'll start with you.
I'm a proud Southwest Detroiter.
I know.
I love Detroit through and through all of our ups and downs. And something that definitely motivates me to stay is the culture, the resilience. Being a Detroiter is so multifaceted, it's so layered. And I think what I would love to see in our community is more development for the residents, by the residents, for the youth and by the youth. So those are actually things that my organization, Congress of Communities, is working on right now. We're actually raising funds to get a new building. We want to see our community develop, and we want it to be done by us. And so I would love to see more of that.
Jacob, what would you like to see? We've got about a minute left.
Yeah, a couple of things. I think that it's important. It's important that you need to have places where people actually want to spend time, of course. I think that you need to make sure that you're building communities where people want to raise families. I think a big part of that is reinvesting in our state education system. We've seen a lot of, we're not the best performing state in the country. We lag behind in a lot of different important metrics. And so I think that for us to be able to keep people and bring people in, we need to have things that attract them to our state.
Okay, well, Jacob and Esther and Angelique, I so appreciate the time. It's been great having this conversation, and I hope you have a lot of folks at the conference who are listening to all the things that you all have to say.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Okay, we are now headed to the main stage. We are going to hear from Chuck Todd, political analyst.
Conversation with Chuck Todd is sponsored by Sieber Williams Shank & Company, LLC. Please welcome Chief Political Analyst at NBC News, Chuck Todd, and anchor at WDIV-TV for NBC, Devin Scillian.
Thanks, friends. I hope everybody's having a great day. What a spectacular day it is here along the Straits of Mackinac. And I wanted to start with the fact that sometimes maybe we get a little insulated and don't always understand our own reputation. This is actually a conference that you have wanted to come to for many years.
I've never been able to.
And this year you're here.
I am here. I'm only disappointed I didn't take a train. I was able to do plane, ferry, horse and buggy, car, right? Now I know why I could never get here before. And I wore a specific pair of shoes. I was told, wear shoes that you can hose off. So I've followed all the rules.
You're doing great.
And don't eat the fudge, I was told. Yeah. No, I was told you don't know if it's going to be fudge. Especially, well, he told me this because I'm a Packer fan, and, you know, it's really cute.
I want it, hold it. I want it
And
for
he's
the
the
record.
one that
I was
said-
not going to bring that up.
And he's the one that said, you better not eat any fudge when they find that out.
You know, you may have lost him at being a Packers fan,
Yeah,
Chuck.
I know,
Let's just
I
see
know.
how this goes. As you and I sit down to have this conversation, the jury has received their instructions, and they've gone out in the first criminal trial ever for a former president of the United States. And yet the subject of these deliberations is clearly one of the two standard bearers running for president. This feels very, obviously it's pioneer territory for all of us,
Right.
kind of dystopic, but your reflections on where we are today.
You know, it's hard to look at this now and think it's going to have that much of an impact. Whatever, if anything, it could have a bigger impact if he's acquitted, or if it's hung. I don't know if it has much of an impact if he's convicted. I sort of look at it, and I do think we ought to go back. And when you think about what do you hold Trump accountable for, and what do voters hold him accountable for, and what don't they? And I think we ought to go back to 1997 and 1998 and the Bill Clinton affair, and Republicans totally misreading the country's views of Bill Clinton. And I think what the Republicans didn't realize then is voters, you know, they were making this character attack on Trump, on Clinton, Freudian slip. And it was, and the voters, right, and we would see Clinton's job rating was up here. Sure, his personal rating was, but there was this, the voters gave a distinction between what he did as president and then whether they viewed him as a role model or something like that. But the real issue was voters already dealt with this issue during the 1992 campaign. They saw it as, oh, you're just relitigating the same thing. We already knew who we elected. And on this trial, I think one of the reasons why you're seeing that there might not be a lot of impact with voters is because voters already knew who they were electing in Donald Trump in 2016. The Access Hollywood tape was not kept secret, right? That was a very well-known fact, and they elected him anyway, right? Just like Bill Clinton, Jennifer Flowers, all those things, and the country elected him anyway, and trying to relitigate the same issue. I remember Bob Dole in '96 going, "Where's the outrage?" Right?
Right.
A Bob Dole impersonation used to get a laugh. Obviously, I'm too old. And I think that this is where...
I'm a Kansan. I never laugh at a Bob Dole
There you
person.
go.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Well, he wasn't funny till after he started, after he was on politics. You're like, where was the funny guy? Right? You know, where was that? You know, and I sort of think this is why this trial is sort of stuck where it's stuck. It feels like we are literally litigating actions that took place before the first time he was elected president. And I just think this is why the voters themselves, we look backwards in the press all the time. Elected officials look backwards all the time. You know who doesn't? The voters.
Well, it's true, but here's what I've learned from Donald Trump. Never have one crisis. One crisis will kill you. Have 50 and nobody can keep up.
This was the 2016 campaign. He'd sit here and tweet something at 6 in the morning. A whole bunch of people would get outraged at 6:15. The Morning Joe crew would be deliberating about it and all this. And by 8:30, he's doing something else over here. And he's suddenly, you're absolutely right. I think that's always been his, which is he's willing to start 15 fires because he knows you can't put them all out.
The most covered story by the media in the 2016 campaign was Hillary Clinton's emails. One big crisis.
One crisis versus a million.
Versus a million.
Yeah.
The other thing, it's interesting that you bring
Yet there was more negative coverage of Trump overall than there was Clinton, right? Yes, one story on her, but it reinforces your point.
Bringing up the Clinton era makes me think back to another really interesting phenomenon where we are, and you and I've talked about this a little bit. James Carville was famous for saying back in the 90s, it's the economy, stupid. And what we saw then was that how you felt about the economy ended up informing how you felt about the administration or about a party. Now, polls seem to suggest that how you feel about an administration or party informs how you feel about the economy.
There is some partisanship on there where if you wear the blue jersey and your guy's in the White House, the economy's great. If your guy's not in the White House, the economy stinks, vice versa. There's certainly a little bit of that. But I also think there is still a chunk of voters who are constantly economy first and that they do judge a presidency up or down based on how they did during that presidency. Even though the reality is a president inherits the economy that was handed to them, right? Usually that term is more, was created, in the 8 years before versus, on that front. But that is what it is. I mean, we've been doing this way, but you bring up the economy, and it's sort of, this is where I think is the biggest sort of question mark I have about this campaign, and sort of certainly the Biden campaign strategy, which is they seem to be leaning into democracy and the threat to democracy that Trump presents more so than the economy. And I will say this: I feel like I'm seeing a mirror image. It was about this time in the 2000 campaign that a lot of people were questioning Gore's message. Gore was struggling. It was about this point in time John Kerry was still, is he going to try to run a campaign against Bush on Iraq and all of this? And they both did something in that summer. They retooled their campaigns and focused almost solely on economic issues. Some of it a little more healthcare specific, maybe with Kerry than with Gore, but they both went harder at the economy, a little us versus them, and that sort of mindset, and they both closed the gap, and they both, one won the popular vote.
Yeah, right.
I think that's why you see all sorts of people questioning, why isn't the Biden campaign leaning more in on the economy, constantly talking about the economy? Because I think if you're worried about the democracy, you already know how you vote, right? To me, this is now a question of who's left to win over, who's left in the electorate that's winnable. The democracy voters are there, because if you're almost if you're worried about the democracy, then you're probably following political news more. You're constantly keeping up. I don't know if you need the persuasion.
Yeah.
Where if you're sort of in the sort of dispassionate middle or not paying attention, you're just trying to live your life, and what's in front of you, cost of living.
And that's prices never go down, right? Even inflation can come under control, but we don't see prices going down in the grocery. Right. But the poll that the Glenn Gariff group did for the chamber before this, I think illuminates this pretty clearly. 60% of voters, 61 I think it was, percent of voters believe that the economy is either in big trouble or headed toward a recession.
Yeah.
And yet that same 60% say they're doing pretty well. Either they're doing the same or better than they were before the pandemic.
I have two theses on this that I'd like that are out. Well, one is I think it's really hard to buy a house right now.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And that that will completely feed that.
Absolutely.
Right? That feeds that perception. I think a bunch of people miss the checks. And I think that is because the checks provided a cushion. The checks allowed you to deal with the accidental $400 car payment that showed up. And then now that's gone. And so while people have enough money to get by, and they're like, okay, yeah, my raise is covering this, I think a lot of folks are going, hey, you don't understand, the economy was a really crappy economy back in 09 and 08. And it's like, yeah, but that was 15 years ago now. And I want to say 7% interest rates. I remember when my parents were ecstatic when they dipped below 10 and we could afford a house.
Yeah.
I lived in an apartment complex.
Right.
And we couldn't afford, but that was 1979 to 1982. That was, I think we, unfortunately, and this is where I think Biden is sort of his lived experience is actually a problem for him. For most of his professional life, the public judged the health of the economy on the unemployment rate. And here we are for the first time in 50 years, judging the economy not by whether we have a job or not. Jobs are there to be gotten.
Yeah.
Maybe we wish we had a better one, but they're there. It's how expensive everything is.
It's fair. Yeah. Well, I want to get to Michigan's primacy in this election. I think you are among the many people who believe that whoever does win the White House in November is certainly going to have to win Michigan.
I literally go back and forth. My friend Amy Walter said, all right, you're in a coma for the next 6 months. You wake up on the day after the election, and you only get
so lucky to be in a coma.
I know. I keep asking for that. Normally, his job's to set me up.
Sorry.
But look at that. I set you up right there on the tee. And you only get one state's results to find out who won, right? And I vacillate between Wisconsin and Michigan. Literally, I do this, right? And, right now I would say Michigan. I think you throw in the Gaza aspect. But to me, Madison is sort of got the same, Ralph Nader carried precincts in Madison in 2000. Let me repeat. Ralph Nader carried precincts in Madison, Wisconsin. Okay, so the likelihood that there could be a progressive left protest vote against Biden in Madison is, to me, as likely as it could be in Dearborn. Okay. So in that way, there is some mirror image issues there. But I think it does feel as if Michigan's a bit more volatile. In a weird way, Wisconsin is stable in its polarization. Michigan there is a volatility here to what is turnout going to look like. You've got a divided Republican Party that's kind of been arguably held them back, right? And then you have what's happening in Dearborn. So I think it's a very volatile state.
Talking about in general the impact then not just in Michigan but everywhere over the Israel-Hamas war and the way that plays out, given that I think a lot of people thought that things would calm down on the college campuses after we got past graduation.
Well,
not so.
This still ain't happening at Kent State. Okay? This is not happening at the University of Mississippi. This is not happening at the University of Nebraska. This is not happening at South Dakota. I'm not, so it is happening near, important sort of centers of power. I went to George Washington. It's been 3 blocks from the White House. That's why there was an encampment there. Why did Columbia? It's New York City. That's why in the Ivy Leagues. That's why they're in encampment. Why is it happening at the University of Michigan? Right. It has been much smaller, if you've noticed, outside of those. So I think if there's I say it this way. If the war is hot in the fall, I think it's a huge problem for Biden. I do, because it's less the specifics and more he's lost control of the Middle East.
Yeah.
Right? It looks like it's out of his, it becomes sort of but if there's a ceasefire, I don't think it becomes a voting issue. I'm not saying it won't be a voting issue for people in Dearborn or in a smaller subset. I don't think it's a large, there's been a survey of young voters at Harvard Israel-Gaza was 9 out of 9. It was 9th out of the 9 issues. Guess it's cost of living, okay, with Gen Z. First and foremost, it is that. The environment is much higher among Gen Z than it is among other voting groups, but it really is, in some ways, it's their own version of sustainability. And for them, economic sustainability and climate change are interlocked.
I'm curious about another issue that this one maybe plays more to the Democrats' favor. We've watched what abortion on the ballot and marijuana to a degree, what those two issues on the ballot can mean. We've seen it happen here in Michigan. Obviously, it's on the ballot in Florida. These are on the ballot. Talk about the impact that those you think.
Look, I don't think marijuana is going to have the same impact. Like, I do think there's a look, MAGA is as pro-marijuana as the left is, as the student, whatever your perception of the left is about marijuana, the MAGA libertarian right also is pretty pro that too. Okay. So I don't view that as the same. Abortion's another story, because I do think it is a get out the vote mechanism. Like, I look at my own daughter, who's 20, goes to school in the state of Florida, is now figuring out how to register to vote in the state of Florida because of that initiative.
Yeah.
Okay. That I do think, in that sense, these ballot initiatives, in the same way George W. Bush successfully used the anti-same-sex marriage ballot initiatives in 2004, that helped sort of as organizational tools in the battleground state. Arguably Bush won Ohio because of it.
Yeah.
So it does help with turnout. It helps with energy especially if you don't have energy for your own candidate. And this is where, look, I have a friend of mine who thinks that Republicans aren't going to win another national election until Roe is codified in the Senate. I mean, I happen to think that it's going to take a couple more election cycles for Republicans to lose on this issue before they're ready to go. But I assume
before they're ready
before you see at least 10 Republicans go with the Democrats to get the 60 votes, or get rid of the filibuster, though I'm less convinced of getting rid of the filibuster. But I still believe by the end of this decade, if Democrats continue to overperform, basically just being able to run on this issue, that it'll be codified by 2030.
I want to talk to you about debates. We obviously were, as many of us, I think, disappointed that we don't have the Senate debate that we were all expecting here.
I lost a primary debate in Maryland. Same thing. Rich guy didn't want to show up. He lost the primary, by the way.
But we have. It seems we keep asking, doesn't anybody want to debate anymore? I mean, obviously we seem to have debates scheduled right now between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. But talk a little bit about how. I mean, I'm not expecting Lincoln Douglas out of those either. By the way,
I'm worried. Well, let's set aside that. I am worried that what we've had happen. It's the same issue of, like, why is it harder on Sunday mornings to get, people always said, how come you don't have so-and-so on? Don't you think I asked?
Yeah.
Of course I want them. I always say, when I was at Meet the Press, it was, people would say, oh, it must be so easy to book. And it's like, the people that want to come on are the people you don't want. And the people that don't want to come on are the people that you want. You know this,
totally.
right?
Of course.
Yes. As Donald Rumsfeld said, you go to war with the army that you have, not necessarily the army that you want. Well, that got a laugh. All right. I can do Rumsfeld jokes. No Bob Dole jokes. Rumsfeld jokes are still okay. Pick your dead Republicans carefully, right? To make punchlines about. Please don't quote that. That'll get social media. Jesus.
Did you say that again?
Yeah. Oh, man. But
I believe that
but they don't like control it. Here's what let me just finish it. I think that because you can now choose your own adventure in the media landscape, what campaign operative wants to put their candidate in a less controlled atmosphere if you can do the same thing in a more controlled atmosphere? So, this is, as we've gotten to this sort of influencer media culture, right, where you have some people who, would rather be an influencer and pick a side, which is, there's all types of journalism, and I always say we need all of it, not just one brand. And I think that it's the candidates, until an incentive structure is created where the voters will punish candidates for not doing these things, I think they're going to be harder and harder, because it's, Republicans want to be able to, basically the only Republicans that want to debate are when they're running in blue states. And the only Democrats that want to debate now are when they're running in red states, right? They sort of want to prove that they can, but you don't, there's everybody's risk averse.
Well, I guess
which does tell you then, why did Joe Biden ask for a debate in June?
Move to that.
Right. Well, you don't do so. Do we think he wants to debate? Or do we think he needs to debate? Right? And I look at it this way. I think it was I didn't have that on my bingo card, but he needed to do something. He's only been talking to 40% of America. Right? You talk, look, whatever we want to say about our business, legacy media, mainstream media, however you want to call it, we talk to about 40% of the country. There's another 60% that either are not tuning in at all to political media, or it's more choose your own adventure. About the only way you can break through is if you have a shared experience, right? There's basically the Super Bowl, maybe the Olympics, and presidential. I buy presidential debate is a way to, everybody's going to tune into this. In the same reason why we all slow down to look at a car wreck. Right? You know, we're all going to be curious. How's this going to go? You know?
Absolutely. Yes.
Are we going to hear for the first time on national television, two candidates use the F word at each other? I think the chances are higher than you think.
Yeah.
And I have no idea how America's going to handle that.
Yeah.
But it is, I do worry on the local level. There's a lot of campaign operatives believe there's nothing to be gained at debates. You can only have them weaponized against you. There's nothing to be gained by sitting down for a 20-minute interview if you're going to get one 5-second clip weaponized against you in social media. So that, I think, is what we're competing against. It's not maybe they don't think you'd be fair or I'd be fair. It's more of like somebody's going to chop it up and it's going to be...
We, of course, in the media of course, we want debates.
Yeah.
But is the average voter getting much out of the last couple of debates that we've seen? I guess becomes a pretty important question.
I don't know. I mean, I do think that I've always approached moderating a debate differently than an interview. Because to me, a debate, it's not, I can't stand when moderators try to ask what I call interview questions. You're just addressing a question to one candidate. Do the viewers a favor. They're trying to assess, which is which here.
Right.
So I think it's a different, so I do think if people saw a debate that always felt that way a little bit, maybe there'd be more people embracing it. But look, other than presidential debates, you look at these statewide debates and these congressional debates, the only ones that watch them all the way through are the people that already know how they're going to vote.
Well,
right? And it's the clips that sort of are what gets circulated to the sort of undecided middle.
Well, that's another good question, is how many truly undecided American voters for president are there really?
Well, and what's your definition of undecided? Undecided between the two candidates or undecided about whether to vote or not?
That's exactly.
And that's where I think
things. Yeah, exactly. And that's what. So we're headed toward this election that nobody seems to want. 80 to 85% of Americans wish they had different.
Just wait till
choices.
they see the debate.
Well, yes.
I'm not. People are like, well, will this help Trump? Will this help Biden? Will the country look at that and go, really? Right? What was that SNL skit? Really? You just want to sit there like, this is the best we got?
A country of 330 million people. And
use a phone book.
And we're down to two people that most people would like another choice, which brings me to, go ahead.
No, my friend Michael Steele likes to remind the voters that they did choose these two gentlemen, that he goes, in 2015, there were 15 of arguably some of the best Republican talent they'd ever had run for president, and the voters chose Trump. And then come 2019, arguably the best generation of talent of Democrats ran for president, and they picked Biden. So it's not as if the parties did this. Arguably, the voters did do this first.
That's fair.
They had a choice.
I can't argue my way around.
They had a choice with these new people here and there, and they chose what they chose.
But if we have this space where we have so many people dissatisfied with their choices, where does that leave? I know you and I were both watching very closely the No Labels movement, which fell apart. But where does that leave Robert Kennedy Jr.?
Well, I'm one of those who thinks the Biden campaign is misreading the Kennedy vote. First of all, I think they're going to wish Kennedy was on that stage.
Should he be?
If he qualifies.
Well, they've set the qualification at 15%.
Yeah.
I think he needs one more poll to show that.
I think that should
Is
do
that
it.
fair?
I don't think because technically neither, if you're holding him to a standard of getting on the ballot, technically neither Trump or Biden are in any ballot yet.
That's right.
Right, so
The parties haven't nominated them yet.
Yeah. CNN is a cable channel, not a broadcast channel, so I think they have a little more leeway to just simply say no to Kennedy, even though they're the ones that put out rules. ABC is going to have a harder time, because you know this as being, when you're ABC, NBC, CBS, Fox over air, we're all held to a different standard than cable is when it comes to equal time and access to the airwaves. So, it is interesting to me that CNN, though, put out criteria. Once you put out the criteria, though, they're going to be held, they put it out there. But I think CNN believed their get-out-of-jail-free card on keeping Kennedy off the stage was this way they worded the ballot acts. You must be on enough states to hit 270 electoral votes, which is almost impossible for Kennedy to do at this stage.
Yeah.
I don't think Perot got onto all of his ballots until August
Much later.
of that year. But it's interesting, if this Trump-Biden debate is the Lincoln-Douglas debate you and I think it'll be, I think a lot more voters will get Kennedy curious. Look, I think he's none of the above. I don't, do I think there's some people paying real close attention to his positions? But I think he ends up being a safe harbor to sit on. Now, if the debate, if Biden and Trump is just like they talk over, if it's like that first debate they had, and they're and they curse at each other at or almost do it, you may see Kennedy's numbers get over 20, get into the healthy 20s.
Absolutely. Right? Now, the conventional wisdom seemed to be at first that he was going to draw many more from Biden just under the legacy idea of the Kennedy name being a Democrat.
Right.
I think we've come to understand that maybe that's not accurate. Where do you think?
Look, first of all, Kennedys can't even get elected statewide in Massachusetts anymore. They're not. It's not. I do think this is again where what I call our sort of legacy, our history bias. We know the Kennedy name meant a lot in the Democratic politics in the 20th century. We are now literally 25% through the 21st century, right? So I think the Kennedy name has, it certainly allows him to have a conversation with voters, right? They hear it, but I don't think he's, I don't think it's as much tied to the Democratic brand anymore.
Yeah.
And look, every interview Kennedy does, whether it's with some mainstream reporter or his opening, like Ari Melber had him on recently, and gave him the first question, basically, make your case. Why you? Just sort of the standard, should be the easiest question a candidate has. And the whole thing was how all of his health problems were caused by some government conspiracy in cahoots with the pharmaceuticals. This is why he has chronic pain, and it's why he has this, and the brain-eating worm, and all this stuff. And you're like, wow, what are you afraid of, Joe Biden? Like, that's going to be his opening statement. And if you think you're dealing with one conspiracy theorist, don't you want the conspiracy theorist vote split in two? So, I think by October, I'll say this, I think the anti-Biden coalition might be bigger than the anti-Trump coalition. And I think one of the biggest mistakes we always make in presidential politics is we refight the last war, right? The mistake, it turned out, look, the anti-Trump coalition was huge in 2020.
Yeah.
I think we all underestimate the anti-Biden coalition. And yes, there's a Venn diagram where the anti-Trump and the anti-Biden overlap. But there may be, I think by October, Biden's going to want to make 45% a winning number in a Michigan or a Wisconsin.
Or any of where we're talking about, there's some people in the political class who seem to be holding out hope that there might be some kind of strange surprise coming at one of the conventions.
I joke, if this were the movies,
Go ahead.
right?
Yes.
If this were the movie plot.
If Aaron Sorkin was writing this.
Aaron Sorkin would have this June debate, because it is sort of strange to have a general election debate before the convention.
Very.
Right? You think, is Biden being set up? Right? Is Trump being set up, right? Or one of them being set up by their own people? Little did they know that the people most excited about seeing them bomb on stage were their own handlers. I don't believe that, okay? I'm just saying, wouldn't it be a good twist in the movie? Right? That'd be a nice little plot twist. Look, that ship has sailed. I thought he would get a more formidable challenger in the primaries. And look, the Biden campaign did a terrific job of essentially chasing donors away from no labels and, making sure Gavin Newsom was inside the tent, not outside the tent. And, they sort of, it's funny, for a campaign that feels like they're not quite sure where to be right now, they did really well in the pre-campaign stages of sort of locking things down, making it much harder to challenge him. And, so no, I think that everybody's fantasy should be over. Because who's picking the delegates at the convention? The Biden campaign and the Trump campaign. These delegates are going to be loyal to the Biden campaign. Yeah. So as much as it's a lot of fun to speculate about, and Aaron Sorkin can write a fun script, these are the candidates we're going to have. And I think that it tells you how much people wish it weren't the candidates that people keep saying, well, but can't we do this? Can't we do that? And I'm like, it ain't the 1850s and 60s anymore, where that stuff did happen. And you mentioned Gavin Newsom. Can I assume you've heard Gretchen Whitmer's name kicked around a little bit in Washington? Just a tad. Yeah. Just a tad. It is, there are a lot of people who believe that a Whitmer-Warnock ticket would be a stronger ticket for the Democrats right now. Interesting. Raphael Warnock being the Democratic senator from, or Warnock Whitmer. I'm not going to say which, but there's, if this were a smoke-filled room type of mindset, some combination of Gretchen Whitmer, Mark Kelly, and Raphael Warnock on the Democratic side, and it would be some combination of a Brian Kemp, a Kim Reynolds, even maybe a Spencer Cox in Utah. But it would be, people would be looking at some combination of those folks, rather than where we are. Yeah. I want us to spend the last bit of our time talking about the media's role in, I think we all have learned a lot over the last couple of years. I think we all made some mistakes, maybe over the a couple of years in the way that we've covered things. I've come to realize that while I was trained in the idea of both sides deserve to be heard, a lie is not a side, and I'm under no obligation to put a lie on the other side of the table. We're in the fairness game, not the balancing game. Right. Yeah. Yes. Fairness is what I've always believed in. False balance. Balance is the. You can't balance a fact. Yeah. Right. Fair. Can't balance the truth. So give me your report card on how you feel, where you feel we are today, given that now we have these silos that people can run to on cable news that simply reinforce whatever they want to believe. Look, I go through iterations of self-flogging, right? What could we have done differently here or there? The information ecosystem is broken, right? It just is. Our drinking water and our sewer system all come from the same pipe right now, okay? And that's colorful. Thank you. Yes. But that's what it is, right? Think about your use of any social media platform. There's some great drinking water, and there's some horrible sewage, and it's all coming out of the same pipes. So I think when I think about what a man named Craig did. God bless him. He thought, why are we paying for classifieds? And he decided to put classifieds up for free with Craigslist, yada, yada, yada. Donald Trump became president. The point... So I'm going to need a flow chart on that. It's one of my favorite. You yada, yada over the best part, right? Yeah, no. I told you about the bisque. Anyway, what I mean by it is, we were under the illusion that people paid for news. They'd never have paid for news. What news was at its height, and the newspaper industry, which also lifted us up, we were one entity. What we were at our height was we were a utility in people's lives. The newspaper at its height was a utility, meaning you signed up why did you get a subscription to the paper? Because you also got power to your house and you signed up for the phone, right? The newspaper told you what was happening in the neighborhood. The newspaper told you who was hiring. The newspaper told you what was for sale. And it turned out the classified advertising revenue for lower circulation papers was 70% of their bottom line. And then newspaper publishers made panicked business decisions. As they lost this revenue, they thought, all right, I got to cut. And so they decided to cut based on what got read the most. So the news people got cut first. The sports people got cut last, because it was a traffic game. And so however you want to look at it, I feel like we've lost our North Star on simply, instead of being loved or hated, we're a public service. And you're a utility. You help people live their lives. You cover stories that way. You write that way. One of the things that the news industry did as an efficiency was take Knight Ridder. Knight Ridder was this huge newspaper chain in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. And Knight Ridder had a Washington bureau where basically it was one person per newspaper. So, for instance, there might be some bill that was passed. Big bill, big tax bill, big regulation bill, maybe clean water, whatever, something like that. And all of the Knight Ridder reporters wrote a local lead, for their paper so that people in Kansas City could get, they were get at the Kansas City Star, they were finding out how their senators and their member of Congress voted.
Right.
And as sort of the internet came along, we were looking for, we only need one version of that story. Well, then we started disconnecting national news from local news. We stopped reporting on the national happenings through the prism of your local representative because we didn't have the luxury to keep all those people employed, right? We were trying to cut, like we in the national news industry cut bureaus, right? In the 80s, NBC had a Denver bureau. NBC, had Detroit bureau, right. Had a Atlanta bureau and a Miami bureau, and we now have the Miami bureau covers the entire Southeast, including Oklahoma, which only the Southeastern Football Conference thinks Oklahoma's in the Southeast. But I learned a long time ago, stop trying to use the football conferences to teach geography.
Yeah. And how many international bureaus now compared?
Correct. So, I just think that, the irony is that what does everybody trust and miss? Local news. And I think we lost our way nationally. We have detethered from local when we need to figure out how to retether. We're not going to knit the country back together unless we're able to connect what's happening in Washington to people's lives. As it turns out, we're all narcissists, meaning we all believe what's happening around us is the most important thing happening. Okay? We all learned this thanks to, as you said, Facebook, the church to ourselves, right? It all turned out that we all like to talk about ourselves. Well, we should use that to our advantage and write locally about national issues and cover locally. And so, look, I know what I want to work on over the next few years, which is to see if we can build a new model that goes back to sort of this, it's funny, when the TV networks first started, they really were a coalition of local affiliates. Like Tom Brokaw worked for the local LA affiliate and occasionally did national stories.
Right.
And you actually got the local anchor to front a national story that was based in LA or Atlanta where Brokaw was.
That's right.
And then we somehow said, no, we're not going to use our local affiliates anymore. I remember when I first became political director at NBC, I thought, wow, 250 affiliates. I was at the Hotline. It was just a small trade publication, and I was constantly looking, for more intel on a local political level. This is great. I want to unite all the political reporters from all 240 NBC affiliates, and there were 5 of them, right? I mean, because by that time, this is 2007. By that time, so many stations had gutted there because station groups or whatever. We became, our national news went down rather than our local news coming up. Yeah. And so we've got to, I think the public wants us to reorient, and we've got to reorient. We've got to treat everybody, we got to be consumer advocates, not political advocates. And I think that if you're going to be an advocate, be a consumer advocate, not a political advocate. You'll build more trust that way.
But we are in this place where our kids for example, expect everything on the internet to be free. They expect information to be free. And you said, you're right, people didn't realize maybe that they were paying for news and information.
Nobody's going to pay for news in Gaza, but somebody's got to pay for coverage of Gaza.
And I hate to be the one to bring this up,
right.
that's as you're trying to figure out this new model. I mean, people always say to me, I say this all the time, journalism is a business. There's no doubt about it. But
we've got to grow 10% a year. We can't be held to that standard. I don't want to be living in nonprofit land. Okay, I think that when nonprofit, you lose incentive, you lose sort of it's unconscious, but I think you lose an urgency. But we can't be held like publicly traded companies will hold news division. No. You gotta keep growing or cutting, right?
Mm-hmm.
Growing or cutting, growing or cutting. The news industry can't be expected to do that, because if you do, then what are you going to do? You're going to then allow the people to be your managing editor, right? And the first time we allowed this to happen was the O.J. Simpson trial. I have viewed the O.J. Simpson trial as sort of our initial failure, because the decision to put the trial on TV by an organization called the Cable News Network. So for a year, they decided the single most important thing in the country to devote all this time and effort to was to the O.J. Simpson trial, and it made a bunch of money. Right after the O.J. Simpson trial, two new cable networks started. We only had one cable network during the O.J. Simpson trial. Do you think it's because people thought there wasn't enough news, or they saw CNN make a ton of money and they thought, oh, there's money to be made over here? And what it did is it told executives, oh, if you make the news watchable, you can make money on the news. And I think it totally warped. We have gone to more narrative journalism since OJ than pre-OJ. And it's really, I tried to explain this to some college students for a class I taught, and you realize if you haven't been there, you can't explain it, right? You just can't. You're like, I swear to you, we used to be better than this.
That's it.
They don't believe it. All they knew was that somehow Khloe Kardashian might be OJ's daughter. And I went, really? Is it Khloe? Do I have that right? Is it Khloe? Okay, I just want to make sure I have it right. I was like, wow, I didn't know that one. But that's all they seem to know about
When I was in journalism school, I was taught that our job as journalists was to go out and find the things that were truly important and then come back and make them interesting. Somewhere along the line, we go out and find things that are interesting and try to make them seem important. That is a screw up. But the other part of this, while it is a business, journalism is the only business mentioned by name in the Constitution. Yeah. It is a really critical part of a functioning democracy. You and I, of course, believe that. Right. But how do you now translate that into the model that you're talking about, where you just sort of want the financial and business pressures of the world to understand that we have to do this because it's important?
Well, because the reality is, actually look at, there hasn't been, the irony is that basically it's benevolent and malevolent billionaires that have started every successful publication we've had over the last, or news organ. Ted Turner was a benevolent billionaire who decided he wanted to be a news chief. Nobody thought that was a good business.
Yeah, fair.
William Randolph Hearst may have been a malevolent actor in wanting to have a new. The point is, we've always kind of been, do you know the Blair House is named after a newspaper publisher? The guest house of the White House. Yeah. It was called the Blair House because I think it was Andrew Jackson that wanted his personal journalist living across the street. So I think there's, I don't know, that's sort of where.
Yeah, we could get deep inside baseball on the media.
But what I would say is I am tired of being doom and gloom about our industry.
Well,
and my mindset is, look, we can lament that radio's no longer relevant. Okay, it's no longer relevant. It isn't. It was a bummer. Vin Scully was great. But it doesn't happen anymore. Let's move forward to how it works today. I mean, look, how is it that we have I turn on ESPN and there's 50 streams of sports that I can watch at any given moment. Mm-hmm. Why is it when I turn on a news channel, there's one? And that's something I think that we don't have the 21st century model yet. Yeah. That sort of takes advantage of what we have. We've never been able to be in more places, in more parts of the world than ever before. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. We can bring more stories, and yet we somehow do less.
It's funny, I say we got rid of all the international bureaus. Because of this, there are bureaus everywhere.
Everywhere. Everywhere. You cannot sit here and say, I can't get somewhere.
Yeah.
Because you can find somewhere to be, you can put together a network of Uber journalists, on call if you wanted to.
I want to end, though, with where your optimism or pessimism is about our ability to finally knit ourselves back together as a nation. Because right now we're talking past each other, don't trust each other at all, and see, it's really hard to see where we can reemerge together as one cohesive nation.
Well, I'll give you optimism and pessimism together, which is 5 of the last 6 presidential elections have been decided by 5 points or less. Okay, only Obama 08 was by more than 5 points, popular vote-wise. There's only one other time in our history that that's happened, 1868 to 1892. Kind of a familiar era, right? The death of Reconstruction, we were very divided then. We had multiple elections. In fact, one president gets fired and he came back 4 years later and ran again. He was the one that had the child out of wedlock. It's a great little story today in the Washington Post about Grover Cleveland. That was really well done. I highly recommend it. The Post has this great thing, they call it Retropolis. It's great little, fun little stories in history that they do a good job with. The good news is we got out of that period, right? And it was the Industrial Revolution, throw in the Spanish-American War, sort of global. Every time we've gotten really divided, the 1930s we were really divided, World War II got us out of it. The 1950s we were really divided. Arguably, the Cold War sort of forced our hand on civil rights, right? Because the Russians were so good at manipulating our racial divide against ourselves. So I'm both optimistic and pessimistic that we get through this, but we usually need something like an outside force that forces unification.
A unifier,
Right? Maybe that's China. I don't, maybe it's not Russia, apparently.
Apparently not.
No. So, it does, but, we thought, I think some people thought COVID would be that type of existential crisis that would knit us together. As it turned out, as we all learned in the history of pandemics, actually pandemics are divisive. It was divisive in 1917 and 1918, just like it was divisive in this country. That in some ways we were who we are. We're Americans, damn it. We're here to disagree with each other. That's why we came here. We were kicked out of every other country, right? Or we left because we didn't like, so I do wish we would get back to sort of appreciating the fact that the best thing about this country is that we're a bunch of people that agree to disagree.
I think it was James Buchanan who said, I love the noise of democracy.
Yes, it is a little noisy, it's messy. I think I'm long-term optimistic, short-term frustrated, but we'll get there.
I'm so glad you made it to the island and to this conference.
Amazing.
Ladies and gentlemen, Chuck Todd.
Thank you.
Great, man. It's great.
The next session, a conversation with Paul Ryan and Harold Ford Jr., is sponsored by Delta Airlines. Please welcome former U.S. Speaker of the House, Paul Ryan, and former congressional representative and regional president at PNC Bank, New York, Harold Ford Jr.
It is always good to be back in Mackinac. I've been blessed to be here probably 12 times or 10 times over the last 12 years, and to be able to do this this afternoon with an old friend and someone who we may come from different political parties, Madam Chair, but we have a great affection and respect for one another. We were standing in the back waiting, and give Chuck Todd another round of applause. He was fantastic. Paul was telling a story about when the conference had former Speaker John Boehner on the island. Some of you may have been here that year, and we were reminiscing about the story, but he came out with a Bloody Mary. I see the heads nodding. Some of you remember that year. And Paul was Speaker. I'm going to let him pick up and give the end of this story, which I thought might be a nice setting for.
It just sounded like a typical Boehner story. If you recall, he left kind of quickly without a lot of notice, and I ended up replacing him as Speaker in the middle of the term. And so when I took over the speakership, I took over like his operation and his political operation, which came with about a dozen cases of Duckhorn Cabernet, because that's what John drinks. And he's just a guy who likes to have a few. And I didn't know what to do with all this wine. It was literally like 12 cases of wine. So, I drink Miller Lite. I'm from Wisconsin. To you Michiganders, I'm like a nice, simple person from across the lake, right? So I would give out John Boehner Merlot bottles every time any member of Congress did something good and noteworthy. So it was like a little gift. If somebody passed an amendment or passed a bill or did something noteworthy, I would just sign, have a Boehner cab on me, Speaker Ryan, and gave it out. And it lasted about a good 2 years, just giving out all this Boehner wine. So John Boehner is the gift that keeps on giving.
I wonder if Kevin left that for Mike, but we'll get to that in a moment. Sandy wrote a great piece about politics, about the state of politics, and I think it was really framed around the notion of the cost of misinformation to our political system. When you think about misinformation and all the roles that you serve now and what you've served in the past, what do you think the speaker should be thinking about, the president should be thinking about, as we think about the threats to our democracy?
First, I should have started. Sandy, thank you for having me. As a guy who represented the other side of Lake Michigan in Wisconsin for 20 years, I've always wanted to come here. I've never been here before. I've never been to Mackinac. It's just my first time, go figure. My folks used to come up here a lot, for conferences, but...
We're going to get them to say go blue before the day.
So, no, I'm not going to say that. I'm wearing, look at the jacket I'm wearing. I mean, good grief. I share Chuck Todd's taste in football teams. Let me just say that. So your question, so thank you very much. It's nice to be here. Yeah, that's a good question. If you're a speaker or a president, I think what you need to worry right in front of you is the information your members are getting accurate information? Are they making decisions based on truth and reality, or are they off on some rabbit hole? And there's a lot of that that's happening these days. So you have to come up with mechanisms to make sure that the information you're working with and dealing with is actually accurate information. I would say that this thesis goes beyond that, which is our democracy and democracy itself is being tested in many ways, but two key tests of our democracy, I think, are related. One from within, the polarization of our country, the fact that it's hard for us to come together as a country to get consensus to solve our big problems. And related to that is the fact that we have illiberal, authoritarian, tyrannical regimes like China and Russia that are trying to take advantage of that, our openness, our freedoms, to try and drive misinformation into our country, to proliferate this polarization, to make it so that we can't get consensus and solve our big problems. And so, just looking today, I would say that you could make a pretty good thesis, and there's pretty good evidence to this, that on the right, Russia has been pretty successful at trying to penetrate the right wing of our country, the right, to be sort of anti-Ukraine, pro-Russia, by penetrating a lot of our information systems and bots and the rest. And the left, you could say the same thing with respect to Hamas and anti-Israel. So you're seeing both of our political extremes being penetrated from malintent actors from outside, and there's legitimate, isolationism and pro-Palestinian stances, but there's agitators who are nation states that are trying to agitate our democracy and get us to tear each other apart by the seams. And it is a real challenge that a free society, especially the superpower free society of the world, has to deal with. And it's a real problem that we have on our hands. And if you're a leader these days, you've got to design new mechanisms and new tactics to try and suss all of that out, and so that you can call balls and strikes, and so that when political decisions are being made on misinformation, you better have a good BS detector. You better be able to have a way of sussing out what is right and what is wrong, and making sure that your members are making well-informed decisions.
The college campus activity we've seen over the last few months, President Paul Ryan at the University of Wisconsin, how would you have dealt with that?
I was going to say, a president shouldn't have anything to do with this of the country. We have a great chancellor at UW, by the way. She's fantastic. She came over from UCLA Law School. I haven't watched her too closely on this, but I think Ben Sass probably got it right at Florida.
University of Florida.
At University of Florida. Ben's a good friend of ours. He basically said, free speech we respect, but if you're infringing on other people's rights, you're going to be held accountable. if you're going to take away the space from other people to freely assemble, from other people to go to class, from other people to go to the library, you're going to be removed and you're going to face the consequences of the law. So practice free speech. There are places in the campus to practice free speech. Do it all you want. But as soon as you start infringing upon other people's rights, that's when you're breaking a law. That's when you're going to be held accountable.
So that is, I get that, and I agree with you. If you're the speaker or you're the minority leader in the House, how do you battle that misinformation you talked about? Because it seems like some of them, it's a few on each side, maybe a dozen on each side, who seem to exercise and have outsized power and outsized voices.
The foreign policy stuff's actually easier because you can bring members into the SCIF, we have these secure facilities that are for clandestine briefings. So you can get briefings from the intelligence community to tell you what actually happened and what didn't happen. And if somebody's a total conspiracy theorist and they just won't believe them, then we've got people like that. Then that's what they're going to do. But you can, on foreign policy, you can get people real classified briefings to give them real information to help them make better informed decisions. On domestic policy, you don't have that. On domestic policy, you've got, constituents and people in their information cul-de-sacs, being fed the algorithm which feeds you your bias, your confirmation bias, and reinforces your beliefs and places you in your sedentary position against others. That's a real challenge in democracy. That's a challenge today. That is a modern democracy 21st century problem. And I think the key thing as a leader is to make sure that you call it all out, that you do everything you can to see this stuff developing, find out what the truth and the facts are, and then call it out. And you just have to design a tactic to do this. You have to have people working on making sure that when you see some weird conspiracy theory popping up in your ranks that's going to bleed into legislation and foreign positions, you better get it at its infancy. Because if you let these things fester and go on because you're too afraid of taking people on, then you're going to have a serious problem on your hands. Regrettably, there's a lot of that. On both sides, by the way. There's a lot of that because we have entertainers in Congress now. You're a legislator, I was a legislator. Most people in Congress, Debbie and Kilby, I've campaigned against them, but they're legislators. They're there to legislate. There are people who go to Congress not to legislate, not to accomplish any policy, but to get famous. And this day and age, you can get famous pretty easily. You don't have to wait for one of the 3 TV networks to maybe put you on in your 10th term after you become a committee chairman and you've scaled the meritocracy. You can become famous on day 2 in Congress if you're sensational, if you're entertaining, if you're provocative, if you're really good with your thumbs and social media. So the entertainment wing of the Democratic Party and the entertainment wing of the Republican Party are swelling in their ranks because you have more of these people coming to Congress with that as their incentive structure. And if your goal is to curate a brand for yourself, then that brand inevitably is to be pure on your side of the aisle. That means you can't compromise. That means you can't get consensus. That means you don't want the facts to confuse you for, building a good narrative. And the problem we have in Congress is we have too many people like that who are coming and following others like that. I don't want to give a bunch of names, but it's pretty easy.
And I'm not asking you to.
But that's a big part of the problem.
But if you want to, you can go right ahead.
Matt Gaetz is an easy one to throw out there. So this guy blew up Congress, blew up one speakership, basically brought us to a screeching halt to get, his 15 minutes of fame, and he got that, and then some. Marjorie Taylor Greene just did the same thing to Mike Johnson the other day. That's entertainment. That serves no policy purpose, no political purpose, really, other than to make somebody famous. And so that's the kind of stuff that basically makes it really hard for democracy and self-government to work. And so the challenge is, how can you make sure that we bring more policy people to Congress? As voters, who do we promote versus the entertainers? And that's a real challenge that you have in the modern 21st century with misinformation that, frankly, when you and I started in the 90s, we didn't have this problem.
I know. Mike Johnson, how do you grade Speaker Johnson here in the first few months of that?
I think he's doing great. I've talked to him a bit. The advice I give, to my 2 successors, Kevin and Mike, is you're never going to be good at this job unless you're willing to lose it. One of the best things I had going for me is I wasn't looking for the job. I was happy where I was as chair of the Ways and Means Committee, kind of got drafted into it. And so the members, like the Freedom Caucus guys, they kind of knew that I didn't have to have the job. and they couldn't really hold it hostage over me. It was one of the best assets I had. And I think Mike Johnson, which I was a little worried because he's fairly new to Congress. He was a freshman when I was in my second term as Speaker. You know, new people are ambitious, and new people want to keep rising and keep doing well in politics. And if you all of a sudden get thrust in the speakership at a fairly early stage in your career, you're not looking for the exit anytime soon. And my worry was, if he's, you know, so worried about hanging on to the job because just normal ambition, a natural ambition would keep him in that mindset, then he's going to be taken advantage of, and they'll bleed him to death. And until you get right with your mind that I'm just going to do what I think is right, I'm going to do the right thing, no matter the consequences, I'm going to damn the torpedoes, then and only then will you actually become really good at that job. He's done that already. He did that with this bill, with Ukraine and Taiwan and Israel. He knew he was going to get vacated. He didn't know the Democrats were going to back him up. He knew Marjorie Taylor Greene was going to vacate him, and 2 or 3 other people. So he already knew, I think it was Gozar and a couple other guys were going to come after.
Good.
Yeah, Bob Good, yeah. So he knew he was going to get vacated and he might go, and he still brought that bill to the floor, nevertheless, in his 4th term. And that's impressive. So I think Mike quickly matured, quickly understood, you know, what you have to do to be good at this job, to do the right thing, and damn those consequences. As a result, I think he's gotten big respect across the board, and he's running the place, you know, like it needs to be run. So I think he's learned very quickly how to do the job.
You were moored to a set of principles and a thesis about how government should work when you were Speaker. Thanks for sharing how you approached it and how you think success becomes connected to the job. But as you think about these guys now, are they as moored to the thesis of making government work? Or is it, I appreciate the entertain and legislate, but how do they get back connected to that? I think that bill they voted on is one way to do it. How can he build on that momentum?
I think Mike is a conservative. And what I mean when I say conservative is we as conservatives want to conserve certain principles and policies that make this country great. The Constitution, liberty, freedom, self-determination, you know, natural law. And I think Mike is that dedicated conservative. There's different variations of conservatism, but that's the gist of it. There are a lot of people, and I think my party, has been sort of taken over with populism, unmoored or untethered to principle. And it's really sort of cult of personality populism around Trump. Now, the good thing in that story is that that's temporary. I mean, he's only got, if he gets elected, he's got 1 term. He's getting old, and not as old as Biden, but he's getting old. Well, he's like a year younger than him, I think. But the point is, our party has been more or less taken over by a populism that is not tethered to a coherent set of principles and ideas and policies, which I think makes it sort of a temporary moment. And until we get back to being a party I like populism if it's attached to principles. I like making the principles that I believe in and the policies that I prefer popular. But if it's that's good. But if it's populism just for the sake of winning, just for the sake of a person, there's no tether, there's no thesis of government. And this is one of the reasons why I think our party is struggling right now. We may win, but it's a pretty much of a 50-50 country right now. And the party that captures, the majority of this country will be the party that has a coherent set of principles, a thesis of government with policies that solve the problems that are in front of us, can articulate them, and can bring it to the country, win a majoritarian election, and then go do it. That's typically what we do in this country. I think Reagan did it when he defeated Carter. I mean, frankly, you could say Clinton and the DLC Democrats did it, when you and your crew came in. So I think that can be done, but that's not happening in my party right now. And I think your party's, not you, but I think it's gotten a pretty far left, attached to progressivism, that is just not where the majority of the country is. So I actually don't think either of our two parties are really capturing what could be a big working majority in this country that is there for the getting but isn't going to be gotten right now.
We've never talked about this, but do you think the way our politics is organized, the institutions that support our politics and the parties where the people populate politics in, are they outdated? Do we need to change
Yeah,
that
everybody-
to get to where where you're envisioning, or do we not?
I don't know that there's a big structural reform. People always talk about redistricting, but people are redistricting themselves. And people are moving to areas where they think like everybody else in that area. So I don't think redistricting's the answer. I don't think things like the ranked choice voting, and there are all these little sort of buzzwords.
Open primaries, all that
Open
kind of
primaries. Maybe those things on the margin could do something. Honestly, it just means voters got to get involved in primaries. So what typically happens when you're running Congress, whether you're a Democrat or Republican speaker, you're worried, your members are all worried about their primaries. There only about 30, maybe 40 seats out of the 435 are up for grabs in this election. That's it. Probably just 30 seats. You could make a stretch to 40 seats, but the other 400 are baked in the cake. And that means the vast majority of people in Congress are looking over their right shoulder or over their left shoulder, worried about a primary. And if you want to win your primary, you play to your base. And that means you're getting people in these offices that are playing to their fringe bases. And our base has gotten more weird and fringe because of this populism I just described. I would argue the Democrats have more of a ideological base, which is the progressive base, which again, I don't think that's where the most of the country is. And so if you get voters to get involved earlier in primaries, I think that can make a difference. Open primaries can do that. There's a different definition of that, but in my state, in Wisconsin, we don't have party registration, so you can vote in whatever primary you want to. You can't bounce around the ballot on the same ballot, but if I want to go vote in a Democratic Party, I can do that if I want to. That gives you some modicum of crowdsourcing people into primaries. So I think getting voters early on involved in the primaries, and then party leaders, we used to ignore primaries, now we got to get involved in primaries, because you can get somebody coming through a primary that can just be a complete nihilist. We've got about 8 or 10 of them in the House right now that just want to burn the place down, or just looking for self-aggrandizement, not looking for being a part of a team.
One of the things that the Chamber's polling showed was that this is some part of the misperception. People think that a college education here in Michigan costs 3 to 4 times what the average price might be at the greatest school in the country, the University of Michigan. And
I mean, as a Badger fan, I feel like I at least call out Michigan State. Are there some Michigan State people here? There we go. All right, I feel better. Yeah.
We let them share in the national championship glory with us this year. I'm a law school grad there, so that's where I take these liberties. But how do you correct that with voters? Because there's this sense that people are just operating with a completely false set of facts, and you have a group of political leaders that only will disabuse them of that if it works to their advantage politically. When we were in Congress, we worried about Republicans or about Democrats. Not to your point, you got to worry about intramural fights. So is that intramural fight make it where you're just willing to entertain and lie or not correct the record?
We've got, the loudest, angriest voice typically prevails these days because it intimidates people. Our party in Wisconsin, the party here in Michigan's had some tumult. Our party in Wisconsin has tumult. It's part of it is because the Reagan, I'm talking about Republicans, the Reagan era is over, and it ended with Trump. And so we had this pretty impressive, cohesive thesis of a Reagan coalition, free market supply siders like me, national security hawks, social conservatives. That three-legged stool kept the Reagan coalition alive for a generation. Basically Reagan until Trump. That's gone now. And our party has basically been taken over by MAGA, which I don't want to be so critical, but it's very populist, but it's very in your face. And where I come from, it pushed a lot of people out of the party. A lot of the people who did all my door knocking and yard signs and just working, the Rotary Club president, the local bank president, the farmers, they just got pushed out because of just angry, louder voices. I think the progressive left has done that to sort of moderate centrist Democrats as well in many cases.
I would agree.
And so that's the challenge we have in today's society with the kind of digital information cul-de-sacs that people are coming into. And so the question is, here you got Pete Hoekstra, doing a solid for the Republican Party, trying to take it over and bring some normalcy to it, organization to it. You've got to have people like that get back involved. And so to me, whether it's people who think Michigan or Michigan State is out of reach for me because I think it's out of reach. That's just, you just got better communications. Also, by the way, I think we overplayed the 4-year school thing. There's a lot of 2-year school. We need to make 2-year school cool again. And there's a lot of trades that you can come out of school debt-free with a really good paying job that's going to be a good paying job for the rest of your career. And we need to be able to emphasize that more. Our states are...
In the polling, those of you who hadn't seen the polling data shows that as well, how people think about financial stability and security, that you don't have to necessarily be a 4-year college education.
Yeah, with interest rates and inflation, it's going to make those things even more sensitive issues.
So you teach at Notre Dame. And you're doing some
I'm a Badger
interesting
fan, Packer fan, and a Notre Dame fan. Have I offended everybody in this room now, or
And you do some really interesting and amazing things. I want to give you a lot of credit. Your own foundation, you partner with one of the clinics there on campus trying to address and figure out ways to scale poverty-fighting programs at work. Tell us a little bit about that. And he's actually doing some work here in Michigan.
Yeah,
give this crowd a little bit of
So I
taste
founded
of
a
that.
poverty foundation. So Jack Kemp was my mentor, and I was his staff economist before I got elected to Congress, and spent a lot of time with him on free market poverty education, vouchers for housing, enterprise zones, things like that. And so when I retired, I wanted to get back in the poverty policy, which I spent a lot of my time in Congress on that as well. So I teach economics at Notre Dame, and I'm involved on the board of their poverty lab called LEO, Laboratory for Economic Opportunity. And what my foundation does is we go find what we think are really interesting poverty programs, and then we seed fund them so that they can comply with a randomized control trial that we bring Notre Dame economists to track and measure that poverty program for probably 1 to 3 years and run a trial on it. And if it proves to be really successful, then we're building scaling mechanisms to try and scale and replicate that poverty success across the country. NPower is one that we're doing, which is in Detroit, and NPower is all around the country, actually. It's getting disaffected youth, historically underutilized, underprivileged kids into tech jobs and getting the curriculum they need to become good tech workers in the tech growing economy. And there's a lot of interesting poverty programs that are out there. And my thesis on this, and the last law I wrote when I was in Congress, Patty Murray was my partner on it, was this thing called the Evidence Act, which allows all the federal data on poverty programs to be released to researchers so that we can measure the effects of our poverty policy. Does it work or not? Because our war on poverty, almost 60 years running now, has basically been measured on input and effort. How many programs are we creating? How many dollars are we spending? Not on results and outcomes. Is it working? Is it getting people out of poverty? And there are lots of different kinds of poverty, but the most stubborn one is the multi-generational poverty. And the question is, can we get at the root causes of poverty to break its cycle, to really reignite upward mobility in America and get people fundamentally and fully out of poverty? And there's so much now that we can learn through economics, through data and research, best practices, that we think there's a real unlocking moment in front of us. So I'm really confident that we can have a step function increase in getting at poverty, because if we apply our resources to practices and procedures that we know works and scale and replicate those, I think we can make a huge difference in it. It is public sector and nonprofit sector and private sector. And so what we're trying to do with our poverty lab at Notre Dame, with our foundation and other things, is find those bright lights that are out there that are making a huge difference. Find out what the secret sauce is it repeatable, and then repeat it.
He deserves a round of applause on that one. You think about what these guys are trying to do, the communities that you're confronting and trying to empower, what inflation is doing to them, the fact that we have a debt growing like it's growing, the fact that these candidates are only talking about debating 2 times, 1 time before they even get the nominations, both of them respectively. One's talking about extending a tax cut that was passed in 2017. The other doesn't know what he wants to do, but says he may do it if he can pay for it. Where are we headed? Where are those communities that you want to serve who get crushed by this the most? I mean, both parties are at fault. How would you try to rectify this if you were in the helm the seats you helm for a while.
Who gets hurt the first and the worst are the poor and the elderly in a debt crisis. There's just no two ways about it. And so, yeah, I spent most of my time on these issues. All the committees I chaired and ran and worked on.
You got me in trouble on one issue.
Yeah, no, yeah. So he used to co-sponsor my Social Security personal account bills, which, like, for a Democrat is like kryptonite. I mean, you got in pretty big trouble.
My mom was mad at me for signing that bill.
No, Harold was my partner on Social Security legislation back in our early days. So we've got great history. So what worries me is when the next president comes into office, we're going into an interest rate cutting environment as soon as the higher for longer Fed policy ends, right? So we know we're going to stay a little higher for a little longer because inflation is proven stubborn. But when that is abated, and the numbers are starting to show progress in inflation, then the Fed's going to start cutting interest rates. Everybody's going to buy our bonds when we're going into an interest rate cutting environment. It's after we're at that interest rate cutting environment and we've settled at some natural rate, going to be higher than it used to be, let's just say 3 point something, then that is when it coincides with a timeline, let's just say 2026, I'm just throwing a number out there, where not only America, with its baby boomer generation retiring, with the entitlement programs that are coming due being severely underfunded, like over $100 trillion of underfunding. And it's not just that America's in this boat, but every other first world country is in the same place. Europe, Australia, Japan, they all basically did the same thing. They have a baby boom generation where they have low birth rates, fewer people following those boomers into the workforce, and they created pay-as-you-go entitlement programs for health and retirement security, where current workers pay the benefits for current retirees, and those benefits grow far faster than revenues do. 6 to 8% a year. Our economy and our revenues don't grow that fast. And that gives you this compounding problem of a massive debt. Okay, so that's our problem, right? We're over 100% of GDP, debt to GDP ratio. So are all the other first world countries. And so we're all going to be going to the global debt markets at the same time, sending all these bonds in the market, trying to get people to buy it. And that is when we could have a bond auction failure. So it is totally conceivable in my mind that we could have a treasury auction fail. And that could be after the rate cuts are done, when all these other countries are doing the same thing. And the problem for us in particular is we are the world's reserve currency. The dollar is the world's reserve currency. It gives us a huge privilege. I mean, enormous benefits in the world economy. Enormous benefits. If the world concludes that we can't get our political act together and solve this problem, reform these programs to get our debt under control, then they will rightfully conclude, and the Federal Reserve will probably demonstrate that day in auction failure, that they're going to monetize our debt, that they're just going to print dollars to pay our bonds. And if and when that happens, it's going to be really ugly, because it will show the world that the dollar isn't as good as it used to be. You can't depend on it, and it's going to be debased. And that is a moment that is very conceivable within the next presidency. So what you would like to have is serious and sober politics that see this most predictable of economic crises coming in front of us, step in front of it and do something about it. That's not happening. Both of these guys running for president, Trump and Biden, are both campaigning against doing something about it. They campaigned against people in their own parties who proposed doing something about it. You, as a young congressman, proposed to do something about it. You took crap from your own party supporting reform to do something about it. You get hit for doing that. And so my worry is we don't have serious politics right now that are addressing some of the fundamentally most important problems in front of us as a country. I can say the same thing for immigration laws. They're all screwed up too. And we don't have political leadership right now that's there to do it. So the question is, can we muster it? Can we get it? What the next president needs to do, in my opinion, is get ahead of this thing and start tackling this problem and talking straight with American people, which is a stitch in time saves 9. Doing nothing and letting Medicare and Social Security go bankrupt, which they are within a decade, does harm to current seniors, screws up our debt markets, hurts our economy, hurts the people, the poor and the vulnerable on the safety net. But getting ahead of it and starting to solve that problem, messaging it, that's what leaders do. And that's unfortunately not what we have right now. And that's probably what's coming in store for the next presidency.
So not to put you on the spot with the way these presidents these candidates are thinking about it, they both were, one been president, one is president. Would you extend the Trump tax
Oh yeah, you
cut?
asked me the tax. Sorry, you got my debt issue going.
No, but that's part of the debt.
I helped
because
write
it's
that bill.
no,
Yeah.
no,
So here's the thing. You got to have economic growth. You cannot solve this problem if you don't have a growing economy. And this is a global economy. For instance, when we dropped the tax rate on corporations at 21%, we were at 35%. The rest of the world was at 24%. Now the global average rate is about 22%. So the capital is mobile. Look at all the big companies you have in Detroit. I mean, you got massive, cool multinational companies there. They could leave tomorrow. I mean, Medtronic up in Minneapolis, they're not a U.S. company anymore. I mean, look, I think you all should drink Miller beer. Please do that. But they make, I guess it's decent beer in St. Louis, Bud. It's where I come from. That's like, you go and get caught with a Bud in your hands. But Bud InBev is not a U.S. company. They're a Belgian company. The headquarters left. St. Louis it has a hole in it because of that. We had the CFO come to talk to us at the Ways and Means Committee. Why are you a Belgian company, not an American company? Easy. 24% tax rate versus 35% tax rate. When we passed this, we stopped all of those inversions. Capital came back to America. Tim Cook called me the day we passed the bill, the guy who runs Apple, and says, I'm bringing $5 billion back to America now that this law passed. I'm going to hire 40,000 people and build a brand new campus. He's building in Austin, Texas right now. That's why you have big traffic jams there. So
let me ask you this.
My point is, if you undo that tax policy, you're going to screw up economic growth. So can you extend it and get some tax revenues to pay for some of these tax cuts?
Yeah.
Yes, you can. I think you shouldn't, and I can tell you where I think you should do it. That's probably a longer conversation.
But you think some tax cuts are good, some tax cuts are not?
Yeah, there's growth. Some tax cuts don't grow the economy. They cost more. Some have what we call supply side effects, economic growth effects. Those are the ones that really matter. Expensing, Section 199, which is the pass-through cuts. We brought the tax rates on pass-throughs, subchapter S corporations, LLCs, sole proprietorships, down with a corresponding cut that the corporations got. If you let those things go back up, you're going to screw up the U.S. economy. By the way, the corporate tax
so what would you
1.5%
what would
of
you
our
get rid of? This is why your
1.5%
seriousness is missed. But give me 2 or 3 things that you think could not, because you talked about the poverty programs that are working.
Yeah.
We discard the ones that aren't. We adopt the ones that are. Which of the tax cuts are working best, and which ones are not? Are costing us
the ones that cost, the ones that produce the rate cuts and the business expensing. The things that encourage businesses to invest in plant and equipment, full expensing, and their rate. That matters the most. The rates and the expensing. The tax credits and the other stuff, that doesn't give you as much growth. If you're talking about economic growth. SALT, to me, should be permanently extended. Michigan's kind of like Wisconsin. We're medium price states.
Get rid of SALT. You mean
totally
permanent? Got it.
Yeah. Why should we? I don't know if you have a balanced budget in Michigan. I assume you do. You probably have a balanced budget amendment. Your pension's probably in decent shape. Our pension's balanced. Our budget's balanced. Why should we be paying for these states that don't have their fiscal act together? Basically, as Michiganders and Wisconsinites, we're paying much higher taxes so that New York and California can keep running, screwed up fiscal policy. So I personally don't think we should be subsidizing that. Let the voters of the states pay for the government they got. So I think SALT is and by the way, it's a giant tax break for the highest income brackets. So there are things that I think you can do that basically makes wealthier people pay higher taxes without sacrificing economic growth to pay for the continuation of these pro-growth tax cuts. SALT is one of those things.
Let's switch gears here for one moment. Give me the best thing that Joe Biden has done as president.
He's built NATO up. He formed a very good alliance to take on Ukraine. I think I can nickel and dime his Ukraine policy. I think he was too late, too little on a lot of things, like F-16s and ATACMS, but I think he did a good job of stitching NATO back together and building our allies and confronting Russia.
The best thing that Trump did in his 4 years as president was what?
Regulations and taxes. His fiscal policy, regulations and taxes. Fiscal policy on the tax side. Judges, too. I think he gave us some pretty good judges.
Give me 2 Republicans that you're excited about as you think about 2 or 3 in the next 2 to 4 to 6 years who can personify the things you talked about in terms of seriousness, soberness in politics, working across the aisle to solve serious problems.
At the states, I'd say Glenn Youngkin.
Governor of Virginia.
Yeah, Governor of Virginia. He's Reagan-esque in that he intentionally ran a campaign that eschewed identity politics, which is wrong, and both parties are playing it these days. He ignored identity politics and ran an aspirational, inclusive campaign and won in a blue state. Problem-solving, can-do kind of. They get one term, so he's crushing it.
In Virginia, the governor gets.
Yeah, the governor of Virginia. Yeah, so I think Glenn Youngkin's one of the stars on our side. I mean, I don't know your governor well here, but she seems pretty damn popular and probably one of. She's definitely a star in your party. You asked me on my side. I think there's some young people in Congress that are pretty impressive. Names you wouldn't know: Laurel Lee, Randy Feenstra, Brian Stile. One of our best guys just left, Mike Gallagher. What I'm worried about in Congress is like the great policymakers are looking at the place and like, I'm going to do something else with my life that's more productive. I'm not staying here. So a lot of the young, bright, up-and-coming workers, legislators, a lot of them are actually leaving because they just got a distaste in their mouth from Congress. So I'm personally, as a fan of the institution of Congress, quite worried about who's leaving and who's coming in Congress.
If President Trump is elected again in the next few months, are you concerned at all about the independence of the Federal Reserve Board?
No. That takes a law. I saw that article in the Journal and some memo some guys at Heritage wrote. I'm not worried about that. I know Jay Powell very, very well. He and I talked a lot in those days when Trump was going after him. We always told him, we have your back. Your independence is sacrosanct to the dollar and to our monetary policy. You have to change the Humphrey Hawkins law to change and compromise the independence of the Federal Reserve. Now, the Federal Reserve can do their own mistakes to compromise their independence, but that's on them. But for a president to actually be able to effectuate Federal Reserve policy, the Humphrey Hawkins Act has to pass. You can't use reconciliation for that. That takes 60 votes. In other words, it ain't going to happen. The law governing the Federal Reserve is not going to change. He's not going to have the kind of votes he would need to do that in Congress. He might jawbone them, he might complain, but that's about all he can do.
Great Jay Powell the last 2 years.
Rate Jay Powell the last 2 years?
Great. What great would you give Jay Powell the last 2 years?
Got us through COVID pretty effectively. He set up a lot of facilities that were really important to prevent a deflationary spiral. And then he was late on inflation. I think Chris Waller's probably the brightest guy over there on the Federal Reserve. He's one of the governors.
He's the Fed governor for where?
Yeah, he's Notre Dame guy. But yeah, it kind of ties all back, right? But Jay was late. You could identify a handful of reasons why he was late, but he was late. And I wish he would have talked about, Greenspan gave us a lot of comments on fiscal policy. Even Ben Bernanke, who was a pretty tight-lipped guy, commented on fiscal policy. The last Biden stimulus, the COVID bill, totally unnecessary. We are already coming out of COVID. He had a political moment where he could shove a lot of spending out the door. Even Keynesian output gap model economists on the left, like Larry Summers and Jason Furman, were telling us, and the supply side guys, both schools of economic thought said this is going to create inflation. We knew it was going to create inflation. He was told he did it anyway. I wish Jay would have spoken out a little bit more, saying you're going to overheat, you're going to give us inflation. He chose not to take that posture. I think part of it was he had to get reappointed. So, sticking your finger in the president's eye on fiscal policy, even though that can be the purview of the Federal Reserve, he didn't do that. As a result, too much stimulus, too much spending, too late on inflation. It got out of control. Getting inflation from 8 to 5% is easy. Getting it from 5 to 2 is really hard. And that's where we are right now. We're stuck in that hard spot.
B minus, B? Would you give him what kind of grade?
Yeah, I'd give him a B something. Yeah, give him a B.
Do we get a rate cut before November?
I doubt it. I don't think the data lets you do that. I don't think the data lets you do that. And given that the data is so, let's just call it ambiguous at best, it will look really political. So I think he's got to be careful, right in the fourth quarter about doing a rate cut. And frankly, the data just doesn't really suggest it. If you look at core inflation, if you look at housing, you look at headline inflation, all of that is telling you we should probably stay where we are and hold. Because once you cut, you can't go back. And we do not have inflation convincingly pointed in the right direction.
It looks as if we'll have a new Fed chair after this election. Who does Trump pick for his Fed chair?
Probably Kevin Warsh. It'd be good. He'd be great.
I'm biased. He's my son's godfather.
Oh, really?
Ford, do you think?
Yeah, no kidding.
Do you think
Small
we?
world.
Do you think we get a ceasefire in the Middle East before the election?
It's up to whether or not the Israelis can clear Rafah or not. They need to clear Rafah. You can't allow this is my opinion, the Hamas leadership and 4 brigades to maintain themselves, to persist. Because if they survive, then they win. Hamas, that is. So this is existential to Israel. So I can't for the life of me imagine, I've known Bibi since 2004. I've known him a long time. I can't imagine he or even the Knesset will allow them to finish before the job is done. So the question is, can they clear this by then? I think they can. I think they will. And Biden obviously is under tremendous political pressure from his base, from his party. I think he's made some huge mistakes lately on this.
Biden?
I think he should have gone faster to get this thing done instead of nickeling and diming them. That's my own opinion. And I think if the Israelis could have gotten on this faster, this could have been over with sooner. And the last thing we should do as a country is incentivize terrorist groups to use civilians as human shields. So we don't want to reward that. So obviously you can tell I have a pro-Israel slant here because I think it's extremely important that we not reward terrorists for taking civilian hostages as human shields. And if we reward that behavior, we're going to get more of that behavior. I know that, especially in this, and look, Michigan is seen as a state that this is a big issue. It's a big issue everywhere. I think this will be done by the time the election rolls around. I think Bibi knows he's got that kind of a timeline on his hands, and I think he's getting a lot of pressure from the Biden folks to get this thing done. But it's a doable operation. It's a finite piece of land. I think they'll get it done by the election.
Close on a little foreign policy. China, Russia, Iran, first day on the job as President Paul Ryan. How do you rank those three? Do you rank them all together?
They are interrelated. They are interrelated for sure. They coordinate for sure. Russia just keeps supporting Ukrainians and don't. What Putin's betting on is Trump is going to undercut Ukraine support, and that's plausible. So I think the first thing you do is you double down on your support for Ukraine and for democracy, and you show that we're going to stick it out with our Ukraine partners. That's number one. Number two, we have a pretty good bipartisan consensus on China. That's the one thing in Washington these days that has a fairly bipartisan support to it, which is decoupling is coming. It's here. We're doing it. The question is it intelligent or is it crude? And I think we should do intelligent. I think Sullivan's construct, small yard, high fence.
The National Security Advisor.
Yeah, the National Security Advisor to Biden is a pretty good construct. I think that basically works. And so the question is, can you have a foundation under the global economy where we trade on goods and services that do not affect national security? Think commodities and things like agriculture. Let's trade on that stuff. Let's not kill the global economy and make everybody poor. But on the stuff that does affect national security, then we need to decouple. And I think we're going through that process. I would continue that. And I think both parties, Republicans and Democrats, have basically reached consensus on this. It's kind of like the Cold War. We had a slightly Democrat version of the Cold War and a slightly Republican version. You had Truman and Eisenhower, Carter and Reagan, but we all basically had the same premise of fighting the Cold War. This is Cold War 2.0. We're going to fight this, I think, with bipartisan. It's the one thing I feel pretty confident about we're going to get together as a country, because it is a challenge. Like I said at the beginning of this, the tyrants are testing democracy. They think their system is leaner and meaner. They're going around the world with basically tyranny in a box. The Chinese are offering autocrats around the world on their Belt Road. Here's your surveillance system for your smart cities. Here's your digital currency. Here's your 5G. Here is a system we can plug and play where you as a tyrant can surveil your population, keep them under your thumb. You're just going to be a client of ours. This is our bargain with you. That is what they're doing. So the question is, can we, as the superpower of the world, as a democracy, stand up for our own values of freedom and offer something better? And that, along with our allies, is something that we have to do. That, to me, is a critical job of the next president. Offer the world what freedom looks like with 21st century technology in the 21st century, and then demonstrate to the world by getting our act together and getting political consensus on overcoming our challenges, fix the debt, fix immigration, win the race on AI and quantum computing, and we're going to have a great century.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Paul Ryan.
All right. Well done. Well done.
Thanks.
Distinguished guests, please exit the theater to enjoy a refreshment break. The next session...
From Delta faucets to Behr paint, Masco Corporation is proud to deliver products that enhance the way consumers all over the world experience and enjoy their living spaces. Masco, serving Michigan communities since 1929.
Support also provided by the Cynthia and Edsel Ford Fund for Journalism at Detroit PBS.
DTE Foundation is a proud sponsor of Detroit PBS. Among the state's largest foundations committed to Michigan-focused giving, we support organizations that are doing exceptional work in our state. Learn more at dtefoundation.com.
We help organizations find their voices through what they do and who they impact. We are VVK PR and Creative, a Detroit agency telling the stories of critical issues affecting the big picture and the small moments. Stories at Skyline Heights and on-the-ground influence. We lead with relationships first, solutions always, and with diversity as our compass. VVK PR and Creative.
Nissan Foundation, and viewers like you.
Welcome back to live coverage of the 2024 Mackinac Policy Conference. There are some things each year we talk about, right? Economic development at this conference, education, infrastructure. But I think this is the first time that I can remember that actually on stage, a session, we are talking about all things AI. Two folks thinking a lot about AI and using it in their work are Tom Kelly, CEO of Automation Alley. Hello.
Hi.
So good to have you here. And Ryan Jajewski, Vice President at Truscott Rossman. Hello.
Hello.
So, gentlemen, I said this is the first time at the conference at a main session, right? But we have been talking about AI for a very long time. Ryan, I want to start with you. Talk to me about how you're using AI in your work.
Yeah, well, at Truscott Rossman, we are using generative artificial intelligence in some really interesting ways, really with creativity and efficiency on behalf of our clients, for the most part.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tom?
Yeah, well, you know, at Automation Alley, we're an association of manufacturers. So we have 3,000 manufacturers around the state. And AI has been used in manufacturing since I came out of school as an electrical engineer in the 80s. And even before then, since the advent of the mainframe, manufacturers have been using AI. We just didn't call it AI.
Right.
We called it machine learning, and we said, hey, let's look at that sensor and let's figure out what it's telling us, and then let's have this machine act on what that sensor tells us. That's AI. And it's existed in manufacturing. Now, though, this new AI is going to take it to a completely different level because it's really able to, in a lot of ways, like write its own code. So before, you'd have to teach the machine learning through your own coding mechanism. What's scary about AI today is it codes itself. That's kind of why we're wrestling with, as a human, like, wait, how much control do we give these AIs based on what it's capable of?
And Ryan, in some respects, we are wrestling. Like, there's a lot of opportunity for some folks, maybe me included a little. There's some trepidation about what this means for the future.
Yeah, I mean, worthy trepidation too. I think these are issues that we should be talking about. You know, one of the reasons like I'm interested in it is because I don't want to be left behind by it. I think it's important that we look at this as it's happening, it has been happening, to Tom's point, and either we can get on board or get hit by it.
So what does getting on board mean?
I think it's looking at the technology, understanding how it works, what the limitations are. I mean, a lot of what I hear from people that I work with in this world, especially with ChatGPT, is the fear of it. And I'm trying to say, well, if we don't understand it, we're always going to fear it.
So I go beyond that. I'm an eternal optimist when it comes to AI.
Bring it in.
I am so excited for what's coming when you think about the capabilities. So in manufacturing, because that's the world I live in, think about, computers that are able to take the part you've designed and then do millions of iterations to lightweight it, to make it stronger, to make it better. You can sell that. That's your innovation. So imagine if every manufacturer in Michigan had the capability to have an expert consultant work alongside them as they design these parts. right? Now, we know AI is going to be impactful when it comes to like elderly, being able to have conversations with these AI chatbots, if you will. And that's going to alleviate loneliness. That's okay. Those things are going to happen, but those aren't as exciting for me as thinking about what you can do in manufacturing, because that's what brings jobs back from China. China can make lots of things, millions of components, but they have to make one and they can't change it. If AI allows us to make lots of things unique, I think the analogy I use is going from a cup of black coffee to a Starbucks. I can get a million variations coffee. That's what AI is going to unleash for us. And that plays right into Michigan's hands.
It took years, though, to go from that black coffee to the thousands of different flavors. It feels like AI is moving really, really quick. So, I mean, I was going to ask you, what does 10 years down the road look like? Maybe I should, Ryan's shaking his head. Maybe I should ask you, what does 1 year look like down the road? Like things that we haven't even thought of yet?
Well, that's what makes it such an interesting tool, because it's your imagination. Ultimately, like what separates this from so many other tools is that they're not linear. AI doesn't function in the same way that, like, if I ask for one thing, I get the same thing over and over and over. It gives you a variety of options, as we were talking about before. That to me is a different way to approach a tool.
Ryan, Tom, we got to jump back to session. I really appreciate we could continue to talk about this. We will, but we're going to take a quick break while we continue to talk about this. We're taking a quick break. We'll be right back.
Hi, I'm Heather Marie Montilla from PBS Books. Did you know there's a whole world of PBS Books content waiting for you on our YouTube channel? From captivating virtual conversations with authors, illustrators, writers, and filmmakers, there's so much to explore. Don't miss any of it. Subscribe to our YouTube channel today and stay connected to everything PBS Books.
Welcome back to the desk here at the Mackinac Policy Conference. I am joined now by Mark Howland, co-founder and CEO of Breadless. Hello.
Hello.
It's great to have you here. And Jose Flores, welcome back to this desk here, CEO of Anchor Automotive. Great to see you again.
Thanks for having me again.
So, Mark, you are wearing the shirt, but tell me the story of Breadless.
The story. Wow. Yeah. So Breadless, we're a Detroit-founded fast casual restaurant with locations in Detroit and Rochester Hills, Michigan. We focus on fresh, flavorful, feel-good food. Actually, the only place in the country you can get a chef-curated sandwich wrapped in a leafy grain, along with diverse rice bowls and salads. We actually don't even own a microwave or a fryer. Everything is roasted in-house in a convection oven. Not something I plan to be in at all. I was just working really long hours in finance, trying to find food that would energize and sustain me. I largely found the options weren't that great. And so we developed a concept from scratch that would provide fresh, functional, flavorful food in an on-the-go format. Started by selling sandwiches out of brown paper bags in gyms in Detroit. It's evolved to where we have restaurants in Detroit and Rochester Hills, can find us on a rotating basis in Comerica Park as well, and really, really grateful for the community coming around us.
So tell me a little bit about what it's been like to start a business in Southeast Michigan.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's been a learning experience and something that has taken a village, because it's not a space that I'm accustomed to, not in food, never launched a fast casual restaurant concept before, and our team, this is new to us. And so it really took us asking a lot of questions and being comfortable not knowing, and to recognize that it takes a village. And so from Tech Town to the DGC, Motor City Match, to Venture 313, ID Ventures, Detroit Venture Partners, a lot of organizations have come around us to make this happen, and we're just grateful for all the learnings and the energy around Breadless and the excitement people have had, and the impact that the food has made on people as well, is something that we cherish.
Well, and we're talking to you because we're talking this week a lot at the conference about entrepreneurship and trying to build business. And Jose, it's great to see you. Last year we were talking and you were preparing this new software innovation hub of yours. So you've been through some of this growing. How are things going with you since we talked last?
I think it's pretty challenging, but it's also very rewarding. And as Mark was saying, we actually, and the whole theme of the conference is bridging the future together. Mm-hmm. He's a restaurant man. I'm a manufacturing automotive, and we are actually business partners.
Tell me.
Anchor Automotive was the first manufacturing facility to have a breadless fridge on site with fresh food available for my night shift.
And I must say, it's very nice, nutritious food, actually.
So how are you making these connections and thinking about these connections as we're talking to a lot of folks and hoping to sort of power and restart Michigan's economy in all of these different ways? Like, what is that spark that gets things going in your mind?
I think everything starts with the mindset. It's the mindset of how can we make it happen? And it doesn't matter if you and me can't do a business partnership, but maybe I know someone that can make a business partnership with him. Is being a master connector. And that's what we're doing in this conference. We're trying to build bridges. Doesn't matter what the industry, doesn't matter who you are, is how can we help each other and just make it happen, right?
So, Mark, what kind of, when you're thinking about what you've done, what's your lesson? What's something that you can tell someone else who's trying to start but feels like, you know what, I just don't have the support, maybe financial support or, capacity? What's your story that you can tell them?
I would put one foot in front of the other, and don't be afraid to put yourself out there, right? I mean, we got started selling sandwiches out of brown paper bags in gyms in Detroit, from LA Fitness, Crunch Fitness, the YMCA Fitness stores. Literally just a fold-out table, made a logo, made a website on GoDaddy, had no experience in design, and started selling sandwiches, right? Just to get people's reactions and feedback. And so I think the advice is you can't be afraid to put yourself out there. And the benefit of serendipity is something that you can't foresee at the moment, and you are only going to uncover that person or that connection or that resource or that advisor, that investor, that stakeholder, that partner, if you put one foot in front of the other and be comfortable being uncomfortable to put yourself out there. And I think that's one thing that's been phenomenal about being in Detroit and Michigan in general. As somebody who I worked in New York City for 6+ years, and I think being there, the difference is here, it's the mentality that Jose was saying is how can we work together, and we're all in this together, growing together, as opposed to feeling like it's every woman or man or whoever versus themselves. So I think that there's a really strong mentality of just excitement and invigoration and innovation and investment in the city and the environment, and that's what's happening here. Is, I mean, people from all different industries collaborating, from food to automotive, and figuring out like how, as Jose was saying, instead of like should we or if. It's the question of how. And when you ask questions and you have creative-minded people who thinking about solutions, you'll come up with something. And if it's not us two working together, it's somebody else. This is what you're interested in. This is what you're excited about. I know this other person who can help you. But if you don't put the energy out into the universe, it's not going to come back to you. But if you do put it out in the universe, it's going to surprise you what will come back to you.
Well, I'm so curious, one of the things that we're talking a lot about this conference, aside from sort of economic development and the future, but is about growing Michigan's population, right? And this need to not only get people to come into Michigan, but to have people stay here, which means putting down roots. So I'm curious from both of you, from your perspectives, what you need or what you would want to tell other folks about this state, trying to get folks here, trying again to put down roots. Jose, I'm going to start with you.
Yeah, sure. I think we're in a great moment right now in Detroit. I mean, we just had 700,000 people at the NFL draft. Everyone, the spotlight was at Detroit. But as you said, and I always say that, we graduate the best engineers, but our issue is that they always leave. They go to the West Coast, they go to Chicago, they go whatever. They don't want to stay. But I think we're in a very good moment right now that people are actually looking at us and they're seeing what we're doing because we're thriving, we're helping each other. And I think people want to have sense of belonging and be part of something. And if you want to be part of something and be a change maker, Detroit is the perfect city.
Mark, I want to hear from you. You've got about 30 seconds. Tell me a little bit.
It's not one thing. It's the collective things, right? As Jose was saying, like from the Lions to the energy around the NFL draft and investment coming to the city, Detroit now being a growing city and that information being out there, like that attracts excitement. And then when there's things for people to do, when people have when they have energy around nightlife, around restaurants, around people congregating in fun places, in addition to opportunity with jobs and not having, being siloed, but feeling like if this doesn't work out, there's something else going to work out. The more opportunity there is, the more people feel comfortable taking a chance, taking a risk, and making that decision to establish those roots.
Mark Howland of Breadless, Jose Flores of Anchor Automotive. Thank you both for the time.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
And stick with us. We'll be right back.
We're devising new plans and new experimental designs in order to get out on the lakes.
The climate is changing. It's happening at an alarming rate. I think people are looking at our area as a safe haven to what's happening across the country.
It is just an incredible, inspiring place that we never even realized was sitting at our feet.
Watch Great Lakes Now every Monday at 7:30 p.m.
And we're back at the desk now with Jen Flood, Michigan's budget director. So good to have you here, Jen.
Thank you for having me.
So folks watching at home, folks here at this conference may not even know that there is a lot of work going on right now in Lansing. We are in budget season. $80 billion proposed budget by the governor. As the budget director, tell us a little bit about what's happening in Lansing vis-a-vis negotiations to get this budget done and on time.
Sure thing. I think to a lot of people, the budget is a spreadsheet, but what's really exciting to me about the budget is it's an expression of our values. And so over the past 5 years, we've had an opportunity to invest in our kids, roads and bridges across the state, growing our economy and creating jobs. And so as you mentioned, it's busy season. We're hard at work with the appropriations chairs in the legislature to finalize a budget that continues to build on these investments, and we'll get it done by the end of June.
Well, so you talk about, as we all do, budgets being sort of a statement of values and priorities. Verbalize, if you can, not 80 billion different ways, but a few of what you see as the highlights of those statement and values for this administration in this new fiscal year.
Sure. One of the things that's most exciting to me in this budget is a new guarantee to Michigan families of a high quality education from pre-K all the way through an associate's degree. And over the past 5 years, we've started a lot of new programs. We've expanded pre-K. We created the Reconnect Scholarship to help adults get a certificate or an associate's degree. And so we're now saying everyone has this guarantee of a high quality education, and that's going to save families money. It's great for businesses in our state who are looking for a talented workforce, and it's on top of an achievement scholarship that saves families $27,000 towards a bachelor's degree. So
you have been in Lansing for years and years. You have seen this budget process play out, but we saw something that was absolutely historic over the past few years, which was federal COVID relief dollars. I mean, you and I have been in Lansing long enough to remember when we were talking about $2 billion budget deficits, and then all of a sudden we were talking about $9 billion surpluses.
Yeah.
But that money is gonna run out because there's only so much federal relief money vis-a-vis COVID. How has that changed the budgeting process, and how are you thinking about that, and what is it going to mean for the state?
Yeah. We had an incredible opportunity over the past several years, thanks to President Biden and our congressional delegation, to make transformational investments in our state. We were really strategic and responsible with how we did that. So we had one-time dollars and we invested them in one-time priorities. So whether that was kids, investing in tutoring to get them caught back up after COVID, whether that's fixing roads and bridges throughout the state or maintaining and investing in our state parks, we, like you mentioned, we've spent all of that money, but that's a good thing because we're not going to send $1 of it back to Washington, D.C., and it's out transforming our state as we speak. So for this year's budget, it is sort of a return to normal, but we have an incredible opportunity to build on the historic investments we've made in schools, in roads and bridges, and lowering costs for families.
There was an economic conference, basically, where folks come together in the state and literally figure out how much money the state has. It's called the Consensus Revenue Estimating Conference. And Rachel Eubanks, the treasurer, said, look, this is kind of boring this year. I mean, do you feel like in some respects we're getting back to boring?
Well, some might call it boring, but really we're stable. What we heard at the Revenue Estimating Conference is Michigan's economy is strong and stable. Unemployment is down. We've got more people working than we have in several decades. Inflation is cooling. And so we're in a great place to make investments in our state.
I'm so curious about your thoughts. So the Chamber came out with a poll this week during the conference that's saying, look, that the economy's doing okay, right? But that actually Michigan voters don't necessarily feel that. They're a little bit more pessimistic about it. Where is that disconnect coming from, do you think?
Yeah, it's hard to say. I would have loved to join the focus groups. But what we're focusing on at the state, we continue to see increasing revenues, and that's because at a high level the economy is performing well. But at the same time, families are feeling the pinch of inflation, and that's not something a governor or state government can fix. But what we're focused on to try to address that is how do we lower costs for families. And so last year we passed a tax break for working families. We passed a tax break for seniors. And this year we're focused on expanding access to pre-K, which saves families $10,000 a year and bringing down the cost of higher education as well. So we're going to do what we can at the state level to make a difference.
Okay, Jen, so we know the budget does not just happen in a vacuum. The governor doesn't just get to say, here's 80.7 billion, here's what I want. You've got Democrats in both the House and Senate that you've got to work with, and Republicans that you've absolutely got to work with to get some votes. In about 30 seconds, are you feeling like you're going to be able to get a bipartisan budget done in time?
We've got a strong track record over the past 5 years of bipartisan budgets, and I know we'll get it done again this year.
Okay, Jen Flood, Michigan's budget director, overseeing $80 billion in this new fiscal year. Thanks for the time.
Thank you so much.
And we're going back now to the main stage with a conversation with Dan Gilbert.
Please take your seats. This session will begin momentarily.
The next session, a conversation with Dan Gilbert, is sponsored by Wayne State University. Please welcome founder and chairman of Rocket Companies and co-founder of the Gilbert Family Foundation, Dan Gilbert, and chairman and chief executive officer of 1642 Ventures, Dennis Archer Jr.
Man, I gotta say, I'm really impressed at all these people that filled the room to come see me, and thank you for being here too.
Look at your sneakers.
Yeah, these are good. I got these these are StockX, Air Jordan 1 KOs, canvas. Those are 11s?
These are the Jordan 11 cool grays. You gotta step up your game.
Clearly, clear. Hey, I want to thank Suzanne Shank for having us both up here. She's a good friend, and she's done a great job. We can give her another round of applause. And Suzanne, she actually sits on your board, right? When you went public, you had to obviously appoint a founding board, and you selected Suzanne.
Yeah. Suzanne, is the board.
She does an outstanding job.
Yeah.
Hey, look, I've heard a couple people say, and you commented about you being 5 years late to this party.
Yeah.
And time flies, so I'm not sure how many of you have kept track of that, but it was 5 years ago, Memorial Day weekend, that Dan had a stroke. And he was supposed to come up here, and ironically, I got stuck with Bill Emerson instead, but I think that we carried the water for you. You know, you have said to me on more than one occasion in regards to that health challenge that you would not wish that on your worst enemy. If you look at how you've led your life up to the date of having your stroke, is there anything that you would have done differently?
Yeah, I don't think that my stroke was actually from stress, anxiety, although I had plenty of it and still have plenty of it, but because at least that's what the doctor said. I had a dissection, this genetic thing in one of my arteries, so it wasn't like the stress, anxiety caused it. So I don't know what I would have done much different as far as lifestyle before the stroke. But certainly learned a lot after the stroke.
And so your health today, you're moving around well, you're back in the office?
Yeah, I'm back in the office 2 or 3 days a week. I can use my cane to get around a little bit. I just have a great physical therapy team around me, got good family around me, friends. It takes a village, I tell you what.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Let's talk about doing well while doing good. When I got out of law school, I went to work for a firm called Graymark Realty Advisors. It was owned by 2 African-American entrepreneurs, Charles Allen and Hansel Minyard. And Charles, from day one, always talked about doing well while doing good. And in fact, Chuck Todd, when he was up here earlier with Devin Skillian, talked about benevolent billionaires. Andrew Carnegie Dan, as we all know, was a formidable American entrepreneur. Very early on was founded the steel industry that ultimately built America. But in the Gospel of Wealth, and I want to quote, he argued that extremely wealthy Americans like himself had a responsibility to spend their money in order to benefit the greater good. In other words, the richest Americans should actively engage in philanthropy and charity in order to close the widening gap between rich and poor. So going back to Charles and Hansel and doing well while doing good, let's start by the doing well. Since 2011, Bedrock has committed more than $7.5 billion to develop more than 140 buildings in Detroit and Cleveland. StockX, at its last raise, had a $3.9 billion valuation, first unicorn born in Detroit. Quicken Loans went public, allowing thousands of your teammates to take advantage and participate in the risk and upside of the business. From a business standpoint, not philanthropy, we'll get to philanthropy, but from a business standpoint, what are you most proud of, and would you have done anything differently in business?
There's a lot of things I would do different in business. I don't know where I'd start the list, but the first part was what am I the proudest of?
Yeah, what are you most proud of in business?
Well, I just like building things. I like building companies, and to watch all of our people come together as a team and build what we're building. There's nothing more exciting than that. And then being able to deploy that wealth in the communities that we live in and watch it springboard from there. It all connects together. Everything's connected together. And I'm very, very excited about the future, not only on the philanthropy side, but the business side as well. So you've got to have a great business really to actually impact the community, because you've got to have the wealth and the profits and the people. It's not just the wealth, it's the people that we have. When you have almost 20,000 people and they're all united, and they're all getting behind a cause like Detroit, all of them are involved to some degree. That's a small army, 20,000 people. So, I mean, there's other businesses here who have big employee counts. I encourage them to not just put money and write checks, but to get their people behind it, because once you get the people behind it, then things really start to happen.
So that's the doing well. Now, doing good. You and Jennifer made a $500 million philanthropic commitment to Detroit. Let's first talk about healthcare. $375 million to help bring the rehabilitation and research facilities to Henry Ford's expansion. Recently, I think all of you who looked at cranes this week, there's a $21 million commitment to help 18 research grants related to neurofibromatosis, which is the disease that we lost Nick to. And to date, you've invested over $125 million to fund that cure. I've had a chance to meet with Jerry Darby and Bob Riney, I don't know if they're in the audience, with regards to their $2 billion campus expansion with Henry Ford. So a lot of investment in healthcare. Talk about the importance of investing in healthcare, and can that be an economic development tool to help grow the city of Detroit?
Well, first of all, for me personally, when I had this happen to me 5 years ago, and I was supposed to be here, as you mentioned, so sorry I'm 5 years late, but at least we're here.
Better late than never.
Yeah, exactly. But repeat your question again.
The investment. Talk about the importance of investing, particularly in research institutions, medical research,
well, trying to take a tragic situation and learn from it and being able to have some good come out of it was the thing I was focused on from the first few months that this happened to me. And then, of course, our son, my wife and myself felt the same way. How can we have good things happen out of it? And being in a fortunate position to be able to donate or contribute that money with the great things that Henry Ford is doing. And then Michigan State is involved in it, as you know. So we've got Michigan State, Henry Ford, we've got us, we've got some others that are involved in the peripheral. But to have all that come together and see some good things come out of tragic life situations at least gives it some solace.
I'm glad that we've got some Michigan State representation on stage, because there was a lot of Go Blue mentioned earlier, so you're representing.
We'll get to that in a little bit.
Yeah. So, I've got a bunch of questions. I came up yesterday morning with 6 or 7 people. We flew up, and so I've got a whole, it's like a Jimmy Fallon thing, questions from the plane. And one of the questions from the plane, I think it was from Ramsey, talked about whether developing a medical campus can serve as an economic development boost for the city. Will you then have spin-off businesses, restaurants, other perhaps entities that provide service to the hospital? Because I know that I see the mayor and his bride are sitting in the front row, and I think that they would love to hear that not only will there be investment in these medical facilities, but that it will spawn growth around the campuses.
I mean, I don't think there's any question about it. When you make that kind of investment that Henry Ford's making, I mean, you've got a huge new building coming in, or buildings, and you've got thousands of people that work on this campus. And like you said, they're all going to need to eat. Maybe a lot of them in your restaurant, by the way. If you keep things going all right.
All right. Well,
you got a lot more competition now.
There's a lot more competition,
which is good news.
It's good news.
Yep.
It could, a rising tide. Yep. Rising tide raises all ships, so they say.
Yep.
So look, there used to be a report that was put out for several years, the 7.2 square mile report, which talked about all the development that happened in the city in the 7.2 square miles thought of as the greater downtown Detroit area. Obviously downtown, but the villages and up to Midtown and down through Corktown, and maybe it included a little of Southwest Detroit. But those of us, Dan, that are Detroiters know that the heart and soul of the city is in the neighborhoods.
Yeah.
And that original investment that was centered in the 7.2 square miles is obviously now going throughout the neighborhoods. Lots of initiatives coming out of the mayor's office, supported by your organization, Gary Torgo and his philanthropy and others. You guys committed recently, the Family Foundation, $15 million to the Detroit Strategic Neighborhood Fund. David Blaskowitz, and I'm not sure if he's here or not, but he said that investments from organizations like the Gilbert Family Foundation have led to growth in neighborhoods, including more jobs, small businesses, improved streetscapes, and better recreational opportunities. Talk to us why it's so important to invest not just in downtown Detroit, but in the neighborhoods.
Well, I think that you're never going to have a city do great if it's just the downtown doing great and the neighborhoods are not doing great as well. So maybe you look at a city and you build it from the inside out like we're doing, but the neighborhoods are coming along to their credit as well. And I think that when you have a city, a lot of the jobs in urban cores, or a lot of jobs in cities are in the urban cores. So if there are jobs downtown, then hopefully a lot of people in the neighborhoods are going to fill those jobs. That's a big part of it. But everything's connected to everything else, as I said earlier. Just like you invest, you were asking about the private investment. I mean, just Henry Ford having that huge investment is just going to spawn off so many things. Not just attending your restaurants, other things is too. I mean, it's going to recruit high-paid doctors and researchers to Henry Ford, who will pay taxes to the mayor's office, and he'll do and taxes, and he'll do good things with it. I mean, everything is connected to everything, any way you look at it. And I think that making big investments is very important. We have to, as Detroit, make big bets. I mean, what Ford Motor Company and Bill Ford is doing at the train station, that's a big bet. General Motors moving to the Hudson site and then revisioning the Renaissance Center, big bet. What we're doing at Hudson's is a big bet. I mean, we need some big bets, and we also need small bets as well. But big bets at least get things going, and they get the capital moving to the city. They're creating a lot of jobs. I think we just need to think big in Detroit and Michigan, for that matter.
So let's pivot off of the path that I was going down. We're going to come back to the importance of education. But since you brought up the Renaissance Center, I figure let's touch on it. So the reports. No one, I don't think, necessarily understands the formality of the agreements, nor is it any of our business. But I think it's very clear when you hear Mary Bear's comments that she speaks to coming up with a solution working with Bedrock. And so obviously you guys are going to play a role. And so if you could write the script as to what would happen with the Renaissance Center, what would that script look like?
I couldn't tell you the actual specific uses, but I will tell you that the mayor and the city government, as well as General Motors, ourselves, and the county, everybody's interested in making sure that waterfront is redeveloped in a beautiful way, if it is redeveloped. But maybe part of it is, maybe part of it isn't. Maybe part of it is converted to some other use. But I think that everybody is interested in keeping some very exciting and promising development on that property, whatever comes up of it. I mean, we are in a sort of a brainstorming mode right now, And that's just very important. Those have been landmarks for the city for decades now, and it's beautiful riverfront land and property. I think Mary said in the paper a couple days ago or a few weeks ago that how beautiful that property is and how the views, if you've ever been in her office, the views are really, really good. I don't know if they'll be as good as the Hudson views on top, so you may, there's only 97 condos, you may want to get your deposit down on those. So.
That was
Remember, AB, always be closing.
Always be closing.
Always be closing. Right?
By the way, that was a very political answer. You never really answered my question, but we're gonna move on.
I said we're going to build a lot of good stuff.
Oh yeah. All right. Back to education. So in March, the Rocket Community Fund and the Regional Chamber and the Last Mile Education Fund announced an expansion of the Detroit Area Talent Fund. You guys made a significant investment. Regarding education, it's interesting. In the city of Detroit, as you know, the mayor is not responsible for education. Dr. Vitti helms that organization. He's in here, up here somewhere. I saw him, so welcome, Dr. Vitti. From your opinion, what needs to change from a policy perspective for us to provide better education to our kids? And it's not just in the city of Detroit, but throughout the state of Michigan.
I wouldn't say I'm an expert on the intricacies of policy of education. I will say that, like everyone I think who looks at this, education is absolutely critical to society and to our kids and to our families and to everybody, and to the businesses as well who need educated people to work at the businesses. So hopefully Dr. Vitti and his team will figure it out. It seems like they're on the right road from what I read and when I talk to people.
Yeah, he's doing an outstanding job. Regarding corporate responsibility, and our friend Sandy Pierce was up here talking to us earlier, and when Detroit was recently in some of its most dire moments, a lot of people stepped up. Sandy stepped up, you stepped up, Gary Torgel stepped up, Roger Pinsky stepped up. Vegas, we've talked about this. Vegas has had Tony Tsai, Kevin Plank, who's a friend of yours, is kind of trying to mimic in Baltimore what we're doing here. And, corporate philanthropy has evolved, I think, most recently when municipalities have had challenges to really step in, and they did things like bought police cars and ambulances when we needed them because at the time the city couldn't afford them or was prohibited from making those investments at the time. So it gets a little blurred. How do you divide the responsibility, or do you, related to the corporate folks, philanthropy, and municipal government?
Well, I think it's more of a public-private partnership than it is actually putting a line down it and dividing things. And I think that it's really a day-to-day thing that people make thousands of decisions on. It's not just, okay, we'll do this, the city is doing this. The city is doing what it's supposed to do, right? Collect taxes, take care of the services they're supposed to provide. And corporations hire people, hopefully make profits. And if they're smart, they would plow a lot of those profits back into the community, because I think you said doing well, but it's really
doing well and doing good.
Yeah, we say doing well by doing good. I think they're connected to each other. I mean, we attract more talent or high-end talent because this generation, some of them are in this room, Generation Z or Generation XYZ, I forget what they're all called. But so they're very interested in having a purposeful career, not just getting a paycheck. And so when we tell people this is our purpose, or show them around or walk them around Detroit and show them some of the things we're involved with, that really does attract talent. In fact, I can tell you a story about, we have a CMO now who came from London, England, and he was the CMO of Coca-Cola at one point. That's the kind of talent we're talking about. And he came in, walked around Detroit, and just the other day in my office, he said, the only reason I came here is because the energy I felt in the city the few times I interviewed with you guys, walking around. And we took him everywhere. We took him on our stuff, but we took him to the riverfront. We took him to what Ford is doing over there. So once you have all these things going on, and even we took him down Woodward where all the entrepreneurs are opening up stores, and there's restaurants and bars, and he just felt the energy. And he said, that's one of the reasons I came here, if not the reason. So there's an example of doing well by doing good. One feeds the other.
So Dan, you talk about talent and attracting a former Coca-Cola CMO. As you started your businesses decades ago now, you had a close core, like your crew, some of which you grew up with. Those were all the guys that you worked with. And fast forward to today, you've got the CMO from Coca-Cola. Kofi moved here. You had a relationship with him in Cleveland, but he moved here, from San Francisco. Yep. You got Varun here. For entrepreneurs in the room who are looking to grow their business to scale, you got to relinquish some control. You got to identify and hire bright people to allow you to focus on the growth and the strategy. Talk about that path for you.
Sure. One of the ways we describe that is what got us from here to here will not get us from here to there. And I think everybody, if you're an entrepreneur, you really have to understand that. So you can't repeat the same thing that got you from 0 to 40, from 40 to 80. It's completely different. The same thing from 80 to 120. And there's different skill sets among different facets of people that you've got to bring in at certain points. It becomes very difficult because you don't want to let go of people who are there at the beginning. But generally, there's spots for them somewhere in the organization, but you've got to upgrade at all times. I mean, you can look at it like a sports team. A sports team isn't going to keep people around because they're the brother of the star or the uncle of the guy that's playing or something, although there's one team that does do that.
So
it's the Milwaukee Bucks, but who's talking? Okay. So
when you see where they are.
Yep.
So Dan, you talk about attraction. I know attracting and maintaining talent is important to you. You started several years ago, Detroit Venture Partners. Talk about the importance of a startup ecosystem in a city in terms of attracting growth in young entrepreneurs.
I mean, Dennis, it's so critical. It's probably one of the top 3 critical things that we're doing and we've got to do more of. I mean, a startup community is everything if you want the future to be bright, because if you have a good startup community, you're funding young, growing, exciting companies, that is going to be the magnet for retaining our graduates out of Michigan, out of Michigan State, Wayne State.
You had it right.
Yes, Michigan. And Grand Valley State and Eastern and Western, whatever else you want to call it. But we've got to keep our kids here. That is the number one thing we've got to do. It's just what a shame this is. Billions of dollars of tax money, state tax money, subsidizing tuition for tens of thousands of students in public universities, and we hand over this talent basically to New York, Chicago, Seattle, Los Angeles, Miami. Here you go. Take all of our talent. We paid for it. Take it all. Have them work for you. Have their taxes go to your cities and state. And Michigan gets holding the bag. It's absolutely absurd. So if there's anything that we can work on, in my opinion, it's keeping the talent here. And then once you retain the talent, then we go for their talent. But first, let's retain our own.
So when you talk about talent and retention, you want people to be able to live, work, and play. Forbes, in an article recently, wrote that Detroit is experiencing a renaissance with a renewed focus on urban revitalization and cultural development. A part of that is the hospitality scene. I know you guys have invested significantly. We talked about Le Supreme, Hiroki-san, all at the campers is fabulous. For those that may be in the audience that are hospitality entrepreneurs looking for a next concept, is there something specifically that you think is missing in the downtown ecosystem?
I can't think of anything specific, but I do know that, as you all hear about, there's a new restaurant opening every other week downtown. And I think that's going to keep going on because we're probably still short, if you look at other cities based on their population, as to the amount of establishments that are going to be needed as the city grows. But those are huge opportunities for young entrepreneurs or old entrepreneurs or medium-age entrepreneurs. So, I mean, we need all the nightlife we can get. That's another magnet for young people. Just ask yourself, they're our customers. Look at the 22-year-old kid as our customer. And it doesn't matter where they came from. It doesn't matter what socioeconomic area they came from, whether they're white, black, or purple, or male or female. We need the young, smart, 21, 22-year-olds to stay in this state. And having bars and restaurants and hospitality is one of their boxes they look to check when they decide what city they're going to live in. And Detroit's hot right now. You can just feel it walking around. The energy is higher than it's ever been. You don't even have to sell Detroit anymore because Detroit just sells itself when you walk them around. I want to talk to people on the phone about Detroit if they want to hear. I said, no, you got to come here and put your feet on the ground, because I'm not going to be able to give you the flavor of what it really is until you get here.
So let's switch and talk about the economy and policy for a little bit. I mean, the theme of the conference is bridging the divide. As you're aware, there's so much conflict, not even conflict abroad, conflict domestically, conflict amongst ourselves, conflict between different parties. But that is not going to allow us, that conflict, if it persists, is not going to allow us to put our best foot forward. The Governor's Commission on Population reported, I think, that which most of us already know, that growth is stagnation. We're losing population still, the state of Michigan. Detroit, under the mayor's leadership, had a modest increase for the first time, I think, since 1957. And that's in large part to the work that you're doing.
And I'll give you some more stats on the population. So if you haven't read this, for the 20-year period between 2000 and 2020, Michigan grew the population 1% total. The nation on average is 18%. That's another thing we got to really work. We got to bring people here. And I think starting with retaining our own kids is the first place, but there's other places as well.
So from a policy perspective, we got a room full of policymakers and policy influencers here. What needs to happen from a policy perspective to allow that to hasten and catch up, since we're so behind?
Well, I think the big three things that we have to look at are, and again, I'm going back just to the young people. So we've done all kinds of surveys on what they want and why would they move to one city versus another city. I mean, affordable housing is key. And that's just not for young folks, that's for everybody. I mean, we need to have affordable housing. We need to have, you mentioned it a few times, we need to have a vibrant, dense, populated urban area where there's action and where they can have fun and do their thing, whatever they do at night. I'm not going to comment on what they do, but at least a lot of options, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm not going to.
And the third one is transportation, I think. All of them want transportation.
What kind of transportation?
All transportation. I mean, I think we need transportation to and from the suburbs, to and from the airport, to and from Ann Arbor, maybe to and from Chicago eventually. We've got to have transportation everywhere, in my opinion. And I think a lot of people's opinion, not just my opinion. I mean, if you look at any big city or any big metropolitan area, who doesn't have some kind of regional transportation efforts going on or completed efforts? I mean, we're one of the few, if the only one, that doesn't, which is another reason we have to think big. But this takes multiple facets or multiple groups, multiple cities, not cities, but multiple leaders, from the private foundations to the city, to the business community, to the community groups. Everybody's got to swim together here. We've got to paddle together. Otherwise, we're never going to make it happen. The federal government needs to be shown that we can get our act together and create the funding for transportation that, I don't know how technically it works, but that they match or that they put in. And they do put in big dollars to cities that can get it going themselves, or regions or states.
You mentioned a little while ago the federal government, and I'm not asking you to pull out a crystal ball, but from your perspective, where do interest rates need to move so that the mortgage business, which is the fuel that fuels the engine for you in particular, gets back into a groove?
Well, our mortgage business, we have a big servicing business, so interest rates going up or down can be good or bad for us depending on what side of the fence we're on that day. But I think interest rates are too high in this country in general, not just for mortgage rates, but for personal loans, for car loans. And I think that they will come down over the next year or two. I don't know how far they come down. I wouldn't predict that. It's like predicting gas prices.
Do you think, coming out of most recent economic crises, it's been reported that the younger generation, younger than me as well, they don't place the same value on home ownership. Everyone would say that homes were your greatest asset for decades. People would say that. Is home ownership, in your opinion, still the American dream?
Absolutely. 94% of Generation XYZ says they want to they want to be a homeowner and believe that that's going to be a significant part of their wealth creation going forward. And that's just, that's the generation everybody says doesn't want to buy a house or live in it. I think they're a little bit late to the game, but you got to give them a break. They went through this whole COVID business. They went through a whole housing crisis here. They've seen it all. So they're a little bit less apt to pull the trigger, but I think they'll continue to pull the trigger. I mean, once you form a family, you have no choice. You got to somehow get a living situation. You got to buy a house or rent a house.
So, future of office, I don't know the exact number, 110, 115 properties in greater downtown Detroit, millions of square feet of office. And amidst everyone doubting what the future of office is, you're building an immaculate skyscraper to include office in the center of downtown. So obviously you're bullish. What are your thoughts on office?
Yeah, I think that most companies are getting people back to the office, maybe not 5 days a week. I mean, we've got people back 3 days a week, and then more than that in some areas. In some areas, 4 days a week. It just depends on how the teams want to operate themselves. I don't think it's the most ideal thing to operate your business on Zoom. I mean, we have 4 kids now. My wife wanted to do a Zoom call with our 4 kids because they're all over the country, and I started arguing with her. We're not going to do a Zoom call with our kids. You got to draw the line somewhere. So I just think, you got to have people in the office. You got to have them in person. I think that there'll always be some component of people, especially if you want to hire people who just flat out refuse to move to Detroit or come to wherever our office is. So there's always a handful of people you want to maybe allow to work out of their homes, but I don't think you should make it a practice, a long-term practice. That's my view. And overall, I think that the office market, although it's not doing great right now, it'll come back soon.
So, back to office and the return to office or not, another question from the plane, the flight in yesterday. Rocket, Quicken Loans, now Rocket, has been known as one of the best places to work in the United States year after year. You published for a while, I think quarterly, your Isms book, and for those of you who have not actually seen the book, it's very simple, commonsensical business approach, and it's for a while what was like the Bible of Quicken Loans. Yeah. You had and have a tremendous culture, but how are you able to maintain that culture with working a couple of days a week? Some people are working from home. I think a lot of us, myself included, where in one of our businesses where everyone's at work 5 days, at another one, people are in Tuesdays and Thursdays and they're remote. I'm personally finding it difficult to instill that culture compared to how we would have done it years ago. How are you handling that?
Well, I think you mentioned that culture is everything. You got to have great culture. Culture is the foundation. Now, you look at culture, it's like your garden. It's the soil, it's the water, it's the air, it's the fertilizer, and then you grow seeds inside that garden, and those are the people that are in your business. And I think that the leadership can't be there every second of the day in 24 hours, be next to everybody who's working in the company and pound in their strategy or their thoughts or their philosophy to them. So you have to, in our case, we created these, as you mentioned, isms, which are like 20 foundational statements that become our philosophy and our belief system, and that people follow to guide them in their decision making and in their prioritization and their behavior and their actions. So normally those books are $19.99 plus shipping and handling, but we will make them available to you at a big discount here. Normally we give them out on the way out, but there were so many people here, I don't think we have as many left at the office.
So Dan, let's talk about sports for a second. I think that we're all aware, for instance, the mayor, he goes out and gets a huge manufacturing facility to come into Detroit. Thousands of jobs come, but it's not just those jobs. Suppliers then are required to be close to the plant, so suppliers develop, and then, next thing you know, there's a restaurant across the street, there's other service businesses that pop up. We talked about the likelihood that happens as a result of the Henry Ford expansion. Sports, I can speak to personally, When the Lions are rocking, I mean, we see the numbers at Central. People are coming in with jerseys, they're coming in for Sunday brunch. If the season's longer because they're in the playoffs, they're coming in more weekends. Talk about the importance of sports to a city.
Well, I think it's critical. I don't think what other thing but sports is going to get 750,000 people to come to a city to stand in the cold for 15 hours and watch 5 seconds of their team's name being called off. I mean, I'm very happy it happens, but I still can't understand it. Let's see, ESPN for 5 seconds at home, or 5 seconds after I stood outside in the cold for 12 hours to watch my team name being called off. But hey, it's a great thing for us, right? And what a great thing that was for the city, not just for the 750,000 people that came that are going to go back and tell everybody how great Detroit is, but for the 50 million people that watch Detroit on television. And that's a tribute. A lot of people worked on that. The city worked very hard on that. The business community worked very hard on that. The county and state were involved to some degree. So that's another example of a big thing, a big bet, and everybody coming together to do it. You can't name one big project going on in Detroit right now, or Michigan for that matter, that doesn't have a lot of different groups and a lot of different sects involved in making it happen. So if we've learned, I know Detroit going back, I mean, it was the union versus management, it was suburbs versus the city, there was racial issues. I mean, everybody's fighting with everybody for decades, but I think in the last 10, 15 years or so, that's been way better. You can tell from just this conference here. People talking to each other, talking about ideas to get things done, and I think that has to be a mainstay of our culture. That's an example of culture, in my opinion.
I want to talk about legacy in a second, but it's interesting. We have, for Michigan, very pivotal times over the next 3 years. We obviously have a presidential election this year. We've got a mayoral election next year, and then we've got a gubernatorial election the year after that. Agnostic to individual or party, what policies need to change for us to move our Detroit agenda forward?
Well, as far as Michigan goes, I'll talk on Michigan because I think it's more than Detroit. I think that we need both sides of the aisle in the state legislature to get together and work on economic packages that are long-term. We got to stop doing the short-term, year-to-year stuff. That doesn't work. We have to make long-term investments. As I said before, look at all the investments that have been made. I don't think that Ford Motor Company is doing that whole deal with the train station for the next year or two. They're doing it for the next 30 years. Mm-hmm. I mean, we're not doing the Hudson's project because we expect to make profit on it next year. In fact, it'll be lucky if there's a profit in 30 years. So we're committed to the long term, and I think that goes for transportation. I think that goes for anything that we do. So education's the same way.
Legacy a little bit. I obviously didn't have an opportunity to meet your father. I obviously knew Nick very well. It's a regular at the restaurant. Everybody loved him. You have 2 new hospitality concepts downtown, Gillies and Saxy's, that are equally as important legacy as they are contributors to the hospitality ecosystem. Talk to us about the importance of those 2 concepts to you personally.
Well, these are very important personal projects for me. So my son's nickname to his friend was Gilly, and he had this dream of having this big sports bar in downtown Detroit about people, where he wanted people just to gather and have fun. And he was very, very involved. Up until the very end, he was on his phone dictating to people the way he wanted tile and the ceiling and what kind of materials he wanted in this restaurant or sports bar. I encourage you all to go there because it's really a sweet place, very nice. And they've got it's called Bam Bam Broccoli. You got to check it out. I mean, the broccoli, and he hated broccoli. He wouldn't eat anything green, but this, I don't know what they do to it, but it's that and the smash burger. Those are my 2 recommendations. I mean, Saxy's was the name of my dad's bar that he had in Detroit for 30 or 40 years, which is at 7 Mile in Woodward.
That's my neighborhood.
You live there?
Right now.
Do you? Mm-hmm. Palmer Park, I assume.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice area, man.
Yeah, you have to come over.
I will. Yeah.
So, a couple questions from the plane. We've got a few minutes left. Rachel Decker, who's a good friend of ours, who's very passionately involved in philanthropy, she was wondering, the investments that you're making now under Laura's leadership and the rest of your philanthropic team are pertinent to the needs today. But when you look at neighborhoods, home ownership, economic development, do you think those will forever be the focuses of the foundation, or will they pivot with the needs of the city of Detroit?
That was a long question, man, a long question.
All right, let me ask you a shorter.
Okay, good.
Do you think that what you're doing now with the foundation will be what you're doing in 10 years from now?
I'm sure it'll evolve like everything else, but I'll just tell you this. I'm giving it all away, and we're going to give most of it to Detroit area here. I mean, I can't take it with me. I mean, at the end of the day, your wealth is going to end up at the government and foundations, or you're going to kill your kids with too much wealth. So I'm not going to do the latter. I don't want nothing personal about government people here, but I'd rather not put it in the government's hand. I'd rather put it in foundations' hands. They're going to do great stuff long term. We're about long term, as I mentioned before. I mean, Laura Grandeman's here. She's like 32 years old, and she runs this foundation. Been with us for 12 years. That's an example of somebody that came to Detroit when she was 21 or 22, when we really didn't have the kind of city we have now, but it took a lot of talking into to get her here, from Georgetown, right? Okay, good.
She probably went to Michigan, too.
What's that?
You heard me.
She did not. She did not go to Michigan.
So
she visited Ann Arbor once. I heard that. Yeah.
So let me ask you this as we close. So you and your family and all of your organizations, handprints, footprints are all over this city. But when you and Jennifer, write your story at the end of the day, what will be the highlight?
I think the highlight will be just overall, how many people could we impact in a positive way? And how could we lead others to do the same thing? So that would probably be, at the end of the day, the number one thing that would be the most exciting
and
for us.
You've got several hundred Detroit boosters, Michigan boosters, policymakers in this room. So as we walk off the stage, what would you ask for them to do to help move Detroit forward, these people in this room?
I would say, think big, but don't worry about that every project's got to be huge. Just think big, because sometimes for the person who's going to open up a restaurant, they're just thinking big for them. But we have to think big. We got to paddle together, as I said earlier. We all got to paddle together and be together and meet more often and brainstorm together and have a long-term plan, like I said earlier. And we got to have a consolidated approach, too. We should look at everything. When we came to Detroit, one of the things we said, we're going to have a big bang approach. We're not going to focus on residential first, then entertainment, then office, or then industrial, which we don't do. But we're saying, let's just have a big bang approach and build it all at once if we can make it happen, because everything feeds each other. So I think that's the way we got to think. You're not going to fix everything in one day, but we can have an approach. I hear there's something good going on in the legislature right now that they're talking about putting something together in 3 or 4 areas. It's not an either-or decision. I think a lot of times, because of that division in the aisle, that people think it's got to be for this, and the other aisle thinks it's got to be for this other side of the aisle. I think we got to do it all together and look at each other and say, how can we make it all happen together? Whether it means compromise or whether it means brainstorming and just adding it all together. I know that's easy to say because you got to pay for it all, but you got to believe your investments are going to be paid for in the long term too.
Dan, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Dan Gilbert.
Thank you.
Initiative is coverage of what Michigan needs to do to become a top 10 state economically, a top 10 state for people to want to live and play and grow their families in. It's really a discussion of what we want Michigan's future as a whole to be.
If Michigan is going to not just stay competitive, but is going to succeed in the 21st century, then we have to be focused on the future of work. It touches on so many issues that really matter to Michigan, including education, including quality of life, being positioned to take advantage of a really rapidly changing work and workplace.
And we're using work as a vehicle because it's something that we all do. It's something that impacts our daily lives, and it's a way that we can change and transform the places that we live into the places that we want to live.
Learn more about the future of work at onedetroitpbs.org/FOW.
What happens when we ask the right questions? What happens when we nourish a mind? What happens when new ideas take root? What happens when we explore what inspires us? What happens when we work together? No matter how you like to engage with us, we'll always deliver the local shows and content you love and your favorite PBS programs. We are Detroit PBS. Imagine the possibilities.
Is sponsored by Strategic Staffing Solutions. Please welcome Executive Vice President of Strategic Staffing Solutions, Jeff Nelson.
S3 has proudly been based in downtown Detroit for 34 years. And I've just come from an event in Lithuania where we celebrated the opening of our first international office 25 years ago. And I'm very honored to be here today to introduce Mayor Duggan and Chief of Police James White for a conversation that I really think is going to be one of those things that you really remember about this year's conference. The videos that they're going to share and the conversations about what they're doing. It's really amazing. It's amazing work. It's amazing leadership. And okay, let me start here. First, Mayor Mike Duggan is in his third time as mayor of Detroit. He's the 75th mayor of Detroit. I think it's fair to say he's the most popular of all 75 of those mayors. And that's because he is a visionary leader whose commitment to revitalizing Detroit has sparked a renaissance in the city. Under his leadership, Detroit has experienced unprecedented growth, economic development, and a renewed sense of community. Joining the mayor is Police Chief James White, a trailblazer in law enforcement who is steadfastly committed to community policing and building trust between citizens and police. Chief White has fostered safer neighborhoods, stronger bonds in our diverse community. And interestingly, Chief White, his academic qualifications include a master's degree in counseling, and he even became a mental health counselor himself for a time. Together, they exemplify true collaboration and determination to ensure a safer, brighter future for all Detroiters. Thank you.
Please welcome Mayor of the City of Detroit, Mike Duggan, and Chief of the Detroit Police Department, James White.
All right. All right, how's everybody? Well, for those of you who come to see the annual PowerPoint, It's going to be a little different this year. And we called it Addressing Michigan's Greatest Challenge. And of course, when the mayor and the police chief are here talking, you know that we're talking about the state's mental health system, right? And we really are. Because when the state's mental health system fails, people have psychotic breaks. You know who deals with them in this state? It's your police officers every single day. And in Detroit, Chief White's actually built a mental health division within the Detroit Police Department because it's what he had to do to cope. How many here understand how the mental health system works in this state? Okay, 2 of you. So Bernard Parker's on the mental health board. I'm really glad you raised your hand, Bernard. Since you're my appointee to the board, I'm glad to see it. But in 30 minutes, you're going to understand, and this is going to be a little different. We're going to show you some videos of officers on the street, body cam footage to see what it's like, and to tell you why, while you may not have given a lot of thought to this, and we really thought if we had labeled this the state's mental health system, the room might have been empty. So we kind of got you in here on the promise that it was the greatest challenge. But when you see this, I think it is a presentation that you'll remember. But Chief, I want to start with your story. So you grew up in a city of Detroit at a time. There was significant racial tension in the police department between black and white officers, significant tension in this community. In fact, at the time, the city of Detroit led America in the highest rate of civilian shootings by police officers. I'm guessing in your neighborhood, there weren't a lot of young men who grew up wanting to be a police officer, right? Tell us your story. How did you end up where you are?
Well, actually, there wasn't a lot of people in my neighborhood that wanted to be police. My story with policing came out of a tragedy. My uncle was murdered. My grandmother's oldest son and my grandmother played a significant role in my life. I had a teenage mom. I'm very proud of that. She's deceased now. And my grandmother played more of a direct parenting role in my life. My uncle, who was the leader of our home, was murdered. The police arrived at my home. I was a little kid, a few years old, 9 years old, 8 years old. And when they knocked on the front door to talk to my grandmother, for the first time in my life, I saw my grandmother cry. And she collapsed to the floor in tears. And I started crying as a kid because my grandmother's crying. I didn't understand what was going on. And this police officer picked me up. And he held me and he talked to me. And that just kind of made an imprint on my heart that I never forgot. And when I got older and decided that I wanted to help and contribute to society, I thought back at that moment in time and decided to become a police officer.
So you get out of high school, you tell your family, your friends, you're thinking about being a cop. What's the reaction?
Huh? You're going to do what? But no, that was my path, and I got involved in security and security policing, and then ultimately joining the Detroit Police Department.
And so your first day of the department, did you come in thinking someday I'm going to be the chief?
No, not at all. No, I wanted to be a traffic cop. I just wanted to ride a motorcycle and write tickets. But it changed quickly. So.
And so we're starting with a picture. The success Dan Gilbert mentioned, 750,000 people in the NFL draft smashed the NFL record. But you had an enormous amount of pressure on you in the last 2 drafts in Las Vegas and in Kansas City. They held the draft way away from their downtowns in huge parks where they could control the crowd in a central place. And it did very little benefit to the downtown community. Here, there was a significant group that says, we need to go to Belle Isle. That crowds this size, we need to put on the island where, we can control the crowd. But the downtown businesses, the Downtown Detroit Partnership, NFL said, we want you to be downtown. And I was getting a lot of pressure. I said one thing. You're talking about for 3 days straight, 12, 15 hours, 250,000 people spread from Greektown and Eastern Market all the way over to Beacon Park and Grand Circus Park. I said, I am not allowing this to go downtown, no matter what the NFL says, unless Chief White says to me, I can secure this city for 3 days, because none of us needs the tragedy if we're not ready. And you studied it closely, and one day you came in and said, let's go downtown, I commit to you, we have it under control. How nervous were you about that decision?
Well, very nervous the morning when all the cameras went down.
Right.
And thank God you knew the right people to call to get those cameras back up. But we knew we could do it. The footprint was challenging, sitting right in the heart of the city. But we knew we had the officers' commitment. We had the numbers that we needed. Our strategy, my goodness, it was probably deployed the best that I've ever seen in my 28 years with the police department. The team was ready to go, and we knew we could do it, and it was great for the city, and it was great for the residents, so we wanted to do it the right way.
So you canceled every vacation day and leave day for all 2,500 cops and told them they were going to be on their feet for 3 days straight, and on that Saturday afternoon, 5, 6 o'clock, they were still smiling and greeting people. I heard more positive feedback from out-of-towners. I mean, how did you get that kind of culture?
You know, we looked at it. We wanted to make sure that we had welcoming officers. We wanted the officers to be present but not imposing. We also looked at, which officers we were going to deploy. Like, we have our takedown teams, and they're not necessarily the most welcoming all the time. But we also had, we made sure the takedown teams would be deployed during takedown, but the community engagement teams, the officers who were doing the foot patrols that were engaging citizens and giving direction, they were happy. And all the officers were happy. One of the things that was unique about this is the excitement that the officers had at roll call. They were proud of the city. They were proud of the opportunity. They had heard about the Super Bowl, and they said, we're going to do better than the Super Bowl. Many of them weren't even on the job when the Super Bowl happened. So they were challenged themselves to show that they could do it. And so it was really just a great environment for the officers. The officers were in a great mood, few incidents. And then to smash the record, 750,000 people, and that doesn't include the 8 additional activations we had around the city, with approximately 8 to 10,000 at each activation. It was amazing. It was absolutely amazing.
It was a day we're proud of, and I think it's going to benefit us for years. You've been chief now, what, 3 years?
3 years.
3 years.
Of June.
So let's talk a little bit about your report card. As you know, we are very metrics driven, as are you with your department.
Yeah.
But last year, remarkable. Historic drops, 18% drop in homicides, 34% drop in carjackings, fewest homicides since 1966. I said, all right, that's good. Over the years, we've seen it rise and dip, not dip this much, but the places like Boston, New York, that dramatically dropped it, they did it year after year over a sustained period of time. There's a reason why you do that. First 5 months of this year, almost halfway through 2024. And here's your report card this year, below last year's level. Our carjackings that used to be 50 in a week have been fewer than one a week the last 2 months. Talk about how you, the department, and the other partners have accomplished this.
Well, first, I want to thank you for the raises that we got our officers and city council. That helps when you can recruit at the rate in which we're recruiting and getting our veteran officers back from suburban agencies. But the way we address crime, I mean, we recognize that there's not going to be a time when we declare that the last arrest has been made. So we're not going to arrest our way out. We understand the community engagement component, but we also understand that there has to be a penalty and a punishment from the criminal justice system when someone commits a crime in our city. So we address it by going into the areas that need us. We recognize that everybody's not a criminal. We put cops on dots, and those dots are representative of the crime trends in that particular area. And high levels of community engagement, because with community trust, you get information that you wouldn't get otherwise. And we've got a great police department, great number of men and women that are out there working hard every day.
Well, going back 20, 25 years to when I was a prosecutor, I have not seen a time when the Detroit Police Department had such a good cooperative relationship with your federal partners, your county partners. Talk about how you built that.
Well, you know, Mr. Mayor, I mean, we know what COVID brought us. We know that COVID froze the criminal justice system, and we recognize that everything came to a grinding halt. And I'm going to say this, not just because you're my boss, but the work that you've done in that area, getting the courts to the table, getting the prosecutors to the table, getting those partners to talk about that end of the process. We've got officers that know how to make arrests, do investigations. We're data-driven, so we know how to investigate crime. But we couldn't do that other part. So getting the criminal justice system moving again has been tremendous. sitting at the table and not worrying about who's getting credit. You know, crime has no borders. I mean, it's going to cross 8 Mile, it's going to go into Southfield, it's going to go into Oak Park, and getting those folks to the table and saying, hey, let's fight crime, let's reduce crime in our community, and let's not worry about who's standing at a podium taking credit. And it's worked, and everyone's at the table.
U.S. Attorney Dawn Isom, County Executive Warren Evans, Judge Frizard, Prosecutor Worthy. We had 3,500 people charged with gun crimes who weren't going to trial because of COVID, and that backlog has cleared out, and people are working together. So the year I started, Detroit had the highest homicide rate in America. But in February, you got called to the White House to lead a national conference on how other cities should reduce the crime rate. Now, what was it like standing with the president and addressing the conference at the White House?
So I can go to barricaded gunmen, I can go to narcotics raids and not have a problem talking to the officers or the media, but standing next to the president as you're speaking, let's just say for a second I forgot my name. But it worked out.
But you've made us very proud.
Thank you.
But here's a part.
Thank you.
It is absolutely fascinating. The drug shootings, the gang shootings have dropped dramatically. But you know the violence we're dealing with today. Last week, 2 brothers arguing over who the best performing artist is gets so heated, one shoots and kills the other. A couple days ago, 72 and 75-year-old women sitting at the table, longtime friends, arguing gets so heated, one of them grabs a knife and stabs the other. What we are seeing is a level of violence which, you know, we sit with your officers, your command staff, who say no number of police officers in the world could have prevented that crime. And so talk about what you face now, because this is a different challenge for the Detroit Police Department.
You know, it really is. I joined in 1996. I came on the job, like I said, I wanted to be a traffic cop, wanted to reduce crime, wanted to do those things, but I could not anticipate the impact of the mental health system on policing and what we're dealing with and what we're up against. When you look at that 15,990 calls, those are people who called. What about the other several thousand that didn't call? And that's still, you know, representative of, you know, double-digit responses to mental health crisis on a daily basis.
So calls for mentally ill and violent, almost 25, 30 calls a week.
Yep.
That somebody is mentally ill and violent, nearly always armed, that you are handling. And so let's talk about this. Is this Detroit, or as you talk to chiefs around the state, what are they saying?
They're seeing an uptick. You know, nothing good came from COVID, but what COVID did tell us and show us is the impact on isolation and how it impacts a person's mental health. Now we can't unsee the crisis of mental health in our communities. Every chief that I've talked to has got an increase in numbers, nothing like Detroit, but certainly they're seeing in their communities an uptick of violence. Even in Farmington Hills recently, a brother shot a brother. We see it over and over again. We had, like you said, the 2 seniors that got into an argument, and the impulse decision-making and the inability to resolve conflict is resulting in homicides.
So let's talk about the state's mental health system and talk about how it works. And it may sound complicated, but in principle, it's like this. We spend $5 billion treating mental illness in this state. Basically, it's a combination of state and county. The state of Michigan runs the statewide psychiatric hospitals, and there are 4 of them. And they're supported by a number of long-term private facilities, but most of the care is provided at the county level. And there's 46 essentially county agencies, largely appointed by the county boards of commissioners. And if you have a need for treatment, it's through the community mental health system. You can be held for 72 hours at a crisis center, at a hospital, or a local crisis center. And that's been the division of responsibility. And it went from a time where people were locked up far too often to deinstitutionalization in the 60s and 70s, and moved to community mental health. And talk about that. Was the move to community mental health the right move?
It helps. I mean, I'm not against community mental health. I think it can be successful if done the right way, but it's not we need more. We need more than just community mental health, but it's certainly something. We need more availability of community mental health and accessibility.
So let's talk about what happened in the early 90s. is the state, in a significant way, withdrew, closed the great majority of the state facilities, including Lafayette Clinic, which had an immediate impact in Detroit, eliminated the Department of Mental Health as a cabinet position in state government. The state made a conscious decision to de-emphasize the state's role. And this is something that we still are dealing with. And do you think the state went too far in pulling back? You were there on the police force as this was happening.
Yeah, I think they did. I don't think they anticipated the impact of not having any resources for people in crisis to go. I also think that they didn't really estimate the impact from the standpoint of how many people are impacted with mental health issues in their families. I think it was viewed as someone else's issue, someone else's problem, but it's in everyone's living room or in everyone's family.
So we're in a meeting with the chief's leadership, and a couple of his leadership folks are talking about these murders, violently mentally ill people, and say, it's been like this since Lafayette Clinic was closed. The meeting ends, and this is to me as an attitude of helplessness. The chief walks into the office with me. He says, they closed Lafayette Clinic 30 years ago. We need to stop talking like this is a new problem. He said, I want to start a mental health division within the Detroit Police Department. I want to stop complaining about the problem and recognize the fact that we are the front line. Will you support me on the funding to create something within DPD? And this was, I was just astonished. What police chief wakes up and says, I'm going to create a mental health department within a police department? But that was your plan. Talk about what you were thinking.
Well, we see it every day. And, I say it often, you're not going to arrest your way out of crime. We know that there are things that impact decision-making. We know when someone shoots someone because of road rage. That's not something that you can talk someone out of. There's something going on. We know when we're averaging a barricaded gunman a week and someone is isolating themselves in a home with a gun, threatening to kill themselves because their girlfriend or boyfriend broke up with them, that we've got a big problem. So we needed to look at ways that we could, A, safely handle these runs, and B, get the officers the training that they need, because we know we're losing officers. We've got officers that have been shot. We've got officers that have been killed by people who are in mental health crisis. And so this was just a pathway to do something different.
So we get a police chief who decides he's going to start this program. 2 years later, across the country, the Detroit model for the police department handling mental health is the center of attention. And I want to see what NBC News came to Detroit to tell the rest of the country about.
We got one in the freeway. Intense interactions involving Detroit PD's newest specialized unit, highlighted in body camera videos, some shared exclusively with NBC News.
Look, we got all the time you need.
An officer convincing this man to drop a knife.
Can you throw it away so I can come give you a hug? Please drop it. Good job.
Good job, good job, good job, good job, good job. Another talking someone down from a busy highway overpass. Situations involving a police team assembled in January, fully dedicated to responding to the record number of mental health crisis calls.
And also remember our patients, okay?
It's a crisis for our community, it's a crisis for police, and we found it necessary to implement a citywide co-response unit.
The department says officers are now responding to an average 39 calls a day, nearly 9,000 runs this year alone. Calls known to be more volatile, unpredictable, and at least twice last fall in Detroit, deadly.
Is this new unit working?
I think it is, but I don't, I'm not going to declare victory.
The team is armed with additional, less lethal weapons.
The standard officer doesn't walk around with this.
No, sir.
And looks different than other officers, driving cruisers with green lights, in the summer wearing khakis and green polos.
My uniform says George, so it's not Sergeant George or P.O. George, it's George.
2 officers travel with the specialist from the Detroit Wayne Integrated Health Network.
You're not a sworn officer?
No.
You're unarmed?
Very much so.
We watched how in between emergency calls, teams visited folks they previously encountered.
Once a week they ride by just to make sure he's okay. And they also, help me and keep me calm.
Like Lucretia Skinner's son, Darren, who is bound to a wheelchair and suffers from schizophrenia and bipolar disorder.
I mean, you're talking about your son here.
My son, Darren,
How much did you hesitate calling 911?
I called 911 because I need the help.
You created a unit, isn't that great? issued them rubber bullets, issued them bolo nets. This is unheard of in a police department. You just came up with this plan. I know you looked around the country, but when you went and said to folks, we're not going to go with live ammo, we're going to use rubber bullets, you want to sign up for this unit, how did that go?
Well, the union called me. I told them we're not going to just use rubber bullets, but in situations where we can apprehend someone who is in mental health crisis, yes, they're posing a threat. We know our training tells us that we've got a 6-foot reactionary gap. If that person is moving, like that person was immobile, but they could have a knife and he's in a bed. If he were going to cut his wrist or try to stab himself, we could deploy that rubber bullet or that bolo wrap in those instances.
So people are wondering, how does a police chief dream this up? The reason when the chief came to me and said, I want you to fund this, I believed in him, is we have a police chief who's got a master's degree in mental health and is a licensed mental health counselor. I'm pretty sure that's the only one. But tell me how a guy who's working full-time as a cop starts taking college classes in mental health.
Well, I have a loved one that's been in mental health crisis his whole life. The revolving door of the system would be that when he would go manic, we would take him to various facilities and they would release him and back onto the street. And, he would find himself in many different situations. Sometimes I would get a call and sometimes I wouldn't. He's not responsible for his conduct. He has a condition he didn't ask for, didn't want, but it affects his everyday thinking patterns. So I wanted to understand it better. I took a class here and there and it became very interesting to me. And then it became almost my responsibility as a person who cared for him and a person who was an assistant chief at the time and the biggest department in the state to know a little bit about something that's impacting our day to day. And I continued to go and pay and, a lot. And when I was done, I had my master's and I said, I'm going to go get my license and start doing therapy.
So you're so frustrated with the mental health system with somebody in your family, you go take college courses to do it and then decide to help others. Now, you cops are pretty kind of tough, macho. When you were assistant chief, you're basically the number 3 person in the department. When your colleagues found out you were going to mental health class and going to be a counselor, how did they react to it?
It's interesting. So a couple kind of teased me a little bit. Like, you're going to be a counselor? You're not a nice person, So, I am a nice person. But what was interesting, though, is that many of them were like, man, we need this, because not only is the impact being felt in the community, but it's being felt inside the police department. When you see this level of violence and you see some of the things our officers see, no one thinks about, what they're going through. So the ask that I got was, once you're done, can we build something internally too for the officers?
And what's at stake for the department is tragic, as you know. We had Wayne State officer Colin Rose shot and killed by somebody who had been in and out of the mental health system repeatedly, came up on him and with no warning was killed. Case went unsolved for several months, and talk about how we ultimately got the shooter.
Yeah, very sad case. 2 officers that worked the case, 1 investigator and 2 officers, identified the person who was suspected of committing the crime, did a workup on him, recognized that he had mental issues, he did some time in the military, he knew firearms, he knew how to address a threat, so it was very difficult to get him into custody. We put an operation out, we were able to identify where he was in our city. Unfortunately, upon approaching him, he went into a military mode. His mind took him back to the military, and he was able to shoot 2 of our officers, shooting 1 in the neck, ending his career, but thank goodness he's alive, and the other one recovered from his injuries. Second group of officers were able to get him into custody, and initially he was found to be unable to stand trial due to his mental illness, but he shouldn't have been on the street.
And as you were, I visited these 2 officers in the hospital with serious gunshot injuries, and all they said is, we got the guy who shot Colin Rose, but it's a reminder when the mental health system breaks down. It's our police officers and it's the family members
Absolutely.
Of these people. And then the second one, which shortly after you took over, Lauren Courts drove up on a call just as he's pulling up, shot and killed before he even got out of his car. 19-year-old who had had 7 different run-ins with a Macomb County Police Department. The mother had tried everything. And I want to read you this quote, because here's what she said on an earlier police run. He's been having these problems since he was a kid, since he was a teenager, and every time I call the police to try to get help from the state, they say because he's not threatening to kill me or himself, he's not on drugs, they won't do anything, until eventually he did snap and didn't kill somebody. But this is the struggle these families are having.
Mm-hmm. It is, and this case, this is a call that I got that I pray I never get again. Young officer, beautiful family, wife, 2 kids, working very hard for us in the 2nd precinct. Gets a call, family's frustrated with the 19-year-old. They own a business. They are allowing him to live above the business. He goes manic and becomes, at least it's stated that he's suicidal. He was not. Officers respond and he's up on the 2nd floor of this business, creating some type of problem. Upon arrival, the moment they drove up, he leans out of the front window and shoots down into the windshield, striking our officer right through his vest and ultimately killing him. Just a horrible case. Then he leaves the building. And comes down and starts twirling his weapon on the street. 2 other officers have to address him, and they were able to get him into custody. Unfortunately, they had to shoot him, and he succumbed to his injuries. Should not have happened. This officer was probably going to be police chief one day. I know his family. His father is a retired police officer. It's not a day that goes by I don't think about him and the importance of this work and the importance of getting this mental health system fixed so we never have another Lauren Courts.
So in response to this, you created an entirely new unit, different types of uniforms, different approach, mental health counselor paired up. I'm going to show you how different it is and talk about a massive culture change. But it's a little hard to hear some of this because these are actual body cams. But in this case, call came out, armed, a man, psychotic break on the porch. We have to blur the face for privacy, but if you can see his face, he's crying, he's in agony. And we've shortened this because these are very long, patient conversations. But I want you to watch and see what our officers are now doing to try to de-escalate and disarm folks as opposed to demanding they drop the gun or we shoot. So watch what this unit's doing now.
Pull out the gun. Martin, what has you irritated? Can y'all stop? No, please, no. I want to leave. This is not about to call for me. I'm not on shit. I'm not going to pull out the gun, none of that. I'm just trying to help. I'm not going to pull out the gun. Martin, what has you irritated today? How you know my name? Mom, she let us know. What the?
You good, bro? Let's just relax. Come up off that, man. Hey, look, let me get this some more mess. Let me grab that from you. Here, look, I got you, bro. Look, I'm good. Just let me get that. I ain't on nothing. No. You good. You good, bro. You straight, like I told you, man. Where's that, right here? You good. What's it, the FN? You good, bro? Like I told you, we good. Let me just search you up, all right? You ain't got nothing else? All right, put your hands down, man. You good. Relax. You good. Relax. Calm down. This ain't, relax, bro. You good. This your fam?
I don't know who that is, bro.
You like your brother, right? It's your brothers?
I don't know who that is.
Okay, bro. You good, man. Don't worry about it, all right? Hey, hold him back, though. Appreciate you, dog. Appreciate you, man. Hey, which one? Anybody ride with him? Yeah. Come on, man. Just slide over. That's all.
Slide over.
All right. Your officer walked up and took a live gun from a very unstable individual, and then they walked him without handcuffs with his family to the car. Now, I got to tell you, I'm watching that video thinking those last 4 or 5 steps had to be scary for that officer, and yet they didn't hesitate.
They didn't, and that's the training. And what you didn't see is the first officer who was concentrating on him, had he went for the gun, would have addressed him. The second officer is working off the first officer, and once he builds that rapport, he's then giving him the signal to come in and get the gun. And so it worked to perfection. Doesn't always work to perfection, but that's what this training does. It brings in a different uniform. It brings in different lights. The first name is on the uniform and not the sergeant or the officer, whomever, and it de-escalates the environment.
So we got a second call here last year. A woman threatening suicide had 2 knives, very sharp knives, and as they go in, it'll be a little hard to see, but you'll see it. They convince her to drop the first knife, and they say thank you, and then have to get the second knife before she kills herself. But look at how different this response is than drop the knife or I'll shoot.
Why should I care about anything in this world?
Because we want to help you. We want to help you. Whatever you want to do, we want to make sure you can do that.
You want to
okay? I do.
This shit.
No.
And allow us to help you where nobody else has in the past. We're a new unit. We're a different unit. We're a different kind of police. And you can trust us, okay? And we don't want to see you hurt yourself. We don't. Like I said, you sound intelligent, you're beautiful, okay? And you deserve a chance.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. We're going to help, okay?
Good. Can we get the other one?
Can we get the other one?
Please.
Thank you so much.
Please.
We appreciate you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Drop it, yeah. Okay.
Come on, honey.
That's it.
Come on, honey.
You got it. Just drop it.
Can I give you a hug? Can I give you a hug? Can you?
I felt the same way the last 2 or 3 steps. Well, she still had that knife in her hand, and your officer felt under control.
You did, and it's just amazing. I look at these videos every week, and it's incredible. And you know, the work that they're doing and what they're encountering is just absolutely incredible.
And so you have had to build up a duplicate mental health system where you keep your own addresses, your own data, 1,000 of your residents with 3 or more calls, so that when your folks pull up on an address, they aren't going in blind and surprised as Officer Courts did. Talk about what it took to build that kind of database in the Detroit Police Department.
A lot of collaboration. I'd be remiss if I didn't thank Tricia Stein from the mayor's office. I mean, she helped build, yes.
There you go. Tricia's got some fans here, all right.
Really helped build this database out. And you know, Tricia, she blows down front doors to get things done. And she was able to get in spaces I couldn't. And now when our officers get a call, they know what they're going into. They know, and think about if Lauren Courts knew. Think about if he knew not to drive up to that building. We know that this person's been aggressive with the police. We know what type of medication they're on, what their triggers are. So it's very impactful. But the biggest thing to come out of this is that we've got a mental health co-responder civilian on the 911 call. So when that family member calls 911 and says, my loved one is in crisis, we've now got a mental health professional that can start the triage process right then and there.
So I'm going to embarrass you right now. Because you send your folks into harm's way on a regular basis. But there was a day, a barricaded gunman a week, where the barricaded gunman, who had already shot and killed somebody, said, I'm only coming out if I see Chief White. And so let's talk about what happened on that day.
Top cop, putting his own life on the line for peace.
The chief going face to face with an armed suspect accused of murder.
He says that he wants to talk to me. And so if he comes out, I'm telling him right now, I will walk him to that EMS rig, get him the help that he needs.
A promise kept.
Moments later, the chief escorting the suspect to treatment.
We don't want another tragedy. We want these things to end peacefully.
So what was it like? And it was terrible. Somebody had delivered a package to the wrong house. The neighbor went to pick up the package, and the homeowner shot, killed the body, was still there in the street because they couldn't get near it. You had to step out to greet the gunman to get him to put down the gun and come out. What was that like?
Well, I mean, I've done it before, but this first time as chief, of course, had a little help with me, as you could see. But what really was interesting with this case is that this guy had livestock in his house. He was suffering from a mental crisis, and he had an arsenal in his house and was prepared to use it, and told us that. But he knew that somehow he figured out that I had a mental health background and said he would be the only one that I trust, and if I came, he wouldn't hurt anybody. So you have to do it.
And you walked him out, and you showed the department your commitment to the different kind of department that we built.
Thank you.
And so we know what we need to do. We need more community treatment. I'll ask the people here, if you had a visitor from out of town, they got sick, ran a high fever, not bad enough to go to an emergency room, but needed to see a doctor or an urgent care center, how many of you would know where to take them? Okay? Now, if somebody from out of town had a panic attack, not enough to go to an emergency room, how many of you know what mental health clinic you take them to? You say almost nobody. And so we need more of these community treatment centers. We need more of the 72-hour psych units. 40% of the time, we've got people who should be committed to psych units who are walking out of the emergency room before there's a bed available. We've got 200 or 300 people long-term. We need money for all of these things, but we want to take a minute to thank the progress that is being made. And tomorrow, we're going to honor Debbie Stabenow. But Debbie got our mental health clinics Medicaid access like the physical health clinics. They opened 13 originally with the support of Governor Whitmer and the legislature. There's now 30 community care clinics opening across the state, and they're continuing to do more. We do have people who are making great progress. And Governor Whitmer last week signed a bill so private insurers now have to provide coverage at the level of they do on the health care. I'd say in the last 3 or 4 years, we've seen more commitment from the governor and the legislature, but we've got so much more to go. And as you and I know, and we've got more facilities built across the state, our crime rate reduction came from a 10-year plan. And here's my thought, is there money in the system? Macomb County did a study. 25% of the inmates in their jail had previously been hospitalized for mental illness. You say we're going to cut down state psychiatric beds because we want to deinstitutionalize? We're reinstitutionalizing county jail. In the rural jails, 34% have serious illness, 23% of the state prisoners. And when, under federal Medicaid, when you go into prison, the feds stop paying for the treatment. County sheriffs in Michigan have been leading this for a while. They said, the very time they go into the jail, we need the treatment, the money shuts off. But I say this, why can't we have a long-term plan that says every year we say to the prison and jail system, we're going to cut you just 2% a year. Move that over to the mental health system. Let's hire more folks. Let's shift this. Over 10 years, could we fundamentally move these folks out of the jails and prison to treatment? Would that work?
I think so. I really do. And I think if you can address the mental health crisis, you'll see reductions in everything from domestic violence to drug use and drinking, because these people are self-medicating because of the feelings that they have and the emotions that they're going through. I think you will see a downturn across the board if we are able to do this.
So Wayne County Sheriff Ray Washington told me earlier today that he asked that we please stop making the Wayne County Jail the largest mental health facility in Wayne County. That was his request, which is what we have. And so our point today was not to say we have a solution. Our point today was to raise the consciousness. See, we're talking to legislators, you're talking to the governor. Okay, this matters. It matters to the individual family members. When they're released, they're back in these houses and the family members are in danger. It matters to the police. But as you look at this and you think about the department that you joined, a department where officers were trained, if there is a threat coming at you, you shoot at mass, you shoot at the chest till the threat is stopped. Isn't that the way you were trained?
That's what we were trained.
That was the culture of police departments across the country. When you look at this and what you've done with the culture of the Detroit Police Department, how do you feel?
Extreme pride. There's extreme pride with the men and women of the Detroit Police Department and being able to embrace a different concept in policing and being willing to do so. These are all volunteers. I'm not forcing them to do this. These are officers that have signed up once they saw what we were looking for and they're hearing about the results and they're committed. They are absolutely committed.
So let's give a big hand for a great leader, our police chief, James White. All right.
Detroit Mayor Mike Duggan, always a speech that fills the seats here at the Mackinac Policy Conference. I am Zoe Clark, joined by another influential Detroiter who's really thinking about the future of the city, particularly the future of Detroit students, and that is Nikolai Vitti, Superintendent of Detroit Public Schools Community District. Good to have you back at the desk.
Always good to be here.
So I want to start, actually, you made some news this month. You sent a letter to Governor Whitmer, Mayor Duggan, some other state and city officials. It addressed your concerns about marijuana use, particularly edibles and vape pens among students. What's going on? Like, why did this become such a big deal that you needed to send this message?
Well, it just didn't feel like a lot of people were even aware of the problem. So, one reason for the letter was to create more awareness from a policy level, state and city locally, but also use the media to talk directly to families so that they can be more aware of this problem that's happening. Obviously, we inform parents when we have an incident like a edible or a vape pen, more edibles. So the feedback has been positive that parents have greater awareness of the problem. Talk to the governor's staff and some city council members about maybe rethinking the state law around marijuana and maybe thinking differently about ordinances. But in DPSCD, we're definitely supportive of the legalization of marijuana. I think it's just about evolving and understanding what are the new challenges that were created with legalization. And I think maybe the letter sparked more different conversations and greater awareness about what we could do differently moving forward.
What would you like to see? There were sort of some recommendations or some requests that you want to see from the state.
Yeah, well, one would be, for example, Colorado passed a law prohibiting the manufacturing of edibles in candy form. And so we see a lot of students, young students, second grade, third graders, consuming the edibles thinking they're candy. So practical jokes, curiosity. So that could alleviate some problems. Using revenue for more public awareness campaigns so that adults, if they do have them in a home, they're secured. Talking to children more about not consuming candy or edibles or and the harmful impact it can have on minors. Also, more revenue could be spent on detection systems at schools, especially linked to vape pens. So those are some recommendations moving forward that we have. Vape pens, different issue. That's not necessarily linked to marijuana,
right?
But we need to crack down more on gas station selling to youth. And I think more public awareness campaigns about the dangers of vape pens. I know that they're sort of sexier and more glamorous than the old cigarettes, but as we know, often maybe more harmful than the traditional cigarettes.
Yeah. So let's turn
and more addictive.
Right, which we know.
Yeah.
Let's turn a little bit to you and your work. In March, the school board extended your contract until 2028.
Yeah.
This could make you one of the longest serving superintendents.
Yeah. Well, I'm currently the second longest serving superintendent in DPSCD history.
Yeah.
Superintendent Jefferson, 14 years, so I'm going into year 8.
Yeah.
I still love what I do.
Yeah.
I see the purposefulness of my job and the impact that I'm having. Sometimes I get frustrated that we're not going fast enough and not scaling improvement to all kids fast enough, but it's undoubtable that we've improved. I think people that have been watching, even casual observers, know that we're improving. But I still wake up every day encouraged, challenged, and supported, at least by my school board and the employees in the school system. Like to see more support at the state level with legislation and at the federal level, especially with funding. Often would like to see more parents involved and engaged, but knowing, their just life challenges gets in the way of that. But I'm proud to say that I'm second longest serving superintendent, and who knows, maybe I'll be the longest if the right conditions exist.
What are the biggest challenges that you're facing right now, whether it's short term or long term, as you look to the future?
Well, I think to answer that question, I'll talk externally and internally. Externally, equal and equitable funding. I think Governor Whitmer and the current legislature has made strides in improving per pupil funding, increasing more grant funding, concentrating funding on at-risk students. That has helped, but we're still talking about a formula that's outdated and unequal. And I think that it has to be solved. I mean, we cannot go to another conference. We can't get another report about Michigan funding still being inadequate when it comes to public education. So not only is the funding generally still low when you look at comparison to 50 states, but it's still unequal. So the formula has to change by not relying on local funding to initiate the funding process, and then getting to equitable, where we're funding students in need at higher levels so that they have more resources. If we don't fix that problem, then DPSCD will always be challenged with facilities, not having enough money to deal with special education, not enough funding to deal with transportation costs, and really not enough funding to create equal opportunities when you look at poverty and the history of race. Internally, chronic absenteeism, we've improved, but our data is clear. If a student misses 9 or fewer days, they're 3 to 5 times more likely to be at and above grade level, state assessments, and college ready on PSAT, SAT. And so, and then beyond that, I would say the other challenge is just continuing to improve climate and culture. We have schools that are fantastic. You can feel the energy. We do something with students called Love, Challenge, and Prepared. And we have students take a survey where they answer questions about whether they feel loved, challenged, and prepared. And we have schools that are above the national average. And then we have other schools that are significantly below the national average. And it's just chipping away on getting the right leader, developing the right future leaders, recruiting and retaining teachers to make every school where students feel loved, challenged, and prepared above the national average. And that doesn't happen overnight, so that's why the sustainability, I think, in my leadership and the board's leadership is important, so you can just chip away at the problem and scale excellence.
Until at least 2028. Nikolai Vitti, Superintendent of Detroit Public Schools Community District. I always appreciate your time.
Thank you for having me, as always.
I am Zoe Clark with Michigan Public, and that concludes today's coverage of the Mackinac Policy Conference. We start again tomorrow morning at 8. On the agenda, we here at Detroit PBS have a big announcement. U.S. Secretary of Commerce Gina Raimondo takes the stage, and One Detroit contributor Nolan Finley moderates a panel of Michigan's congressional delegation. And of course, Governor Whitmer delivers her keynote address. Don't forget to watch One Detroit's conference wrap up tomorrow night at 7 on Detroit PBS. I'll be joining Nolan Finley and Stephen Henderson as we look back at all the highlights from this week on the island. You can check today's sessions and more online at onedetroitpbs.org or subscribe to our Detroit PBS channel on YouTube. For all of us at Detroit PBS, have a great evening, and we will see you bright and early tomorrow morning.
Faucets to Behr Paint. Masco Corporation is proud to deliver products that enhance the way consumers all over the world experience and enjoy their living spaces. Masco, serving Michigan communities since 1929.
DTE Foundation is a proud sponsor of Detroit PBS. Among the state's largest foundations committed to Michigan-focused giving, we support organizations that are doing exceptional work in our state. Learn more at dtefoundation.com.
We help organizations find their voices through what they do and who they impact. We are VVK PR and Creative, a Detroit agency telling the stories of critical issues affecting the big picture and the small moments. Stories at Skyline Heights and on-the-ground influence. We lead with relationships first, solutions always, and with diversity as our compass. VVK PR and Creative.